Well, good morning from South London, the Oval. Resplendent in sunshine, a delay of half an hour. You haven't missed anything. It's myself, Jon Norman, alongside Jared Kimber for the next few moments as we build up to day one of the second test match between England and New Zealand. Thank you so much for joining us. If you are joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, or where else are you joining us? I'm just wiping away a cobweb. Seems like these broadcast facilities haven't been used since we were last here, Jared. What a test match that was. One of the best I've ever seen as India closed out that 6-run win over England late, well, not late, pushing towards lunch on day 5. Teams walking out onto the outfield here. The news from the middle is that after a half an hour delay, Joe Root back in and on the saddle, calling correctly at the toss and deciding to bowl first. Quiet week since you were last on commentary duty, Jared. Nothing much has happened, has it?
Do you know, I was in the middle of writing this massive piece on Ben Stokes when Kane Williamson retired, and I was like, maybe cricket could just take a break for a couple of days. I thought we had a gap between the test matches. It's kind of more busy.
It has been more busy. I think actually, you know, a series that is always going to struggle to transcend the sport in regard to Football World Cup going on, even the T20 World Cup as well. Suddenly, the Ben Stokes furore has elevated this series beyond anything that we could have expected at the start of it. And, you know, as we await the national anthems, we will break away as the bell is rung to signal 5 minutes until the start of play. You know, this is a story that's set to run and run, we expect. Still have not heard from Ben Stokes, apart from a little message of support to the debutants yesterday on his own Instagram feed.
I suppose he didn't need to send that, really, did he? Because he was giving some of them their first test. So, look, it's been a confusing week. You've got, of course, you're talking about Ben Stokes and then Kane Williamson. I think it was Dan Liebke on social media who said Kane Williamson is such a nice guy, he's retiring for Ben Stokes. But, yeah.
Bell being rung, yeah. Kane Williamson announcing his retirement. I sent a message to some of the cricket reporters, essentially with an expletive and the word Kane, and some of them thought I was talking about Harry Kane. Either way, we're just going to break away for a moment's silence here at the Oval.
For those that are able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of New Zealand and England.
Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, alongside myself, Jon Norman, in the commentary box for this one. Thanks for joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Matt Pryor will be popping by, Jarrod Kimber, Mel Farrell at some stages over the next 5 days. Harmy might even appear, you never know. He's here doing corporate. And a big welcome to our coverage of the second test between New Zealand and, or rather England and New Zealand. Just had the national anthems. God Save the King. I think this ground was the first sports ground where God Save the King, in its current guise, was played, because the Queen Elizabeth II sadly passed away during a test match. There was a day of mourning, and then the teams came back 2 days afterwards, and God Save the King was played here, which was a unique experience. Talking of unique experiences, Jeremy, how are you doing?
I'm still breathing. It's all right, John. Fantastic crowd and everybody. All right, we're half an hour late, and you'd expect them to get here at that stage. But really, most and the majority, certainly of the outer, let's call it that, it seems pretty rammed to me. The Finn stand above and to our right looks busy. Certainly down the far end with the pavilion, that looks absolutely chocker. So it's a good crowd in for the start of the second test. Lots of changes. Please forgive us if we get the occasional fielder wrong. They've just all introduced each other in a huddle, so that's good. They've got to know each other. The cordon essentially won't change too much. They've got a new keeper, of course, in Roo. And then they've got Root and then Duckett. So that's kind of there's some past history, if you like, there. And but there are lots of changes to this England side. Baker, Fisher has played before. Baker on debut. Tongue, of course, and Archer replacing Robinson, if you like, as the faster bowler, or Atkinson. You can take your choice. And then Roo, of course, with the gloves. Smith not playing in this game. I wondered whether actually, John, Cox might take the gloves and Smith might bat at number 6 if he was playing. But we'll just have to see. That may be a future move yet to happen. But it's going to be Archer bowling from the pavilion end.
With a leg slip in place, 3 slips of Ghali, backward point, and Archer is in now. First ball of the test match, and it's just tucked away off the pads. Tom Latham off the mark with a comfortable 2 to square leg. And New Zealand in this second test match are underway, 2 without loss. There's so much to go at in this test match, but first things first, and you just mentioned a couple of them. We had 6 questions, 6 unanswered questions, myself and Manners, this time yesterday, coming into this test match, and 2 of them have been answered. What will the winning captain do at the toss? And Joe Root has decided to bowl. The second was, will Matt Henry be fit? And the answer is yes, he is in the 11. A couple of them will just have to wait and see how they play out, as Archer round the wicket to Latham. This is short and an extravagant movement from Latham as he rocks back, but this was too wide, and he probably could have just stayed where he was and let this one go through. Little ooh in the crowd. It is busy, it does feel busy here, you're absolutely right. And the crowd, a good one, as you'd expect to hear, and possibly feeling that of the 5 days, this could actually be the most exciting of the 5. Certainly if some of the 4-day matches at this ground over the last couple of years are anything to go by, then possibly with all those debutants as well. Archer again, he's in now, he's past the umpire, and this is left alone. Good carry and good bounce there. So some of the other questions that we're waiting to find out is who will take the new ball with Jofra Archer?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it? It's a question, I suppose, are they going to go Fisher, who of course plays at this ground for Surrey? He generally bowls from the pavilion end, the same as Archer's already taken. But the only other one you'd think would be Tongue at this stage, and then Baker to replace Archer. The questions about Jofra Archer is how long will he be able to bowl after 2 months of bowling 4 over spells?
Here he is again, and this is pushed to mid-wicket, and Tom Latham moves to three without loss.
Well, actually, not 4 over spells, are they? They're probably 2 over spells, and then one,
Absolutely.
to make up the 4 overs that he's been bowling in the IPL. So if he has to go to 5 or 6 overs at the start here, how long will it be before he's able to come back for a second spell or a third spell if New Zealand bat that long? I think this is the most interesting session of the Test match. If you go back to what you were saying before, John, about the county championship and the way matches with Surrey have gone, the first thing you notice is plenty of runs have been scored. It is possible to play and play well if you're a batsman. If you get in, conditions get easier throughout the day.
Here is Archer. It's Conway about to face his first delivery, and he's forced to play as well, and seems just a touch hurried as he comes forward and pushes this out to mid-off. 2 left-handed batters for New Zealand at the top of the over, and Devon Conway back in the New Zealand central contract list. The list was announced late last night, early morning in New Zealand. He's back in, and of course Kane Williamson is out after he announced his retirement.
Well, that was a bit of a surprise too, wasn't it, really? That caught everyone. Just come and have a coffee with me and a couple of custard creams.
Last ball of the over, swing and a miss. Front-footed, airy drive. And that's the end of the over. 3 without loss then. And we're about to find out who is taking the new ball with Jofra Archer.
Well, that looks like Fisher to me.
Looks like Fisher to me.
Yeah. So changes for New Zealand, of course, with Williamson going and Henry Nicholls comes in at number 3. What that means, folks, is that New Zealand start their batting order with 4 left-handers. They've got Latham and Conway, both lefties. Then the new Nicholls, if you like, coming in at number 3, left-hander, and then Ravindra. Now, whether that will suit the bowlers, if they like bowling to left-handers, if they are able to bowl round the wicket and get them playing and missing, as Conway did in that last delivery from the Archer over. They're starting with 3 slips in a gully, cover point and mid-off. That's pretty standard. So 4 in the cordon, and then 2 others, and then 3 on the leg side.
And Matt Fisher bowling round the wicket to Tom Latham, who tries to turn this ball through and past the fielder. I think Josh Tongue there at mid-wicket, where it's fielded. No run.
So just to continue that about the runs here, Surrey have scored 500 plus. Leicestershire in the first game got 691 in their innings, and then Surrey batted 260 for 2 or 3 in the third innings. They didn't even get to a 4th innings in that match. So plenty of runs there.
Fisher in again, and this is too wide and left alone. Possibly jagged back a touch towards off stump.
Well, that will be the thing, isn't it? This is a slightly green pitch. This is not a surprise. Because of the lack of bounce in the surface, this tends to be a pitch that the ground staff prepare a lot of grass. It is greenish. It's not wildly greenish. You can distinguish the difference between some of the outfield and the surface, but it has got live grass on it. There's no doubt about that. And if you can bowl a decent length, you do not want to be cut or pulled or hooked in the opening spells.
Here is Fisher, and left alone again. That second ball did jag back towards off stump, but from very wide of the crease. Gone a bit straighter on this occasion and hasn't managed to extract quite as much movement. The tempo on show from the New Zealand openers will be interesting. You know, maybe a little bit. Well, they lost 3 wickets in an over in the first innings, so it's impossible to say how they went about things. But certainly Latham's shot in the first over of the second innings was one he will regret. Runs for Conway, though. but it's Latham facing as Fisher continues. And this is straighter again and defended down in front of that fielder running in from cover point. No run, 3 without loss.
Yeah, that's more accurate from Fisher, bringing the bat into play a bit. Got to try, I think, as a bowler in surfaces like this, that you keep the ball up. That's the first thing. Bring the forward defence into play. If he can get it to pitch around off and then nip back, carry on the line, sometimes Latham will fall over, get the heavy head, fall to the offside, and he can't get the bat round that pad that he's placed in the line of the ball, so he can be LBW.
Fisher again. Oh, he starts to bowl, and then I don't know if he's just lost his footing there, but keeps hold of the ball, and he'll go back to his mark.
So, however, you know, if New Zealand can limit the damage in this first session, and their top 3 need to be able to do that for the likes of Ravindra and Mitchell and Blundell and co, in that middle order, can build runs as the sun comes out and the ball gets a little softer.
Fisher, and he successfully does deliver this ball, which seems to keep just a fraction low, but it's defended again by Latham. Jordan Cox, who was used as a specialist fielder for Royal Challengers Bangalore in the IPL that's just concluded, it felt at times, impact fielder, impact sub. He is at leg slip with Joe Root, the captain of England, at first slip, Harry Brook, vice-captain, at second slip, Ben Duckett at third, with Jacob Bethel at gully, and it's Emilio Gay at cover point as Fisher seeking to complete the over, and this is 2 wide and left alone by Tom Latham. 2 overs in, New Zealand 3 without loss. Latham's faced the majority of the deliveries so far. He's 3 not out, and Devon Conway yet to get off the mark. It's Jofra Archer opening the bowling with Matt Fisher. Matt Fisher, who bowled in a test match, and a test series which seemingly killed more careers than any test series as in modern history. I mean, there was, not only did it kill careers, it seemingly ended Joe Root's captaincy. Matt Fisher's waited 4 years to bowl again. I don't think Craig Overton's bowled again for England. Saqib Mahmood was on that tour. I'm not sure he's played a test match again. There's a lot of players who went to the Caribbean and never returned.
Well, it is a nice country to tour.
Here is Archer, and there's runs here. Not convincing, though, from Devon Conway, who's going to come back for a second. That ball has dropped short of the slip cordon and gone through between third slip and gully, but just seemed to extract a little bit of bounce again, did Archer. And Conway will be relieved to get off the mark, and also not to have presented a catch to the cordon.
Slightly suspicious stroke, wasn't it? And outside that off stump. Is that coming in at me, or can I play that away? No third man in position here. It's all up in the cordon at this stage, as you would expect with winning the toss and deciding to bowl.
Conway pushing at that ball there. Did use soft hands and guided the ball. A touch, you'd say, beaten this time past the outside edge, and the cordon, and Archer wants it. They think there was a noise, but James Root, the new wicket-keeper, doesn't look as convinced as his captain Joe Root, and it doesn't look like they're going to go for a review.
Archer wasn't interested. He raised the hands, but certainly the slip cordon were up first. Even Root himself wasn't totally convinced. They haven't gone for the review. There must have been some sort of little noise they heard, but it wasn't the bat.
Yeah, maybe the sound of the bat just hitting the back leg, but that, of course, is something that James Root will never have, doesn't have any experience, and that's, of course, using the decision review system. As Archer continuing, and Conway a touch slow to drop his hands and let this ball go through.
I had a look at the wicket, John, this morning, and while I mentioned that new grass, and we can see evidence of that, it's still growing, accessing the wells of moisture, if you like, beneath the surface, still alive, but there is also, it felt quite hardish. It felt as though if you could really get in, this pitch will just get easier and easier. So it's a question of just getting through these first 2 hours for New Zealand. Who can do that?
Yeah, this session. Oh, he's just got his bat down on the ball. Archer arrowing the ball in on the pads, and I think it's a thick inside edge onto the pads which has saved Devon Conway there. Changed the angle, has Archer. Bowling with good pace. He's kind of set him up. Testing the outside edge and then firing one in on the pads. And this, well, it's not a working over, but certainly Devon Conway's technique is being examined.
Yep, down leg side. Couldn't get, they wanted to play it. Had to play it, he thought, in the end, but missed it. So it took the pad. Archer in and flashing at this one. A full ball outside off is Conway. It races through. It's a slightly anxious Conway as well, as it goes wide of the third slip and in between the gully. So between Duckett and then in the gully Bethel. So it was catchable, but no one there, and it flies away for the first boundary of this innings.
Would Stokes have had 4 slips in there, Jeremy?
Yes.
Yeah, it's an interesting whole question that. There seems to be schisms, fractures happening between the main men of the last 4 years a little, to me. Just looking at that whole situation.
And Jofra Archer trying to exploit a schism between the inside edge of the bat and the pad, fracturing the stumps. That's what he wants to do. This has been a little flirty from Conway so far. Can he get out the over? 9 without loss, and Archer just holding him up. And there's a gully and backward point. And this is left alone and taken well by Rue to his left. 9 without loss. Eventful couple of overs so far. Latham's looks solid. Conway anything but.
Yeah, good over from Archer. Concentrating very much outside the off stump. Decent pace. He's up close to 90 or just over for half that over there. So he's just testing Conway at the moment. Not a great deal of swing, and I noticed the ball, whether Rue is just working his way out to how deep do I have to be. It's important in the morning like this that you're not too deep, that catches don't actually carry. The way Conway is playing, though, quite aggressively at the ball, you probably say that would carry at this stage.
It's Latham facing Fisher, and he's up on his toes and pushing this out to cover point, fielded by Emilio Gay, who cut a confident figure yesterday in nets. I was watching him. I mean, you'll know the difference between the build-up to your first Test match, full of anticipation and nerves and excitement and what-ifs and what will happen. Not what-ifs, what will happen. But then once that first Test is out the way and you've performed, a few nerves will have settled, and maybe he's just looking forward to this one a little more. We shall see. As Fisher continuing, and this is pushed to mid-wicket off the hip of Tom Latham, who moves to 4, and New Zealand into double figures. 10 without loss, and possibly Devon Conway will enjoy is not the right word, but certainly when you've got Archer at the other end, you probably want to be at the end where Matt Fisher's bowling.
Just bowling a slightly different length. More of a, I would think, I mean, he does swing the ball, Fisher, back into the left-handed batsman, but I haven't seen a lot of swing so far. It's basically been short of a length seam bowling, looking to move the ball once it makes contact with the surface of the pitch.
Here is Fisher, he's in, and this is confidently punched back to the bowler by Devon Conway. And it just feels like Matt Fisher's just easing into his work a touch, settling on a line and a length. This would be, the nerves are going to be there for him as well. There's a lot of nerves going around today. Archer, though, looks like a man who's it's just another day at the office for Jofra Archer. But Matt Fisher's been out the side for 4 years, and he'll be mindful that he's in the team today, in part because of suspensions and other issues. There's that Conway trying to get forward, rides the bounce, and this is guided to the fielder at backward square leg. No run, 10 without loss.
Yeah, the interesting thing is just the line that Fisher's able to bowl and create problems for both these left-hand openers for New Zealand, and it's just outside that off stump and bringing it back in. As soon as you bowl too straight, Latham has now tucked everything. All his runs have come off his pads. He's looking for a slightly shorter ball and work it into that leg side where there are gaps.
Here is Conway with bat raised, crouched position, and there's a thick inside edge. Coming forward again, and he will take 2.
There's always good runs here and good value for your runs at the Oval, because we call it the block, you call it the square, I think. You call it both things, being a New Zealand and an Englishman.
I do.
But
I've got 2 teams in the World Cup at the moment, the Football World Cup.
Oh, how are they going?
Well, England played tonight, and
Yes.
New Zealand drew 2-2 with Iran.
They did. They did. That was
Really exciting game.
cheering all around New Zealand. I just heard it.
Fisher in, and again Conway propping forward, opening the face of the bat just a touch and steering the ball to point. Field runs in. Lots of energy at the start of day 1.
A lot of feeling each other out here. Of the bowlers not quite sure what their length should be on this surface. They know they can't be cut or pulled, so they're pitching the ball up, bringing the batsman forward. Batsmen are trying to find out, where is my off stump? Am I safe to let this go and not have it take the stump out? So there's that going on as well, and trying to sort of work the movement out from the bowlers. Archer bowling both bowlers round the wicket to the left-handers. Gone back to 3 slips in a gully.
Then it's Latham who lets this one go through by Jofra Archer. And I think there's as we've pertained, there's a lot of unanswered questions. There's a lot of new faces. There's question marks over what the pitch is going to do. Question marks over the captaincy. Question marks over how is Sonny Baker going to bowl on debut? Because didn't go too well for him when he played for England in both T20 and ODI on debut. Matt Fisher, of course, as well. Here is Archer in again, and this is left alone. Maybe keeping just a fraction low there, but well outside off stump. Yeah, it's the second and third spells as well, isn't it? Jofra Archer, as you say, has bowled 2 over spells throughout the IPO. He's bowled really well. 3rd on the wicket-taking column. A successful IPL for him individually. But how does that play out in Test match cricket? Josh Tongue, of course, he wasn't even a regular in the side a year ago. Oh, that's 4. Oh, that's a good ball from Archer, and Latham's got the bat down on the ball in time. The second time that Archer's just changed things up and seemingly out of nowhere targeting the pads.
Yep, very full and a decent pace, I would say, and Latham just chopping down on it quite a little late. At least he didn't try and hit it too square, so you missed that. It's gone to mid-wicket, and so he's managed to get a touch on that inside edge half of the bat.
What's the follow-up ball here from Archer? There he goes, length, and it's too wide. Touch of swing there. We've still got that leg slip in place. There's also a fine leg and mid-on. So there's a big gap there, square of the wicket, and I suppose that's the tempter, isn't it?
It is the tempter for the fielding side. If you want to go square there, you have to pick the right ball. That's going down leg side, that you just help it on its way, and that's what Latham's done. If it's a bit short, he's been able to see that. Anything full, he's got to be using the full face of the bat and hitting it back between mid-on and mid-off.
Archer again. Oh, hurries up Tom Latham, trying to come forward, defends, but inside edge back onto the pads and away from the stumps. This is really good from Jofra Archer. He's asking questions, and he's asking different questions, isn't he?
Yep, different lengths from him, different lines as well, just slightly. Good control. That's what you want from your opening bowler, because you've got so many in the cordon, 3 or 4 of your 9 fielders. So it's half of them, contained within quite a small area of the field. you've got to be quite accurate as well. You can't give runs away early on and give the batsman, the opening batsman on the other side, get away to a flyer.
This is the time to take wickets if you're England, though. Again, no real bounce there from this delivery from Archer, which is well wide, too wide, and Tom Latham is not interested in going anywhere near that. End of the over. Again, good pace from Jofra Archer. Have they flashed up Matt Fisher's speeds? Because I haven't seen it if they have.
No, they haven't yet.
Well, that's telling, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Do you think someone's making a judgment?
I don't know. Maybe
I reckon he's over 40. That's just with the naked eye, by the way, not cameras.
I think, I mean, we were here, I don't know if it must have been a couple of years ago, when Mark Wood, I think he bowled the fastest spell recorded in history over, you know, if you, on aggregate over every delivery on his 5 or 6 over spell. I mean, there was actually gasps in the crowd when some of the speeds were coming up, 95 miles an hour. Anyway, here is Matt Fisher and Devon Conway. First ball with Matt Fisher now bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. So this is, again, what we're talking about. He seems to be searching for his natural line and his length as well. Length has been there, but it's the line that he seems to be struggling with a bit. Yeah. And this ball is comfortably pushed out into the covers for a run. 13 without loss, and that brings Latham back on strike. Yeah,
changing the field because he came over the wicket. He wants to bowl a little bit straighter. You see he's now wanting other positions to be certainly the man at finally. That's Jofra Archer go to his right and be squarer. And that's because he's now changed. And if he gets it a little bit wrong, he's got a catcher at leg gully, and then he wants him wide of that on the boundary.
Okay, round the wicket now. Ooh, a little prod from Latham. And that wasn't far from the outside edge. 13 without loss then, New Zealand.
If New Zealand can get through this first session and be 2 down, that's a good result for them. I don't care whether they're 70 or 60 or even 50. 2 for 50, it doesn't matter. The runs are not as significant as the wickets, because then things will ease as you get to 30 overs, and for the batsman they'll be more comfortable.
Here is Fisher. This is a touch fuller and defended. That did seem away from Tom Latham, that delivery. We've seen the ball cut back in. That one went away. Good signs for Matt Fisher, but I think you're absolutely right. I think it's about preserving the wickets, because New Zealand's tail does start early. Possibly not earlier than England's now, but certainly was the case at Lord's. And of course, no Kane Williamson. Fisher's in, and this is guided, glanced down to long leg, where it's fielded by Jofra Archer.
Yeah, well, no one can really replace what Kane Williamson provides for the New Zealand side. I mean, he's certainly joined one of what is quite a small select group, you'd have to say, of New Zealand's greatest players. 9,500 runs, just over, and averaging over 50 and 3300s. You know, going out at number 3 to subdue the new ball and the fresh bowlers and the new wicket.
Fisher over the wicket and targeting the pads of Conway, who comes forward and defends on the move. Pushed out to mid-wicket, no run.
So he's bowling straighter there, isn't he?
He is.
And he's brought the extra man over to the leg side. So instead of 3 on the leg side, there's a 4th one there in that sort of short catching mid-wicket area. And I noticed, what was it, in Ireland, he was caught in that area as well when he played the test before arriving in England. So that's not a bad ploy, I don't think. Bring the stumps into play.
Fisher again. Has he been caught down the leg side? He has! Conway walks off, doesn't even look at the umpire. And Matt Fisher, 4 years out the side, with his final ball of his 3rd over, has struck on the morning of the first day of the 2nd test. Conway has been caught behind for 9. He's frustrated, but England jubilant. New Zealand 14 for 1.
Short ball outside the leg stump. It's that angle and perhaps has gone away slightly because of the natural sort of swing that Fisher can get. And it hasn't bounced dramatically, more of a height for a pull shot than a hook shot. And it's just obviously hit the gloves as it's gone through to Roux. Roux gets his first catch. Fisher gets his first wicket in 4 years, or however long it's been for him. So delight for those two. And of course for Root, he'll be delighted that the first wicket has fallen. And now that brings a new man really to, not new to Test cricket at all, but to number 3 and certainly playing in Test cricket. Henry Nicholls now walks out, as I said, 4 number 3s for New Zealand. That's why I thought that perhaps Young might be brought into this side. He's been over playing here in England for Notts. He's played here and got runs at the Oval before. And I just wondered whether New Zealand might break those 4 left-handers up a little bit with Young, but that's not the case. They're going with Nicholls, so he comes to the crease. That was the end of the over, I think, from Fisher. So it's now Archer to bowl, and just a good timely wicket for England.
Absolutely. Yep. Henry Nicholls, who's been batting at 3 for Canterbury, 3 or 4, scored more runs than anybody else in the domestic 4-day competition, the Plunket Shield, and he's back in the New Zealand side. At the non-strikers end, though, as Archer is in, and it's Latham who's beaten. Archer has bowled wonderfully well, and again, just getting a bit more bounce out of this track, and Latham just steps down the track and does a little bit of gardening.
Yeah, that's been another feature of the overs that we have seen so far, is that I've noticed that Roux is sometimes taking the ball, and that's why I've mentioned it, you know, going below his knees and round his ankles from where he's standing. That one bounced a little bit more, and that surprised Latham. So just a bit of variable bounce in this surface so far.
Not again. Here is Archer, left alone by Latham, and again, good bounce and carry taken by James Roux, who will also be feeling a little bit better about things after taking his first catch, as you say, to dismiss Devon Conway. Caught down the leg side. It had been a flirty innings from Conway, but he will feel aggrieved because I'm not sure it was a particularly good ball. There has been a leg slip in place when Archer has been bowling. But there you go. Archer again, full again, and this is driven by Tom Latham. And as Jeremy Coney mentioned in the over before last, he's not trying to play this square of the wicket, he's playing with a full face. And that means that he connects sweetly, and the ball is fielded just inside the boundary at long on for 3. Score moves on. New Zealand 17 for 1, Devon Conway's gone for 9. And that means that Henry Nicholls is about to face his first delivery in some time. He has played against Zimbabwe in Test cricket, but against England, you've got to go back a few years. He's been on the outer.
Now bringing that short mid-wicket in for Henry. So there's 4 on the leg side and 5 on the off. No one at cover, but just fighting the drive.
Just 2 slips in place, and this is down the leg side and taken by Roux.
Fidgety little shot, wasn't it, from Henry Nicholls, looking to work it into the leg side. It was outside leg stump, work it, but he brings that leg slip into play if he can't control it and keep it down. So nervous times for him. Gosh, we've got people who are on debut. We've got people coming back from various times. We mentioned Fisher. This is the same for Nicholls. Hasn't played too many tests. Yes, you're right. Last one was against Zimbabwe.
And Archer is in now. And Nicholls trying to get on the front foot. Shapes to play and then lifts the arms up and rides the bounce. And yeah, you can feel there's some nerves there.
Basically replacing Young really in the New Zealand side by just the weight of runs that he's scored in the New Zealand first class level. the level of county championship for New Zealand. We call it the Plunket Shield. And he's just scored loads of runs there, batting at number 3 sometimes. So it's not a foreign position for him, but of course this is a level up.
Flex of the knees. Oh, what happened there? Was that a full toss? Which he's completely lost the sight of the ball, I think, Henry Nicholls there. It's wasn't on the stumps, otherwise we could have had a Chris Cairns, Chris Reed situation. But through to the keeper. End of the over. And New Zealand find themselves 17-4-1. Henry Nicholls, 34 years of age, as most of this top 6 are. Oh, I'm off. Cool, have I been going on and on and on? I have. Well, we're both off.
It is early to do that, John, but
It is a bit, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm getting excited, getting carried away. I will just finish that stat, though, because Henry Nicholls has scored runs for New Zealand, and crucially scored more Test centuries than Will Young, who's not managed to do so. I'll have a look. There's Matt Fisher set to continue. Round the wicket, and this is left alone. Manners is coming in after a word from Jerry, and he'll be joined very shortly by Jared or Matt Pryor. Lost track of the running order.
So 17 without loss. It's been a cautious start so far from New Zealand. In fact, a cautious start from both sides, really. Fisher finding his line and his length. Slightly variable bounce, slower from some areas of the pitch than the others. Maybe that's because of the brown nature and the green nature. Manners, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Afternoon, yes, indeed. Down the leg side from Matt Fisher, and taken nicely by James Rue. Quick feet, didn't need to dive for that one. It was a long way down the leg side. 17-1 New Zealand, asked to bat first by Joe Root, who won the toss. We're into the 8th over. One of the many quirks of our commentary position here at the Oval is that we can't hear each other because we're right in the crowd when we're not on air together. Here is Matt Fisher again, bowls on the back foot now, punched away by Henry Nicholls into the offside, into the covers. No run. Tom Latham has 8 off 27. Henry Nicholls yet to score. England on the attack. I was just saying, Jeremy, that the difficulty is even when we're not actually on air together with headphones so we can hear each other. I mean, I came and stood behind you and John for 5 minutes just so that I didn't repeat any themes that you may have been talking about. I can't hear a word.
Can't hear any themes.
Here is Fisher again, down the leg side again, and may just have been a flick on the thigh pad, nicely taken by Rue again, and there's no run. But I mean, it's a pleasure being in the crowd, being outside.
Oh, I love it.
In the open air. It's
but
a
you're
real
right.
pleasure.
There are some disadvantages, but nevertheless, I like being down almost at ground level, Manners, and you feel very much part of the game. Quite often, you get terrific height, and you can get to see, but you don't get the feeling of really being engaged in the match.
Here's Fisher again outside the off stump, and it's left alone.
I do recall very vividly the last time you and I sat in this position. We were reversed positions, actually. You're on my right, you were on my left then. And what an hour's play that was to complete India versus England, the fourth test match? Fifth was it? Yes. And India fighting like mad to try and claim the match, which they did. And what a fantastic, wasn't it?
Amazing,
yeah.
Amazing. You know, the final morning.
Let's hope we get a game like that.
Well, half as good would be right. No, it was I think there's maybe a little bit more life in this pitch at this stage. Anyway, here's Fisher again, bowls outside the off stump to Latham, leaves alone, 3 slips in a gully, but that was a little bit too wide. He was getting good shape through the air, Matt Fisher. It was absolutely brilliant. I mean, it was the 5th test in a row that went to the 5th day, and from memory, England required 36 on the final morning with 4 wickets in hand, and it was just absolutely riveting drama. Of course, with Chris Woakes coming out to bat with his arm.
Oh, the last, yes, of course. Under his jersey. He'd hurt his shoulder diving down in front of us.
Dislocated it. Didn't
Yes.
He? Yeah.
And having to not face a ball, carrying his bat in the other, so he's slightly off balance when he ran. They ran a bye at one stage to get him off strike. It was all happening. The whole game was fantastic cricket. So that was certainly a memorable moment for Manners and I, that was for sure. So we're just changing at the moment. The gully. Duckett has gone now. Bethel has come in there, and Duckett now backward point with Henry Nicholls on strike.
Jordan Cox leg slip, 2 slips in the gully, as he says. Josh Tongue is in again, round the wicket, and Henry Nicholls tries to work it away behind square on the leg side, doesn't make contact, hits him on the pad, on the thigh pad.
Nicholls really has, when he's played for New Zealand, has been more of a middle order player, down at number 5 and 6, maybe 4 as well, but not up as high as this. And so this is quite a challenge for him. I've mentioned that he has batted 3 when he's played for Canterbury in New Zealand, but he's looking to score at the moment, when I think more defence-oriented game might serve him better.
I think he's beaten here outside or past the inside edge maybe, into the gloves of James Rew. Good pace from Josh Tongue. He's my impression of Henry Nicholls is that he's very streaky. He went through a terribly fallow period for almost a year and a half, where he was fortunate to have kept his place in the team. A lot of faith was shown in him, but his career, he's got 10 hundreds. You know, he's played 58 Test matches, averaged just a tick under 40. He's clearly a quality cricketer, but not perhaps the most consistent. The holy grail, consistency. Right. Who's being right? Emilio Gay is coming in at short leg, deep short leg, if there is such a thing. Turned away, past Emilio Gay, dives to his right, couldn't get a hand to it, tucked away nicely by Henry Nicholls, and it'll be enough to get him off the mark, and New Zealand move up to 19 for 1. Just before you go, your assessment of the pitch, I think you were talking about the pitch, the colour of it, and whether it's what it's been offering in the first. I couldn't hear you, I was trying.
No. Thank you for sounding as if you're interested, Manners. Yeah, look, we can see that there is live grass on this surface. There are also streaks of brown through it. So I think with the new ball you can expect some assistance from the surface itself.
Tongue in again, outside the off stump, left alone.
What has surprised me is that it hasn't been quick. There hasn't been, that pace and carry that you'd like to see with your fast bowlers. Rew has been standing back and taking the ball sometimes down kind of shin to ankle height, which made me think, oh, he's a little bit deep, but then there'd be one that has carried through quite nicely around about sternum height, if you like, taking it reverse cup. So there's variation, I think, in bounce.
Tongue in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone. 19 for 1.
There's a lot of oohing and ahhing out there as New Zealand are letting the ball go. Hasn't hit the stumps yet, but the bowlers are certainly encouraged that they're threatening those stumps. And really, New Zealand are just having to work. They've lost their first wicket, and now out comes Henry Nicholls in the place of Kane Williamson, of course. And he's a major loss in this side, even if not in his best form in the last few Test matches he's played. He's such a quality player. It looks like they're going to change the field here now because of the way that the New Zealanders are looking to play the ball down when it's straight into the leg side. Leg gully, leg slip.
Matt Fisher's come up with a long leg. And he's looking to work this through the leg side, and there's a big appeal, but it sounded like there were 2 noises to me. Just maybe an inside edge onto the pad, but it's certainly England are on the attack, and New Zealand are happy to bide their time. Tom Latham has 8. Henry Nicholls off the mark with that 2 through the leg side. 19 for 1, losing the toss, being put into bat. Joe Root said that They want to try and make use of the conditions while they are still fresh and new. There might be something in it in the first day, but the oval's been very flat in recent years, hasn't it?
It has. This first session, as I was saying before to John, is the session you need to be very watchful and careful. I've seen sides 6 and 7 down at lunch at this venue this season, but then after lunch, I mean, we've seen players at 9 and 10 get 100. So there have been totals of 300, but they're not constructed in the way that you might imagine. Loss of wickets in the first session and then more runs coming the later in the day.
That was the Sussex match, wasn't it?
Correct.
Second game of the
That's
season.
correct.
It's extraordinary.
Yeah.
Ollie
But there's
Robinson
been
made 100 at
600s.
number 10.
Yeah, there's been 600 scored here. If the opening players can look after the middle order, they can thrive later on in the day when conditions get flat. The ball gets a little flat as well, and the clouds clear away, and you can score quickly here. Good value for runs across this huge square across the ground where all the practice pitches are.
Matt Fisher runs away from us from the Vauxhall end, and it's clipped away by Tom Latham up towards Jofra Archer mid-on. It's no run. It's an absolute picture, the oval currently. So we talk to you from the Vauxhall end. We're right in the crowd. There's literally some spectators within touching distance of us with cool pints of lager, and it's packed. It's absolutely packed. And obviously the crowd start to thin out as they go and find some lunch and drinks on the concourse below us. Outside the off stump again from Fisher, and taken behind by James Rew. But at the moment, everybody in their seats. Away to our left at the far end of the ground, the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. The Galadari stand always looks quite precarious to me. It's uncovered, and there are 3 tiers. The top tier is that really does look like an adrenaline game being seated up there outside the off stump, and again left alone by Latham. But you almost want to have one of those bars they put across your waist on a roller coaster car. Anyway, that's the only stand that I can see any empty seats, but in the JM Finn stand, which accounts for 60% of the seating here at the Oval, in which we are seated, you can hardly see an empty seat anywhere. Here's Matt Fisher running away from us. 3 slips, Gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, and a leg slip as well, as Latham again plays defensively, guiding it out towards cover. Emilio Gay comes running in to do the fielding. A reminder, Joe Root won the toss, decided England would make first use of the pitch with the ball in hand, and Devon Conway is the only man out, caught behind by James Rew off Matt Fisher for 9. 14 for 1, has subsequently become 19 for 1, with Tom Latham 8 from 34 balls, so he's certainly not in a rush, as I say, biding his time. Here is Fisher again, over the wicket now to Latham, pushes away defensively on the offside again, and there's no run.
Probing, isn't it? It's slightly a probing attack from Fisher. I see him more as a number 3 bowler rather than opening bowler, but he's been able to keep the runs down, that's the first thing, and he's challenging from different angles, round the wicket, over the wicket, even though they're all, as I say, 4 left-handers for New Zealand to open up here, and that one just swung back a little bit, so that'll encourage him to bowl a fuller length.
Here is Matt Fisher again, and swings this one into the left-hander, maybe inside edge onto pad, collected at leg, backward square leg by Jamie Cox.
One of the exciting
Jordan
crossing the Jordan River, but the Galadari stand you're just talking about, away to our left, that kind of is an extension of the pavilion in a way, but up on top, just to its left, is the bar, and that's Sylvester Clarke's bar, and they always have around about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening, they bring out the special punch that he used to drink. And that's when it does become dangerous. And you see they're all leaning on quite a large, high glass kind of, and that's necessary after a couple of Sylvester's punches.
Josh Tongue continues, and Henry Nicholls leaping onto the back foot, nudges it away past mid-on, wide of mid-on for a single. They think about a second to decline it. Is that open to the public?
He was quick.
The Galadari bar. Is that?
I'm not
or
sure.
Is that invitation
I
only?
think it might be.
Members?
That whole area up. Yes, that's right. It's part of your subscription. Come and have a punch with us. And boy, was he quick. Sylvester Clark. I remember facing him. He was bowling in sand shoes, and he just ran in. He not a big gather and a big run up to him, but just pure balance and pace. So he was lethal at times. No one liked facing him when he played
for Surrey. You might not know the answer to this, but let me ask you. It is said, Jeremy, that here is Josh Tongue again, and this one is clipped away behind square on the leg side. You may or may not know the answer. It goes through for a single. It is said that Viv Richards, it is often said that Viv Richards never wore a helmet, but the truth is that he did, and it is said that two occasions he wore a helmet in England when he played county cricket.
Did right against Surrey.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Playing for Somerset against Surrey. Yeah, he was something special, that man, and so's his drink.
But much later in the day, perhaps we'll get the opportunity to go over to the Galadari bar and sample it. I'm completely intrigued now. Here's Tongue again, outside the off stump. It's left alone by Henry Nicholls and taken behind by James Rew. 3 debutants today for England. First time that they've had 3 debutants in the starting 11 since 2017. That was a test match against South Africa. I had completely forgotten that Tom Westley was one of those 3. Toby Rowland-Jones another. Here is Tongue again. Forward comes Henry Nicholls playing defensively, pushing that one up the ground towards mid-off. No run there. 3 slips, Gully, leg slip as well. Jordan Cox. So a short mid-on, and I'm absolutely delighted to be the person who welcomes on air for the first time today, Matt Pryor.
Manners, what a pleasure it is to be back with you at this cricket ground. The sun's out, a bit of rain earlier, I was worried about it, but the sun has come out now.
Beautiful day, isn't it? Tongue in again, forward comes Nicholls, pushing defensively to mid-off. It's an absolute belter. I've just been describing as best I can the scene, and you know, I don't know whether the feeling ever wears off, and it's been a while for you since your retirement, but just the fact that you have experienced the stage, that you've been there so many times, not just at this ground of course, but it's I mean, I feel uplifted just being here. It's beautiful being in the crowd as well. It's not a unique commentary position, but it's very rare in the world of cricket. Here is Tongue again, bowls down the leg side. Nicholls flicks, misses, taken by Rew. But you know, you've done it. You've been on the stage, and now you get to watch.
It's great fun watching, I must say. Did a few Q&As this morning, and actually the point came up. 3 debutants. What was it like? Do you remember your debut? And of course I do. 2007 at Lord's. And as I was describing it, the excitement was literally coming back, and I suddenly had this unbelievable envy and jealousy of the 3 debutants who get to have that moment stepping out onto the oval in front of this crowd, sun shining. I mean, for a cricketer, the work you've done, the sacrifices you've made, it is the only place, or certainly for an England cricketer, it's the only place you want to be. So very envious of these 3 young lads making their debuts for England today.
One of them, Sonny Baker, is about to bowl his first over. You know, the last time fast bowler made a Test debut with so few first-class games. Sonny Baker's played just 13 first-class games. His name was Dale Steyn. Sonny Baker, if he has a career half as good as the South African quick, he'll have done well. But here he is, first ball in Test cricket for Sonny Baker, running away from us from the Vauxhall end, around the wicket too. No! Tom Latham, and he's up onto his toes, pushes it defensively up to mid-on, no run.
It's interesting that, because I saw Sonny Baker interviewed, and Dale Steyn is his hero. And he was talking about how he's watched every clip of Dale Steyn bowling, different conditions, different pitches, and he loved the way that Steyn could go through the gears, but always had enough energy at the end to bowl that 90-mile-an-hour delivery, and also the celebrations. So Sonny Baker, from what I've seen of it, has a lot about him. He'll be quite aggressive, and he'll be at the batsman, just like Dale Steyn.
Baker in again, and second delivery's tucked off his pads nicely by Latham down towards long leg. To be fielded by Tongue, and they go through for a single. New Zealand losing the toss, being asked to bat first, now 22 for 1. I didn't know that. I think Sonny Baker's infectiously enthusiastic, isn't he? And you know, we all know the story about him from years, because he had stress fractures of the back. He was told by a dietitian or a biokineticist that he needed to supplement his diet with bone broth, and so he's taken to boiling, making it himself. You can buy it, as you would know, Matt, as somebody who's dabbled in the nutrition business, sports nutrition. Here is Sonny Baker in a good delivery, pace and bounce outside the off stump, and a play and a miss from Henry Nicholls. That was good delivery from Sonny Baker. Anyway, it's all worked out for him. 22 years old, no stress fractures. Bone broth to the good.
So he makes his own bone broth?
yeah, it does.
Wow, okay.
Apparently it smells, so he needs to...
I don't doubt it. That was a great last delivery from him, it must be said. Just nipping away from the left-hander. Foot fuller, and he'll get the edge.
3 slips in a gully, under leg slip. Oh, and that is just playing a miss outside the off stump. Momentarily thought I heard a nick, but around about the time that the ball was passing the edge, and Henry Nicholls just looks like he was hurried a bit there. Jofra Archer bowled very quickly. Sonny Baker's known to be quick.
Yeah, he is quick, that's for sure. It'll be interesting. Yeah, the ball just goes past. A bit of a loose shot. New Zealand batsmen have been circumspect, have been very watchful. This ball has done a little bit. It'll be interesting. It's just that length again. If he can get it just a yard fuller, that's what Ollie Robinson does very well when the ball is moving, because he bowls that fuller length. He tends to catch the edge.
Quick from Sonny Baker, and there's an edge. Is there onto the pad? It's returned. Baker takes the catch. Speculative appeal. Initially there was great excitement, but there was no edge, and fairly easy decision for the umpire. It's Nitin Menon square leg. The standing umpire is... No. Is that Nitin Menon? Yes, it is. Adrian Holstock is at square leg. It is Nitin Menon. He's been on the same diet as you. he's half the man he was. Gosh, he's a very fine umpire. Here is Sonny Baker again, and it's down the leg side, and there's an edge of some sort, or contact of some sort. Very excited Jordan Cox is all over this one, running in from leg slip. It was taken by James Rue. There was definitely contact, definite noise. I didn't imagine that. England have gone for the review because Nitin Menon said not out. It sounded a bit soft to you, did it?
Yeah, it sounded very more pad-like than bat.
Behind. The original decision is not out.
But England did go up straight away. They were very excited about it.
Well, we're having a look now at the first replay, where there'll be a couple, no doubt. Just looks like it thigh pad. Question is, there may have been a little tickle on it from the bat before it touched the thigh pad. No?
No, there looks like there's a gap there. Clear
between bat and ball.
Gap
Also
between
got a
bat
flick
and
on
ball.
the thigh pad, so we go back to Nitin on field. Nitin, stay with your original decision of not out.
Let's talk about James Rew then. I mean, not absolutely ideal preparation. He's being told, I think yesterday evening, that he would actually make his debut, having been on standby. But Jamie Smith has been given the test match off to be with his partner after the birth of their second child. Seems, I mean, he's a regular keeper, and people talk about his batting a lot, don't they? I mean, 1200s, and they kind of tend to either forget about his glove work or take it for granted. But you've obviously seen him before.
Yeah, I've been impressed today, because again, on this stage it's very different. The ball's been swinging, it's been wobbling around a little bit, his feet have been good. I've enjoyed the presence he has as well in the field between the overs.
Here's Josh Tongue, and it's pushed away defensively by Latham. Tell us more about that.
Well, you're always looking for the wicketkeeper to be the drummer in the band, to build an intensity around the batsman. That's really your job. The captain's worrying about the bowlers and changing the fields and everything else. The wicketkeeper really has to step up and create or help create the environment and the intensity, make the batsman feel hunted, because ultimately it's not 11 versus 11, it's 11 versus 2, isn't it? And you want those two batsmen to feel like they're being hunted.
Josh Tongue in again, clipped very nicely, sweetly off his pads. That is beautifully timed for 4 by Henry Nicholls. Just a little bit too full and too straight from Josh Tongue, and it takes New Zealand up to 26 for 1. That's going to be difficult on debut. I mean, you know, you want to keep your head down. Your instincts, I guess, you know, keep your head down, keep your mouth shut, don't make any mistakes, just get through the first morning.
Well, I think nowadays it's the opposite. I think it was really interesting to see a Ben Stokes Instagram post last night where he sort of congratulated the debutants and sent the message, do what you've been doing.
Left alone, hits him on the pad, no shot offered, but it was outside the off stump. I don't think it was going to hit. That was really fascinating, wasn't it? I mean, we haven't heard a word. We've read we've read a word. We haven't heard a word from Ben Stokes. But yeah, that was good. Good to see that he's alive and well.
I loved it.
So
I thought it was brilliant. And coming back to our point about the debutants, actually what James Rew should be doing today is exactly what he's been doing for his county. Shouldn't, and then that is ultimately the test, is can you keep playing the way you play? If he is the drummer in the band, usually, then he should be doing exactly the same today.
Another one on the pads. Was there contact with the bat? Again, the appeal for leg before began, but was quickly curtailed. Jofra Archer is spending a bit of time chatting to Josh Tongue. He's fielding at mid-off, and there's I don't know whether, what is it, swinging, is it seaming, is it bouncing, how are you feeling? Rhythm looks good. Just always good to see. Jofra Archer gives the impression in the public eye that he's very laid back, doesn't say much and whatever, but when you speak to the England players, they're always referring to him buzzing around the squad and being busy and always having something to say and contributing to the team when he's not bowling. Outside the off stump here from Josh Tongue, left alone again, and there's no run. But that wouldn't be a surprise to you. You probably know a few cricketers who are quite different in the public eye than they are in the private confines of the team in the change room.
I think the majority are. I remember where there was always James and Jimmy Anderson, of course. The minute he stepped foot on the pitch, he turned into a very angry guy. And in the dressing room, he was always very jovial and mucking around with his mate Graham Swan.
Full and straight and clipped to wide of short mid wicket up towards mid on, and they trot through for a single.
Man, it's just going back to James Rew and making his debut, and I think it's a really good point. We've heard a huge amount about his batting, the prowess, the stats back it up, the hundreds he scores, and we know that in this day and age, that is a crucial part of the wicketkeeper's makeup. In fact, it's the most important part, I would say, is scoring runs and being able to score runs, hundreds, and average 40 plus possible. But that doesn't mean you can drop catches. And it doesn't mean you can't bring the energy from a wicket-keeping perspective. So heard so much about Roux from the batting side, but it's really interesting to watch him keeping wicket and the craft of wicket-keeping. Because, of course, the challenge up here, and we're sat at the Oval where Surrey play, and their big challenge has been Ben Foakes, who keeps wicket for the first-class team. Jamie Smith plays in, but Jamie Smith is the England wicket-keeper, but can't get a game for Surrey because they pick Foakes, who's the better wicket-keeper. England, different. They're going for the batsman who they feel will do a very good job with the gloves. It's a constant... I mean, how long has this conversation been going on? From Russell and Stewart, probably.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, you're part of the generation that changed the perception of the role of the wicketkeeper. You know what's interesting? Every England player has just got their surname on their back, apart from James Roux, who's got J. Roux on his back. So Scott Taylor, our mischievous producer, with eagle eye spotted this, and he says maybe that's in anticipation of T. Roux also playing for England, because Thomas, they say, is dare you whisper it, but even better.
He's actually the real one to watch out for. He is another one that is a... I mean, the Roux family must be quite proud. But yeah, that is an interesting spot.
Thomas is just turned 8. Well, no, he turned 18 a couple of months ago. But James was an ever-present in the England under-19 team that reached the final of the 2022 under-19 World Cup and made his first-class debut immediately after that. He's played 64 games, first-class games, and Thomas was still at school, King's College Taunton. They both went. That's a bit of a production line of cricketers come out of King's College.
I'd love to know what their school stats were. That'd be pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, you won't be surprised that in one season, James's aggregate was a school record, which Thomas then broke 2 years later. So they're prolific, prodigious.
Like a mean game of garden cricket. Can you imagine?
Neither of them bowls.
Oh, actually, that's a good point.
They're both keepers. So can you imagine that? Whoever was batting, which is the other one, would have never have got him out.
Well, their mum or dad must be exhausted from the amount of balls they would have had to throw at them.
Exactly right. Sonny Baker, drinks have been taken and enjoyed on a warming up morning. Down the leg side from Sonny Baker, clipped away off his pads, off his thigh pad by Latham for another couple. What do you make of the pitch? It looks green, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's seaming all over the place.
No, it looks a good pitch. I think a bit of rain this morning, of course, brought up a bit of, I think, extra green, a bit of an extra green tinge. Joe Root opting to have a bowl and try and use those conditions. The ball has swung, but the pitch has played well. It's always a good wicket here at the Oval, isn't it? And I think it's only going to get better.
Baker again, and pushed away by Tom Latham, just for a single on this occasion. Jacob Bethel does the fielding. Good is... Sometimes it's been, they've been, this season anyway, a little too good. And when they're a little too good, they become not very good. They've been a bit flat, haven't they?
Yes, that is always the risk here at the Oval. It's a good batting surface, let's put it that way. And also the outfield is so fast. As we look out, the square literally goes from one edge of the boundary all the way to the other. So any ball you hit square of the wicket just races away. So it's usually quite a fast scoring ground as well, which shows England have bowled well so far, as the run rate's only just over 2 and over so far.
Baker again, left alone outside the off stumps. New Zealand top three, all left-handers, have been happy to leave as much as possible. There are more pitches at the Oval than any other ground in the world.
I think England will be happy with their work so far. One area I would have changed potentially, right arm bowlers who are swinging it back into the left-handers have come round the wicket predominantly. Of course, the one wicket taken has come from over the wicket. I would like to see Sonny Baker now actually, can he come over the wicket, try and open up that LBW or bowled opportunity.
Pushed away off the back foot by Nichols for another single towards cover. Jacob Bethel does the fielding.
I get it, very much get it as an option if the ball isn't swinging. And you're trying to take it towards the slips, create an angle from around the wicket, but with the ball swinging and swinging quite a lot back into the left-hander. Josh Tongue as well, who swung it nicely today. He was around the wicket. I think there's have England just missed a trick a little bit of maybe having a couple overs and back to orthodox, over the wicket, bring the stumps into play, bowl that fuller length. Of course, if the ball does hold up, it still goes towards the slips. You can challenge the outside edge still.
Here is Baker again, bowls, left alone once more, pace and bounce this time. He's got an interesting run up, particularly at the beginning, Sonny Baker. It seems like it would be hard to repeat, because he has this, looks like a random stutter for 3 or 4 half paces, then he skips in the air and then he begins his run up, but all of that randomness takes place before his bowling mark, I've noticed. So
it's like a triple jumper getting prepared, or a high jumper. Now they do the sort of hop, skip and a jump.
The visualization outside. Oh gosh, that one bounced twice. I don't know whether that was an attempted slower ball, a different kind of delivery from Sonny Baker, but anyway, yeah, it's so he actually, when he begins his run up proper, it is right next to the bowling mark, so that's why he doesn't overstep. 31 for 1. Another word from you, Matt. Do you know what? We have listeners from all over the world, and every now and then we say, if you're listening somewhere exotic, do drop us a note. And we had over 100, almost 100 countries and territories last year, which is absolutely brilliant. But I want someone to message us from Cape Verde. If you're listening to us in Cape Verde, that's the country of the world at the moment. Anyway, Jon Norman will be with you. Matt, can you describe this ball, please?
Tongue in again. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's that fuller length. Again, good amount of swing back into the left-hander. Nichols, who just gets an inside edge onto it, goes out to square leg for the single. Latham back on strike. He's currently 18 of 49 balls. Nichols 5 of 21. New Zealand batsmen have been watchful. They're now 32 for 1.
Carry on.
Do this all day, John.
Well, you might end up doing all day if Manners got anything to do with it. Normally, ball-by-ballers can't wait to get off air. Continuing is Josh Tongue from the pavilion end. Tom Latham just defending this out to short mid-wicket. Yeah, I was thinking, I'm going to get 15 minutes with Matt on air. Well, it's 5 minutes before you've got to race back to the PCA. But you'll be with us later today and tomorrow as well. I'm not sure what you and Manners have been chatting about, but Jeremy Coney early on today said he doesn't care about the runs scored, he says. As long as there's only 2 wickets down by lunch, they could be 50 for 2, and that will be okay. This Tongue in again. This is a bit of a drag down, actually. Very, very wide, touch short, and left alone by Latham.
I think Jeremy's right. From a New Zealand perspective, put into bat. England obviously hopeful that the ball's going to be doing its most in the early hours of the test match. And as the New Zealand batsmen just play, doesn't matter about runs, you can score runs quickly at the Oval. We know that as it flattens out later on. Weather forecast is set fair for the rest of the day. The sun's going to be shining.
Josh Tongue continuing. And quickly taken single. Well, the reaction of the bowler is that Henry Nichols, who set off really quickly at the non-striker's end, may just have been dawdling as he approached the crease. Did he get his bat down as Josh Tongue tried to side foot the ball onto the stumps? Reaction from the bowler is that possibly that could have been a bit closer than Henry Nicholls was thinking. Latham was quite late to get off strike, but he wasn't running to the danger end, and I think Henry Nicholls would have been okay, but he was a little bit more relaxed, wasn't he, than maybe he should have been. That would have been embarrassing. You would have played against Henry. Was Henry Nicholls playing back in 2013? That tour, your tongue is in. Short delivery, and just for a second, Henry Nicholls thinks to take this on. There's a big gap at square leg. Loads of room out there, nobody on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but at the last minute, gets big on him, and he withdraws the bat, and that's probably the right call.
Yeah, he's played that beautifully. I mean, that was a ripper of a bouncer. Very happy to be sat here watching that one. It's good pace as well. Can't see the speed gun. Look, good pace. Well played by the New Zealand batsman.
Just pushing 90 miles an hour, that one. 88 miles an hour. It looked fast, but coming from a good height as well, as Henry Nicholls, this time, tucking off his hips. Plays this nicely, and he'll get to deep square leg as long leg runs round to field. 35 for 1. It's beautiful, beautiful day here at the Oval. And I suppose what we want is a good contest, and on a pitch which allows that balance. Good value for runs, fast outfield, consistent bounce, and a little bit of lateral movement. Not going to see any spin again, which is a shame. But so far, and we do know how this pitch often plays out, so far this has been all of those things.
It has. It's done enough for the bowlers. Swung consistently. It's been a good battle.
35 for 1 then. Sonny Baker on debut runs in, and this is pushed through the gap between backward point and cover, and Tom Latham, cover point. Tom Latham will come back for a second. How have you assessed? You do have to head off at the end of the over, but how have you assessed this, the early forays into Sonny Baker's Test career?
I've been very excited to see him bowl. You know, the minute he says his hero is Dale Steyn and he wants to emulate him, you kind of have to get excited. I think he's been good. I think his pace has been up. He strikes me as a bowler that's going to make things happen. My one bit of advice so far would be just bowl that slightly fuller length.
Here he is around the wicket and inside edge. Latham just beaten for pace, just a touch maybe, comes back for a comfortable second with a stacked offside field. There are runs there if you are going to play across the line, or in that instance you can just tuck it off your hip because he's gone a little bit too straight there, Baker.
Yeah, he has a little bit too straight, but again, that length was perfect. That's exactly what you want on a pitch like the Oval, with good carry, bit of swing. Dragging the batsman forward is what you're always looking for. Mentioned earlier, Ollie Robinson, it's why he gets so many edges, because his natural length is to hit the top of off, dragging the batsman forward. Sonny Baker looks like he just bowls that sort of back of the length.
This is possibly a touch fuller, but it's too wide and left alone. 39 for 1. I mean, you could tell that the nerves were going when he essentially started running in for his first delivery in international Test cricket, but nobody else was actually ready for it.
He was keen, wasn't he? Eager. Let me at him. But you love to see that.
Well, you really do. I remember going to a press conference with Dom Bess when he was brought into the side back in 2017 or something, 28, maybe a bit later than that actually. I came away from it, I was rejuvenated. You know, and you get the same thing with Sonny Baker. There's just that natural enthusiasm, and he's a good communicator as well. And he's in now. This is pitched up and driven to the right of cover point. Emilio Gay gets down smartly to his right to stop what would have been a certain boundary.
See, I love that. Love that. Bowlers tearing in. But you always need to be supported by your fielders. Emilio Gay diving full stretch to his right. It would have been a certain boundary. Moves well, gets low, very good technique in the field, gets a strong right hand out. Saves the boundary. That would give the bowler a tap on the back that he needs as well. As I said earlier, it's 11 versus 2. Remember the game, only 2 batsmen out there. It's 11 fielders.
Yeah, that does feel like a little moment there. Keeping the batter on strike, and this time off the hips. Again, just going a little bit too straight. Cramping Latham for room, but he's comfortably taking 2. Josh Tongue fielding out there, just in front of the boundary, and the new stand that's been erected over the last couple of years. Looks a fine sight. That's where you're heading off back to, I imagine. Got a couple of anecdotes to tell.
I think I used them all up this morning, John.
Some of your best lines. Well, that extended the delay, right? You only had enough material for an hour, and suddenly you're doing...
This is it. I've got to go do another gig.
Oh,
what am I going to talk about?
Okay, last ball of Sonny Baker's third over. The score 41 for 1, and he's in, and he does go full on the pads of Latham, who helps it around the corner for a single. Latham moves to 26. Henry Nicholls back in the side is 7. Baker's first 3 overs have come to an end. He's gone for 12, and this contest continues. We are going to be commentating past 1 o'clock. Well, we're going to be commentating whatever happens, right? But got underway half an hour late because of a little bit of rain. So lunch is at 1:30, and that means we've still got 41 minutes of play. It's so good to have a bit of play, because we've had so much discourse surrounding both of these sides over the last 10 days or so, none of it positive. And so to have some exuberance and enthusiasm and excitement, debutants, batters or players back in the side after long periods out of it, full house here at the Oval, and the game very much being keenly fought between 2 sides who have come to know each other very well over the last few years. New Zealand 42 for 1, and Josh Tongue, continuing at the pavilion end, is bowling round the wicket on the pads of Latham, who clips this to short mid-wicket, no run. How are you doing, Jared?
Very, very good. We've got an incredible view here, our normal view, John, but I don't remember the drone always being completely in our eye line the way it is. Manners has already come up to me and said, "Can you believe this? Look at this. This must be annoying the players." And I was like, "I think it's annoying you, Manners."
I mean, if you're in India, you get dragonflies the size of that, and there's not just one of them. Tongue again, and this is played with a very straight bat by Tom Latham, which is exactly what he needs to do. Big gaps on the leg side. We've got long leg and mid-wicket, but apart from that, in front of the batter, mid-on as well, but Josh Tongue offering up square leg and mid-wicket if Latham wants to play across the line of the ball, and Josh Tongue mixing things up, as Jofra Archer did earlier today, testing the outside edge and then every now and again firing one in on the base of the stumps, and he's in and he does exactly that again. Yorker dug out by Latham, no run.
Yeah, I think he's bowled really well here, Tongue. It is hard to tell sometimes against the New Zealand top order because they play less than 0 shots. So sometimes you think, oh, they've bowled really well, and then you think, oh, have they just not tried to score? But I think so far I've been impressed by Tongue. I like the angle. There's a beautiful bouncer he mistook Henry Nicholls' head off with earlier. He's looked good. He looks like a completely different bowler than he did at the Oval a year ago. The transformation's been dramatic.
Yeah, absolutely. He's in again, and this is pushed out to cover, and Latham, I think, is playing this innings very well indeed. He's playing the conditions and the game situation in a way that he didn't at Lord's, on a track which gave way too much to the bowler, was deemed unsatisfactory. That's very cricket, isn't it? Unsatisfactory. No other sport in the world would have a policy where such a vital part of the game can be deemed unsatisfactory.
Should have been unfit.
It's very public schoolboy, isn't it? Attempted drive. This is a touch fuller, and Nichols gets into a bit of a tangle. Again, that's the shot that Josh Tongue is inviting. Nobody out at cover. There's a mid-off, and that's it on the offside in front of Henry Nichols. But yeah, as a tactic, I'm not sure it was one I would have employed in second innings at Lord's, but here at the Oval, the no-shot policy, I think that's probably what you want until this pit, basically batting it out until this is short, wide, and cut away for 4 by Henry Nichols. That's a rare loose ball from Josh Tongue, and it's been given the treatment.
It's a fascinating shot. It was very short and very wide, and I think Henry Nichols was thinking to himself, not playing a shot, not playing a shot. And then he went, well, I have to at this. It seemed to get stuck in the surface a little bit. I've seen that from the other end. This is the first one I've really seen from this end. Just get stuck in the surface and maybe even seam away, but it was so short and wide that it didn't really matter. And Henry Nichols played a very, very half-hearted cut shot over the top, and he's got a 4 for it.
It was almost apologetic, wasn't it?
Yeah, last minute, not sure how he felt about it, but it was such a poor ball that he had to put it away.
It was almost like, you remember back in the day, well, it wasn't, you don't have to go too far back in the day, when, say, a ball slipped out the back of a bowler's hand and just flew up into the sky and landed, and a batter would just run over and clump it to the boundary. Can't do that anymore. Baker continuing around the wicket, and this is full in on the off stump. Latham defends out to cover, 27. It was a school of thought that, I mean, it's a classic school of thought from anyone not actually selecting a team, that Glenn Phillips could have gone up to 3, and that would allow Mitchell Santner to come in at 7.
Yeah, I actually thought, someone asked me who should bat at 3, and I was like, Santner? I mean, teams have picked worse people to bat number 3 in the last 5 years of Test cricket than Mitchell Santner. Sonny Baker doesn't look, does he? He's kind of like an excitable dog. The umpire put his arm out and then looked back, and he went, okay, Baker's got this. And then Baker continued to run, and the umpire had to almost turn around and get ready to tackle him just in case.
It's a good point, because he did this. We were just talking about this with Matt Pryor. He was nearly up to the umpire to what would have been his first ball in international cricket. I'll just pull away just for a second as Baker's in. This ball's left alone. Yeah, so we were off duty, weren't we? Off duty. We weren't on air, but essentially, Sonny Baker was almost up to the umpire when he realised that his first ball in international cricket was going to have to wait another 30 seconds because nobody was ready for him. And it's because he does have this elaborate, what do you call it, wind-up or build-up? Start of his run-up, essentially, where he's not looking.
It's not the whole time. There's a lot going on. I noticed this a minute ago. I think he looks down, then he's got this hop, then he puts his head down even further.
Yeah. In now, left alone again.
I think the first ball, and that one a minute ago, though, I don't think he even looked up at all, which is different. I think sometimes he does look up a little bit. So maybe it's something to do with the first ball, the over, and he's just trying to, it could be a coaching thing. Keep your head down, keep your momentum forward or something. I'm not sure, but
it wasn't the first ball of this over though. It was the second ball, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, he's bowled 3 deliveries, so I think it was the second ball.
Oh, you might be right. Then I can't explain it. Is it better or worse than what Blair Tickner does?
Well, I was going to say, if Blair Tickner plays in the 3rd Test, no doubt Sky Sports are going to get their run-ups back to back. We'll have a look at them. Continuing Baker round the wicket, and this is pushed back to the bowler. No run.
It's one of those things too. Now, if you're listening to us and you get a chance to watch him bowl, you're going to understand what we're talking about. This fascinating kind of start to his run-up. And I think it's a little bit like once you work out that Morne Morkel can only bowl when he does a semicircle from a certain angle. And unfortunately for you, from that moment forward, that's all you can see about Morne Morkel.
Laura Bell's got a little, a little thing going on as well. Short, and this is ducked by Latham.
I'll try and explain it. It's like 4 to 6 short steps. that he does, and then he gets to a position where he jumps up into the air. Then he puts his head down really, really low, like almost like sprinters used to in the 1930s when they were trying to get over the line a little bit quicker than everyone else. And then he goes into a very bustling run. There's lots of elbows. There's elbows coming back at all times, like a guy trying to get a drink at a nightclub. Although maybe we can't talk about that with England players anymore. ECB's behind us, they might tell me off.
It's all right, you don't speak very loud. I'm sure they haven't heard you. Pushed out to cover point where it's fielded by Amelia Gay, no run.
But yeah, so there's no doubt that's the end of that over as well. 47 for 1 here on talkSPORT.
Coney and McBad. If you're wondering why you can't see us here at the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel commentary box, it's because the sun is beating down on the camera, and Scott, the producer, has covered the camera with a towel.
You might be able to see that. Was that an intentional move?
Well, actually, I thought it was intentional, but the way he just jumped up like he'd been stung by a wasp suggests he hadn't realised that the towel had fallen over the camera.
So, Scott, I'm no expert, but from what I understand, the camera works better when there isn't a towel in front of it. Just write that down, Scott, just in case you need it for later.
It's also out of focus now, Scott. It's focused on the towel and not the people. So it's focused on the towel, not the people. Just to confirm.
I think I've brought it back, haven't I?
Towel cam. Yeah, possibly. Sam's looking good. Sam Ellard, who's alongside me. Thinking of lunch, no doubt. Have you decided what you're doing at lunch yet? No, you've got half an hour. Half an hour. Conrad McBad says, was the crowd this big for Jared's wedding?
It was a very similar. I think it was a grey morning that cleared up. Actually, I'd have to look at the photo. I can't remember what the sky was like. Don't really remember my wedding that much.
Here is Archer, and this is again of the bowlers used. He certainly managed to extract the most bounce out of this pitch, and it is a good pitch. It's been a keen contest. This is pushed out to mid-wicket for a couple. 49 for 1 New Zealand.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, I got married in the long room at the Oval, so just behind where the sight screen is in there at that time. It was before they did all the fancy stuff. Now I think they allowed the bride and groom to have home and away rooms. Lords has done a similar thing. I think some of the other cricket grounds do, but we were very early on this train of wanting to get married at the Oval, but we got the big photo in front of the gas towers, so that looks nice. Isn't that what weddings are really about? One photo?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Archer's in. Oh, this is played uppishly by Henry Nicholls. There was a fraction of width. Went through with the shot, had to go through with the shot. And he will pick up 4 through vacant backward, deep backward point.
Yeah, I think he's decided after the Josh Tongue shot that they are going to bowl that back of a length ball to him. So if there's any width, I think he's just realised this one's outside off stump and he can throw his hands at it. It was probably a worse shot than the last one, but at least this time he fully committed to it and he was in no danger of being caught. Good contact.
Two slips in place. Jordan Cox leg slip. There's Gully, Jacob Bethel, and Archer is in again, this time left alone. There's a smell in the air. Something has just wafted across. Smells like burgers to me.
Oh, I thought it might have been a German sausage.
Maybe it's the camera burn.
It could be the towel.
Could be.
I did.
Please do let us know on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube chat facility if the towel sets on fire. Jeremy Dow says, can we have the boring inside room back, please? And Frank Eastop says, put the towel back. Keep them coming. Manners will be back very shortly. Archer down the leg side. Did you think Devon Conway was unfortunate to get out earlier today? Did you think it was a good ball? Was Matt Fisher bowling to a plan?
I think they perhaps came around the wicket because I think since his debut, Devon Conway's been dismissed that way more than any other batter in world cricket. And
that was the Dom Sibley.
Yeah, Alex
that
Carey.
was leg slip, I suppose, rather than caught. But still, down the leg
it's
side.
all, but they had the leg slip in, and I had a look at it, and yeah, he goes out to that delivery about 50% more than any other player.
Here is Archer. Ooh, shapes to play, then withdraws the bat on the move. Henry Nicholls, 17 not out. Was there a leg slip in place for that delivery?
I think so. I'd have to go back and check the highlights. But
I'm not sure. I thought the leg slip was in for Archer when Archer's bowling. I wasn't sure.
I might not have had it for Fisher, yeah. But he has gone out, caught wicketkeeper a lot that way as well. It wasn't a good. It's one of those things. Sometimes you're trying to nick someone off outside off stump, right? But you don't bowl a very good ball, but you still nick them off outside off stump. I think with Fisher, he probably would have wanted the angle to be slightly more at the ribs or the hip. Sorry, as I pull your earphones out here. And so he got the actual delivery wrong, but that is a big weakness that Conway has.
Archer beaten Nicholls forward and pretends to withdraw the bat at the last minute, but that was a genuine miss. Playing a miss. 53 for 1. Neil Manthorp about to come back. I don't think Devon Conway looked at all set throughout his innings. I don't think Devon Conway's looked at all set throughout any of his innings against England in the last couple of years.
No.
I think that was a case of he was given a working over by Jofra Archer, could have got out on 2 or 3 occasions, and he saw a poor ball from Fisher, and he tried to overhit a ball that didn't get up as much as he thought. And he walks off caught down the leg side. What are you looking at?
Just before, you can leave now, but listen.
Okay, I am going to. Our listeners are leave.
At balls that are going down the leg side, Conway goes out to them 15% of the time, Alex Carey 7% of the time, and normal batters 5.5% of the time. So I think I said
you get paid the big bucks.
I think I said 50%, so it's well above that. So not ideal. Sonny Baker is going to be continuing around the wicket. He's got 3 slips, so we've still got 2 slips at the other end, but we did have a catch and gully and a leg slip, of course. So lots of catches in place as Jon Norman has picked up the microphone.
Here is Baker, first ball of the over, and left alone by Latham. 53 for 1 then, after word from Jared to be manners.
We do have to be careful. We've got an incredible view. It's one of my favourite places in all world cricket to broadcast and write from. I really do love it here, but we are very close to being behind the bowler's arm, so we have to be a bit careful when we come in. You have a similar thing at Trent Bridge in the press box as well, where you're not allowed to stand at one end. We're okay at the moment because Baker is coming around the wicket, but Manners, being the utter professional he is, I'm sure he's never stopped play by standing up behind a bowler's arm.
I can't comment. Driven, not timed, straight to mid-wicket. Yes, I have. Of course I have.
Have you?
Absolutely.
I've never done it.
Yeah.
Never done it. I'm pretty proud of myself.
Didn't you commentate once from Port Elizabeth, St George's Park?
Yes.
Right behind the bowler's arm, 1 floor up. You sort of have to be quite careful there when the windows are open.
I think I did. I would have done talkSPORT and ABC. I don't think I was right behind the bowler's arm in either of those. I think the South African broadcasters might have been right behind the bowler's arms.
Home ground advantage. Here's Sonny Baker again, around the wicket to Tom Latham, who pushes again without timing, without much purpose. Emilio Gay does the fielding, and there's no run. New Zealand 53 for 1.
My memory of the Port Elizabeth broadcasting was when it was the first time we worked together, actually. We were out there, I was out there with ABC, and Jim Maxwell was doing his morning show for ABC before the test match started, and Andrew Simon stormed into the box, took the microphone away and said, "We've got to talk about farming subsidies." And Jim Maxwell, who's about half the size of Andrew Simon, whacked him away and went back to broadcasting.
Here's Baker again, and that's driven out towards Gay again at extra cover, and there's no run. So Andrew Simons' passion about farming and farming subsidies was based on...
I never got to the bottom of that. I believe it might have been the last test that Andrew Simons commentated
being a North
South
Queenslander.
Africa. Yeah, maybe it's something to do with that.
Yeah, he would have known a few people in the farming business.
Yes.
So maybe...
it's possible. He's not quite potato region, Andrew Simons, though, is he?
2 slips and a gully, extra cover mid-off, short mid-on, mid-wicket. That's a Yorker attempted by Sonny Baker, right up in the block hole and dug out by Tom Latham. Guides it into the gully where Jordan Cox does the fielding. Absolutely magnificent day. 97.5% blue sky.
It feels weird to think that it was a delay.
Yeah, Exactly. But the weather forecast had it spot on. It was very, very light rain up until around about 10:30, which was exactly what was forecast as far back as 24 hours yesterday afternoon. Here's Sonny Baker running away from us from the Vauxhall end up to the crease now. Bowls, and Latham struck on the pads once again. A speculative shout from the slip cordon, just the two of them, and the keeper James Rue, who's had a very tidy first morning. Swinging around a bit in the first hour, wasn't it? Swinging late as well.
And there's a weird tackiness to the wicket. Have you seen sometimes with the seam? So Fisher seamed it and swung it early on. So yeah, it certainly moved around it quite a bit. And it's a fascinating wicket because Jofra's got the ball through, tongue a little bit, but even now it does feel like there's just a little bit of moisture there. I think New Zealand have done very, very well. It's just that they're still 53 for 1.
Exactly. I mean, it's an old-fashioned. It's what England might call an investment session. You know, they've bowled very tidily. They've invested a lot.
The old England side, the New England side doesn't understand what's happening.
Yeah.
Why haven't they declared yet?
Been very old-fashioned, hasn't it? In a sense. Here is Jofra Archer again, bowls and steered away by Henry Nicholls, half off the back foot, and then he stepped into it. The tackiness is exactly right. The ball seems to be sort of gripping and stopping, doesn't it?
I don't know if you saw the Henry Nicholls one just before you came on air, but it really did feel like it just stopped in the surface. And I thought with quite a few of Fisher's balls, and also when Sonny Baker has beaten the bat, it's been that kind of delivery again. That's almost gone like an off break, like it's taking something out of the surface on the way through.
There's a leg slip, 2 orthodox slips. Gully, Archer in again, short pull shot, and he's got a bottom edge, and it's deflected away past second slip, bizarrely, down to the boundary, and it's gone for 4. Completely false shot by Henry Nicholls. It's the right shot to play to that delivery, which was back of a length, heading for his rib cage. He tried to pull it behind square on the leg side. Did he get a bottom edge?
I didn't think he did, but it was given runs, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he somehow got a bottom edge, and it's deflected past second slip.
Yeah, I don't think he hit it. I just think it hit his hip. My first instinct, I mean, he might have got a little bit on it, but my first instinct was he just missed that. Yeah, there's only one noise, isn't there? So
4 runs he didn't deserve, but he's got. Nicholls into the 20s then.
He has decided very, very clearly that if the ball is back of a length and it's not hitting the stumps, he's going to play his shots. So he's got a method now.
57 for 1 with those 4. Quick from Archer once again, and that one bounces, and Nicholls plays it up on his toes, defensively into the offside, fielded by big Josh Tongue. 57 for 1. Latham 27 from 74 balls. Henry Nicholls 17 off 34. 3 left-handers in the top 3. Would that have been an issue? I mean, Nicholls is more of a number 5, isn't he?
4 left-handers in the top 4. Isn't Ravindra down at 4?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Sorry.
No. For a minute I wasn't
quite
sure
right. Yeah.
they changed that.
And here's Archer once again from the pavilion end, the members' end, and tries to leg glance it. Does Henry Nicholls? This one definitely hits him on the pad. I'd be most disconcerted if that's given as runs, but it's not. Daryl Mitchell, so he comes in at 5. Do you know what his nickname is?
DJ?
Moose.
Okay.
I wonder why he's called Moose. I don't know the answer, but Moose it is.
And Moose, they're not the really big ones, are they?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah, the Canadian.
Yeah, they're the
moose,
ridiculous
massive.
ones,
Yeah,
okay.
incredible. Here's Archer again, and edge taken at gully. What a catch, Jordan Cox. No, Jacob Bethel, I beg your pardon, takes a screamer in the gully. Tom Latham looking to whip it through the leg side, outside edge, and they're so hard in the gully, particularly because that's come almost 180 degrees in the opposite direction of where the shot was aimed, which was through mid-wicket, and it's ended up at gully. An outside edge, a really top catch from Jacob Bethel. A second wicket, a first for Archer. New Zealand 58 for 2.
Yeah, fascinating dismissal. Those are so tough at gully because you're not seeing the ball coming at you at all, and also the pace of which that went. That's an excellent effort by Jacob Bethel, but Latham got himself in. Obviously felt comfortable enough to play shots. I'm not sure he plays that shot earlier in the day, Manners, and he's decided to play that from, what do we say that? Is it maybe an off-stump line? I don't think it was angled all the way in. And unfortunately, it's just straightened a little bit off this surface. Maybe that's the tackiness that we're talking about again. And this time he's got the outside edge and flown to a very close gully, and Rachin Ravindra at number 4, whose nickname is not Moose. Just assuming.
No, you can't have 2 Moose. I don't know what the plural of Moose is as well. It's probably Moose, isn't it?
So if you have Daryl Mitchell and Mitch Marsh on the same side, you've got Moose and Bison.
That's right.
Probably can't hunt them, can you?
No. Moose, there is a hunting season, isn't there, in Canada?
You can hunt moose?
You can hunt moose for a short period of time. But I think bison are very much protected. They were hunted to the verge of extinction.
I think the producer sent you a message on your phone. I think he's pointing to this. I don't know what he's pointing to. Mitchell got the nickname Moose because he's the son of former All Black rugby coach and player John Mitchell, whose nickname is also Moose. Shouldn't he be Little Moose then?
Moose too.
Moose
Junior.
Yeah. Who is it? There's the NBA player Gary Payton, and he's got one of his sons is called Gary Payton Jr. and the other player is called, and they're both NBA players. So one's called Gary Payton Jr. and the other one's called Gary Payton II, which doesn't even make sense.
You have the second, the third, the fourth sometimes in American.
So if you're going to have a junior and why didn't you call him second and third? Well, deputy junior, I don't know.
2 slips and 2 gullies now for Rachin Ravindra as Archer is into him, and he timed this one beautifully to get off the mark with a boundary through square leg. That was just such a Rachin Ravindra shot. Really good off his hips, beautiful timing, great cover driver. Doesn't have an obvious weakness, and sometimes that can be a weakness in itself when you've got all the shots. Sometimes play them too often too early, but that was a beautiful shot from Rachin Ravindra to get off the mark. 62 for 2.
Yeah, excellent balance. Disappointing from Joffre. He'll be upset at that because a couple of times today, he with the first delivery of the game, I think he did it as well. He bowled a similar ball, which just allowed the pressure to get off. This is a point where they really need to push here for the next 15 minutes or so, because they have bowled well. They've got them at 62 for 2. They don't really want them to be 85 for 2. Well, that one extra wicket could be massive here, especially having won the toss. There's enough in this surface. New Zealand have not played any shots. They've done everything they can to sort of keep it in this way. Fisher's coming back on. So I'm assuming Fisher's only bowled at this end.
Yeah, no one's changed ends
at
the moment. Tell me, have England bowled well this morning? I mean, never mind the score, 62 for 2. I mean, New Zealand have left a lot, have left everything actually that they can. Here is Matt Fisher, and that is edged, and it falls just short of Joe Root. I don't know whether it was edged or whether it came off the thigh pad, but it fell short of Joe Root's at first slip. Have England bowled well, or have they not? Have they bowled too many wide balls? Or?
I think that's their plan. So it's up to you whether you think that is the plan that's right. New Zealand don't play any shots, so I think there's an element of England's like, well, it's not going anywhere. But if this wicket is just moist for this first session, then they probably haven't bowled well. If they continue to get the movement all day, I don't think it's the end of the world. They haven't lost control of the game.
Here is Fisher again. It bounces a bit more actually, and there's a slashing uppercut attempted by Henry Nicholls, and it bounces too much, and it goes over the top edge into the gloves of James Roux. So yeah, people will wonder whether it is a question. See, I mean, New Zealand's approach often, historically anyway, Jared, has been you bowl wide, that's fine, we'll leave it because you're getting tired and the ball's getting older.
It's a bit different with the Dukes, though, isn't it? That makes a bit more sense in New Zealand with the once that Kookaburra ball's flattened out, even when those wickets are green, it's hard to get it to swing or seam or do anything in New Zealand. It's not going to be the case here. There should be consistent movement for a while.
Here's Matt Fisher once again around the wicket to Henry Nicholls, who's forward, playing defensively, studiously, guiding that one straight back to the bowler. Will Young was called up to the New Zealand squad when Kane Williamson retired, Jared. I don't know why, I've always had a soft spot for Will Young. I think probably because he spent much of the last 6 or 7 years as 12th man, and you know,
Professional tourist, isn't it?
he's always filling in when someone was injured, and it's not like he's got a poor record. I mean, he's a prolific player.
New Zealand, I think New Zealand, they always seem to have one guy who just travels around and never plays with them. Jeetan Patel, I think, went on about 30 tours and probably played about 15 games, didn't he?
As you say, there's been a few over the years. Here's Fisher again, and this one defended by Nichols. Once more, straight back to the bowler. We're into the 22nd over. New Zealand 62 for 2. Asked to bat first by Joe Root on his return to the England captaincy. Because they have to travel further than any other cricket team, they do tend to take an extra player in the squad, don't they? Which does lend itself to there being more players who just wear the high vis and serve drinks and don't get a game than any other country. Here is Fisher again around the wicket. Forward comes Nichols again defending. Straight back to the bowler.
Jeetan Patel, 9-year career, and he played 24 tests. And I cannot tell you how many times I saw his name on the squad. We started calling him the backpack. Poor guy, he went on all the tours, but no one really did anything with him. He just got chucked in the corner of the hotel room and you know, played most of his test matches. Actually, it was about half and half between Asia and not in Asia. And it's gone on to be, it was England's.
Well, I was going to say he must have toured at least 20 times with England now. And he does most of his work, of course, behind the scenes. Here is Matt Fisher. Forward comes Henry Nichols again defending. So, I mean, I'm sure Jeetan Patel works very hard as England's spin bowling coach. He goes on tour even when they don't have any spinners. But the only time he does any work in public is when England are being absolutely belted. And then they go, Jeetan, press conference time.
Yeah, he's a good bad day press conference guy, isn't he? If you see Jeets come out, you know that something has gone horribly wrong for England cricket that day. He's actually pretty good at it. Do you know, who else? I'm thinking of guys who've done this before. David Saker was one that would get it occasionally because he was quite jovial. David Saker. I actually think England pioneered this, but I've told this story before. I think we're in Southampton, and England were playing Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka had a shocker of a day. And they sent someone out at the press conference.
Here is Archer, begins a new over. It's defended by Nichols, no run.
And this is probably 2011, 2012. I can't remember what year they played over here. And they didn't have a press officer. And so he just came out on his own and he sat at the desk. And if the press officer was supposed to be there, he wasn't there, but this guy was on his own. And I can't remember if it was Chris Stocks, but I remember it might have been Ali Martin, but someone said, sorry, who are you? Oh, like, that's a bad day.
Here is Archer around the wicket, bowls. Rachin Ravindra clips it away beautifully through mid-wicket for 4 more. Well, we've seen that the top 3 have all struggled for timing, and Rachin Ravindra, silky touch, has just walked out and middled a couple.
Well, my favourite thing about that is Tom Latham's looking at that going, that's the shot I played. How did he hit it over there? Mine went completely 180 degrees to that. But his head has been perfectly over the ball since he's come in and playing through the line very, very well. Harry Brooks warming up, by the way. Chances of him bowling, when you've sent the team in, you've got him 66 for 2. It's low, isn't it?
Here is Archer once again to bouncer. We haven't seen too many out-and-out bouncers, but Nichols sees it early, ducks underneath. Rachin Ravindra sees it early, ducks underneath it, allows it through. So sorry. So who was this? Who was the mysterious man?
He was the
physiotherapist.
It wasn't the physiotherapist. It was the fielding coach, I think. I can't even remember his name. I'm not even sure. He was like, yeah, it was just a random guy.
Just dressed in New Zealand kit.
No, Sri Lankan kit, yeah.
Oh, Sri Lankan kit, yeah.
That was my favourite one, where everyone had to stop the press conference.
Here's Archer again, bangs that in, extra bounce. Rachin Ravindra takes his bottom hand off the bat just to make sure he doesn't get gloved. It's a quick delivery from Jofra Archer. There was an occasion just a couple of years ago also involving a Sri Lankan. I think it might have been Nirishan Dikwela, and he came out to do the press conference, and one of the Pakistan journalists thought he was somebody else, and he was asked about his disappointment of making 80. Here is Archer again, and that one is steered away defensively straight to cover point, and Nidarshan Dekwela replied, I didn't score 80, I made 100, I am Nidarshan.
I've sadly seen that a few times before as well. We did a press conference. Remember when they played before Pakistan went to the UAE for their neutral games, they played some in the UK? And they played Australia over here when Steve Smith made his debut. And in the second test, Umar Gul, I think, bowled really well, and he did a press conference. And he accidentally said something along the lines of, because Ricky Ponting's not very good. But what he meant was, like, he was a great player, and you could tell that in the full sentence of it. But there was no media person, and so all the journalists there had to come together and be like, we can't write this line because that is not what he meant.
Are we going to boil this guy or not? Here is Archer over the wicket now, and Rachin Ravindra pushes it defensively up towards mid-off. I'm hugely in favour of that, you know. Sometimes you transcribe quotes and you go, that looks terrible, and it's not how it sounded, it's not what he meant. And I sometimes do use a little bit of license, and I sort of add in a word to give it the context that was clearly intended and clearly meant.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful, and if you and I do a lot of transcriptions in our career, you actually realise how often people miss words anyway. It's a very normal thing. If you have the ability, sometimes you can just go back and go, you meant this, right? But you don't always get that, and sometimes people do get roasted for, slip-ups.
Here's Matt Fisher. We've got time for probably 2 more overs before lunch, so England already way down on their over rate. We've only had 23. Here is Matt Fisher around the wicket, again left alone by Henry Nicholls.
Remember, it doesn't matter if you bowl the team out before 80 overs.
Yeah, nonsense that is.
That was Australia and England push for that, didn't they?
It was Usman Khwaja, wasn't it? It was his initiative. I tell you what, though, Jared, I don't know whether you've ever suffered this galling fate, but when you're commentating as a guest commentator in another country other than your own, although you've got 2 countries, I suppose, as I have. It's pushed away by Henry Nicholls for 1. It'll just be 1 down towards backward point, fielded by chasing Jacob Bethel. And an old hero, a former player, comes into the commentary box, and the producer thinks it's a good idea to get him on air. And you're the guest commentator and you don't know who he is?
Don't think that's ever happened to me. I'm trying to think back.
See, it happened to me. I don't mind admitting, but
I can't wait to know who the player is.
So it was in Australia, and it was clearly a national hero. And if it was who I thought it was, I hadn't seen him for 20 years.
Can I guess who it is?
25 years.
Because I think it might be the same one that I had a similar thing, but I wasn't on air with. Was it Terry Alderman?
No, it wasn't Terry Alderman, but you're in the ballpark. It was Kim Hughes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Here is Matt Fisher again, but outside the off stump, and bounces, and he's left it alone, Rachin Ravindra. And do you know what? I managed to go for about 15 minutes talking about his career without mentioning his name, and I'm thinking, I'm getting closer.
Yeah.
It was like 50 questions. And eventually, I just...
Have you ever cried?
Plucked on air.
No, I'm saying, is that what you asked Kim?
No, I didn't go. No, I didn't go there. Here is Fisher again. Forward comes Ravindra. Gosh, he's moving well, even when he's defending, he's very concise, precise, and clinical in his movements. He's made a good start. He's only got 8 and 2 boundaries, beautiful shots. Henry Nicholls has 18.
I've had 2 fascinating ones with Farrell Engineer. So Farrell Engineer played, in a period that I didn't know a lot about, that sort of 50s, 60s kind of period. And for some reason, I thought he was Pakistani.
Farrell? Round the wicket comes Fisher. It's over pitched and it's driven sweetly again by Ravindra. Might well pick up a third boundary here. You know, that's racing away towards the boundary, but it's an excellent stop. What a good chase from Jacob Bethel. Flicks it back, and it's Emilio Gay who accompanied him down to the boundary who gets the throw in. But a really good piece of fielding from Jacob Bethel. That's not an appalling error. That's understandable.
No, it was very early on in my career, but I did interview him as if he was Pakistani.
Oh,
of
right.
which I don't know if he worked it out, but I worked it out about 3 questions in. And I was like, he's not giving me the right answers here. Why is he answering this way? And then I worked it out. But hilariously, I think it might have been the first in-ground commentary I ever did for talkSPORT was at this ground. And I think it was either here or Old Trafford, and I did it with Farouk. And we
Champions Trophy.
Yeah, it was Champions Trophy. And I did 20 minutes with him, Manners. And in the 20 minutes, he called me by between 3 and 5 distinctive different names. And the producer at the time, I've forgotten his name, but he still works at talkSPORT, kept giving him notes of what my name was. And he would read it and then just sort of freestyle off it. So I think between us, we both had very interesting parts. But yeah, it was fascinating when someone just keeps getting your name wrong in a different way. Of like, you can't correct them every time anyway, and you're on air.
He is a magnificent man, great character, and he was always fun to commentate with, because sometimes you think that you're watching 2 different games. Short ball, pull shot down towards long leg. He's got nicely into line with that one. As Henry Nicholls, he's clearly decided, doesn't matter, it's on the stroke of lunch. He's, as you said earlier, he's going to play a couple of shots here.
I think he's just decided that this ball is stopping in the surface, and so when he gets the length he wants, he's going to play the shot. So we've seen cuts, we've seen back foot punches, we've seen pull shots. He hasn't hit all of them, of course. He got a 4 off his hip before, but I think that's a decent way of going about. Have you ever been on comments with someone who's fallen asleep?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I think we both have. Not at the same time, luckily. Not each other.
Well, change of over, 71 for 2. New Zealand with Rachin Ravindra on 11, Henry Nicholls on 19. The men out, Captain Tom Latham for 27 from 75 balls with just the 1-4, and Devon Conway caught by James Rue, the debutant keeper, off the bowling of Matt Fisher for 9. Here's Jofra Archer with the last over before lunch. First delivery, back of a length outside the off stump, left alone by Nicholls, and there's no run. Jofra Archer's bowling at very good pace. Gee, he was firing them in on the outfield yesterday, on the nets, away to our left. Gosh, he bowled quickly.
100%. He was a lot of people having a look at the social media clips as well. You could tell. I thought he started really well today. A couple of loose balls, but nothing terrible.
Here is Archer from the members' end, the pavilion end, outside the off stumps, left alone. Harry Brook throws his arms up in the air at second slip there, indicating that that ball was very close to the off stump. I don't think it was quite as close as he made out. New Zealand 71 for 2.
Did you see in that last ball, we've talked about this, just that stopping in the pitch, and it sort of went up like a tennis ball and then came down to the keeper a little bit. Whereas early on, especially from this end, the ball was flying through to the keeper.
For those of you who weren't listening a little earlier on, Matt Pryor was saying that he's been really impressed by James Rue in his first morning as a Test cricketer. It's again quick from Archer, hits Nicholls on the thigh pad, bounces out on the leg side. He said he's shown good energy, and you know, he just said his presence on the field. It hadn't struck me that he'd been displaying much of a presence.
Well, to be fair, Matt Pryor is he's a doctor in the psychology of body language, isn't he? He loves the body language, Matt Pryor. Also, how often do you look at a wicketkeeper? Basically never.
Unless he's dropping things. Here is Archer again, and this one cut powerfully straight to cover point. It's Ben Duckett's fielding there now at the moment, and it's hit powerfully by Henry Nicholls.
Yeah, really impressed with the way he's batted here. Again, just waiting for the ball where he wants it to be. He's unlucky that he hasn't hit that before, although Ben Duckett didn't pick that up very well. It wasn't that far away from a catch. I'm not sure that Ben Duckett's arms he could have reached it, but it was just before him. But again, Nichols waiting for the ball in the right area. Been very impressed with how he's gone about it so far today. I think the difference between him and Tom Latham is Tom Latham can restrict the pressure for a while, but he doesn't really have the outlet shot.
Here's Archer around the wicket, bowls to Nichols. Edged, gone between second slip and gully, down to the unguarded third boundary for 4. Genuine edge, beautifully bowled by Jofra Archer. There's as the score moves to 75 for 2, there's a tiny drone which is positioning itself directly between me and the batsman. Little too often for my liking. It must be part of the television production. It doesn't appear to make any noise. The players aren't bothered by it. It's the size maybe of a starving pigeon.
So just so that you know, we said that you would mention it on air. And I don't know.
What's it doing?
No, we just knew that because you'd already told me it was annoying you, so I knew that you would bring it up on air.
Well, I've waited quite a long time, to be fair. Here's Archer around the wicket again, bowls wide of the off stump, and it's left alone. But it's it's annoying. That's the end of the first session. Very, very well bowled, Jofra Archer. 2 good spells at the top and the bottom of this 2-hour session, which was half an hour delayed in starting at 11:30 after a brief shower. So half an hour delay in lunch. Absolutely magnificent crowd here at the Kia Oval. It's a beautiful day, and a bit of a throwback to some good old-fashioned attritional Test cricket. Rachin Ravindra has 11 and Henry Nicholls has 23. 2 men out. Devon Conway for 9 and Captain Tom Latham for 27 off 75 balls. It's funny, Jared, at this point I would traditionally ask you with whom the honours lie, but I feel that it's been such a tumultuous build-up to this Test match with the retirement of Kane Williamson and all the shenanigans going on in the England camp that I almost feel like I'm just like everyone's a winner here. We got through the first 2 hours of the Test match.
Is cricket the real winner, Manners? Is that what you're telling us? Cricket is the real winner?
No, I don't think cricket was necessarily the winner in this session. It was good old-fashioned, hard-fought, attritional cricket, and I enjoyed it. And you know, it's quite nice just to go 2 hours of cricket without any moment of controversy at all. There was some good bowling, wasn't there? But I think there was some clever defensive batting.
Yeah, I think in the last Test, England bowled every ball at the stumps, and in this match, they've bowled every ball wide of the stumps. So they clearly think this is the best plan. But they did send New Zealand in, and New Zealand has soaked up, a session of cricket. They've only lost the 2 wickets so far. I think Nicholls and Ravindra have looked like the 2 best bats. They're now out there and they're set a little bit as well. So it's good signs for New Zealand, but I don't think there's any reason for England to panic. I think what will be interesting, Manners, is if we see them start to bowl straighter after this. That will be the fascinating one for me. When they get back in, will they just be told, you don't need to be that wide? Okay,
just finally, before we go and have some lunch, Jofra Archer, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. Matt Fisher, it's interesting, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 10.
Yeah.
Is that because he bowled wide?
I mean,
he didn't beat the bat very often, did he?
No, he probably beat the bat at the least, I would have thought, of everyone. But he got a lot of sideways movement, so they did defend him a lot. But, I think definitely Jofra bowled. 4 runs of that was off someone's hip as well, and there was 2 edges for 4. So there's 12 runs you can take off Jofra. There you go. I helped him out.
Yeah, well, 9 overs for 18 in that case, it would be. 9 overs, 2 edges flew for 4. Josh Tongue, 5 overs for 18, and Sonny Baker, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. That's it. That's all we've got time for the morning session, and look forward to your company very much for more ball-by-ball commentary exclusively here on the talkSPORT YouTube channel. New Zealand lost the toss. They were asked to bat first, and they will take lunch on 75 for 2, and we look forward to your company in about 35 minutes for the second session.
keep trained to invest. Progress and investing in capital is a risk. Other fees may well apply. And here's 2026 season featuring blockbuster series at home and abroad. Get ready to back England in the official range of England cricket and Castor. Inside every moment of the summer for high intensity preparation and match day atmospheres. The 26 England cricket team brings together bold styling, the elite performance technology, and the
Welcome back to the Kia Oval in London, wherever you're listening in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I know that there are many people listening in different time zones around the world. Wherever you are listening, you are very, very welcome to our ball-by-ball coverage here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Lunchtime after New Zealand were asked to bat first, and they are 75 for 2 after 25 overs, so England will need to speed that up, but inevitably we will finish at 7 o'clock because we had a delayed start by half an hour after a very, very light shower around 10 o'clock in the morning. We started at 11:30, lunch was delayed by half an hour, the close of play will be extended by half an hour, and then there is another half an hour to try and squeeze in as many of the overs that weren't bowled out of the day's allocation of 90. Matt Fisher will bowl the first over after the lunch break from our commentary end, the Vauxhall end, and once again almost exclusively blue skies up above, a few scattered white clouds, but absolute peach of a day, not too hot and certainly not too cold, around about 24 degrees, and on strike for the first delivery after the lunch break is Rachin Ravindra. Here is Fisher running away from us over the wicket rather than round the wicket, and that's left alone by Ravindra, taken behind by James Root, who was very tidy, the England wicketkeeper, on his debut. 3 debutants for England for the first time that's happened since 2017 Test match against South Africa. And James Root and Sonny Baker have done nothing wrong. Neither has Jordan Cox, by the way, who's produced a couple of outstanding moments of fielding in the gully. Here is Fisher again, and it's pushed away defensively by Ravindra towards cover. And it is Jordan Cox who does the tidying up. Plenty of empty seats at the moment while this sold-out crowd patrol the promenade below us. Wide selection of food and drink, and there's a kitchen that's evidently cooking a lot of it very, very close to our commentary position. Overwhelming mixture of smells, from roast beef to samosas to chip oil. Pushed away defensively, kept a bit low, that Rachin Ravindra guides it square of the wicket on the offside. My impression of this pitch in the first 2 hours is that it's one of those surfaces upon which batsmen believe that life is a lot more difficult than it actually might be. But timing has been exceptionally difficult. If you think about the number of the tiny number of boundaries that we've had, Rachin Ravindra is the only one really in the top 4 so far who's actually found any kind of natural timing. Got, I think, off the mark with a boundary and clipped one away through mid-wicket as well. 2 boundaries to him. He leaves this one alone from Fisher outside the off stump. But my experience of looking at watching matches played on surfaces like this is that the observation from the sideline, from the commentary box, is a lot more tempered and less extreme than the verdict which is often offered by the batsmen. They walk off and go. It's a nightmare. Just, you couldn't time it. It was really hard. It was really hard. You know, just happy to survive. And we look at it and think, well, it's not easy, but it's not awful. And Ravindra tries to force one through the offside now with a bat angled at about 45 degrees, and he gets a bottom edge. Doesn't know where it's gone. It's dragged past his leg stump. It's retrieved by James Root, and they have gone through for a single. It's not easy, but it's not dangerous, and survival, as we have seen, has been largely perfectly possible. Tom Latham batted 75 balls for his 27, and Henry Nicholls has now been there for 51 deliveries for his 23. Rachin Ravindra is a naturally quicker scoring player, and he's got 12 off 15. Alongside me, Jeremy Coney, who he will tell you whether England bowled well in the morning session or whether New Zealand were just happy to bat defensively. The last ball of the over is pushed away defensively up towards mid-off, and the over comes to an end. The first one, it's just a single from it. Jeremy, modest chicken and chickpea curry for lunch. It was harmless enough though, wasn't it?
I didn't have that one. I had the chicken option.
Oh, did you?
The green curry. But yeah, that was a little like the cricket as well. It was sort of feeling each other out. I felt the first session of the day. I thought after a while, this is a good toss to lose. I think while there is some green grass there, we didn't see excessive movement, did we? We saw a little bit of swing. We saw a little bit of bounce up and down, but not excessively so. Nothing like the pitch in the first Test match at Lord's. So it has nipped a little. We've seen a lot of bowling around the wicket to the left-handers. I think I'd have encouraged some of my bowlers who were outswingers to come over the wicket a little bit more and bring the pads into play. Every time they did that from around the wicket, of course, New Zealand scored on the leg side, just tucking away. No drives virtually whatsoever in that first session.
Josh Tongue into Ravindra, defends, no run.
That says to me, with a new ball, when you put a team into bat, we bowled just a tad short. We bowled a nice, tidy back of a length that you're going to find it hard to score from, but we are going to also find it quite hard to take wickets. And I think that's what we've seen so far. Bowlers, you know, they begin the cricket transaction. You need to be able to tell them, I want to see them drive, please. And then I think, while you'd see the runs going up, that 75 or 76 at lunch, that might have been 100, but they might have had 4 wickets. And I think that's where England perhaps have missed out.
Yeah, I mentioned defensive batting. I think there was an element of defensive bowling actually as well. 2 slips gully, catching cover point. Interesting. Rachin Ravindra drives to mid-on, straight to the fielder, and there's no run.
So I don't think there was one off drive in the entire session. We saw a lot of runs on the onside, just tucks when the bowlers got a bit straight. And then we also saw one that was full, that was driven by Latham on the on drive, the only drive, I think, prior to lunch. And then we saw, if it was short, it was just came off a back foot stroke, just pushed out into the offside for a single. No powerful shots through the offside apart from that. So, again, I think the bowlers just missed out.
Here is Josh Tongue running towards us from the pavilion end outside the off stump. Joe Root's just brought Emilio Gay from deep square leg to sort of a close-ish mid-on, and there's also a close-ish mid-off, which immediately tells you that driving is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I was saying, I was looking at Roo where he was, with his gloves, wicket keeper, taking the ball. You know, it was kind of coming down as he was taking it and below the knees. So some of the deliveries are just not coming through as you would expect. Maybe with this cloud gone and the sun out.
Right up in the block hole, and it beats Rachin Ravindra. It's heading down the leg side though. It struck on the pads and there was a oohs and ahs and shouts from the slip cordon, but it was always missing leg.
So again, I think just a little bit short. This what we're watching right now, to me, is the duel, because I do think Tongue is a very dangerous bowler. He can bowl very good deliveries and just get people out. And Ravindra is the one player I think who has a great opportunity here, but he needs to watch and be careful now.
Tongue in again, bouncer, doesn't get up. Rachin Ravindra has to really crouch and then go at the waist as well, as he got underneath that one, but it hardly bounced. There is absolutely, irrefutably uneven bounce in this surface. Well, a couple have reared up and a couple have kept low. Not scuttlers, but there is an unpredictability.
The other bowler I think is dangerous has been Archer. I think towards the last few overs when he came back for his second spell, he was starting to angle the ball into the left-handers. They're all left-handers so far.
Tongue in again and steered away behind square on the offside by Ravindra, straight to backward point.
And then he was getting the ball to swing in the air away, hence the dismissal of the wicket of Latham, where he's looking to go leg side because it looks as if it's going to be going down leg side, where he's got all his runs tucked away just round about the umpire or just mid-wicket. This moved away and took the back of the bat and went, you know, quite quickly actually to Bethel. A good catch. Would have seen it late, two hands, and so that was the second wicket for England. And only Archer has been able to get those two angles into the left-hander from around the wicket and then swinging away to the slips, which is like an in-swinger, isn't it?
It's man out at deep backward square leg now as Matt Fisher runs in, bowling to Henry Nicholls, and he defends this, pushing it out towards cover.
See, I don't mind this, Manners. I think this is what I was talking about. Instead of going round all the time to the left-handers, try over as well and bring the pads. Now, Fisher is an outswing bowler, so he'll bring it into the left-hander, and if you can aim it towards just outside off and bring it back in, the pads come into play for LBW. If it doesn't swing, then it carries on and your slip cordon come into play as well.
Here is Matt Fisher again over the wicket and defended by Nicholls again towards cover. Emilio Gay Fields. The build up to this test match, Jeremy, for the last 9 days has been overshadowed by the unavailability for selection. I choose our words correctly because he's not been officially suspended, of Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson. Huge amount of conjecture and guesswork, some of it educated, some of it less educated, about whether Ben Stokes will play for England again, whether he'll captain England again, whether he can return as an all-rounder under somebody else's captaincy. Joe Root, I think we would be happy to do. They're great friends. That one is defended. It kept low again from Henry Nicholls. But the situation complicated by the fact that the ECB employ an independent regulator who is, I don't know whether it's a body or a person conducting their own investigation. There has to be an ECB investigation as well, concurrently, because Gus Atkinson and Ben Stokes are employees of the ECB. So there are two investigations about the nightclub incident ongoing. This one tucked nicely off his pads, nicely timed by Henry Nicholls, just a single to deep backward square leg. No word from Ben Stokes. Tellingly, Brendan McCullum and Joe Root there is consensus that they are under instructions not to say that they would love to see Ben back and Ben must come back, and they've used the same phraseology. So clearly, as employees, they've been told not to offer Stokes any public endorsement or backing or any comment about his return, likely return or unlikely return to play for England. Short, pulled powerfully, really powerfully struck by Ravindra out towards deep square leg, and it has overshadowed the build-up to the test match. The one thing that you and I have in common, Jeremy, is that we're both guests, really.
We're freelancers. We're a little more free than perhaps certainly as an employer.
Do you get the sense also that we occasionally see things and possibly can say things that
well, definitely
English media can't really, and commentators, and they have to sort of tread carefully, and they don't want to be heard or saying the wrong thing outside the off stump again from Fisher. So it's going to be quite a quiet period of play, and I just thought the last one is left alone, 78 for 2, that I would love to hear your take on it.
I'm worried now.
I would just love to hear your take on.
Well, look, this was after the game. That's a point. So the game's over. Should the curfew apply? Well, obviously it was applying, apparently. I'm not sure whether it should or not, but obviously it was. So they've made an error. I think you've got to say that.
The two players.
Yeah. I don't know what went on there. Do you know exactly? We've heard a few things, a few stories. Saracens involved.
Round the wicket now comes Josh Tongue, defended by Nichols.
Anyway, I mean, apart from all that, what's happened since is interesting. It's what, for me, it's what's not said. You know, and there are big empty spaces sometimes. And in those spaces might be words like, and you've kind of covered it, as we are telling you not to endorse Ben too much. There's none of, Ben's our captain, has been for the last 4 years, has captained extremely well. We believe in him. He'll be back at Trent Bridge. All those things are missing, aren't they?
Round the wicket again, Nichols defends. Glaringly so.
Yeah, that's why you notice them. So to not support him in that way, I feel is not a great thing, because he's committed this misdemeanor. And that's kind of how I see it. After a game is won and finished, and I don't think there's another captain available as I look out on the field who's as qualified as Stokes is.
Apart from Root.
Yeah. No, well, I think he's got more intuition, I think. There are some players, as you know, have just that extra little ability to see where the game is going next, or where it might go, and move your fielder into positions.
Tongue in again, bowls to Ravindra, drives, doesn't time it, toe end of the bat, does get a single. New Zealand inching along here, 79 for 2 now.
I just think he's the best captain I've seen for England for quite a while.
Since?
Oh, from quite a while.
I'm just thinking, I'm wondering whether I've seen a Mike Brealey.
Maybe, yeah.
I was a lad then.
Yes.
Subsequently, I've come to understand.
But a psychological captain, and I think that's what Stokes does. He makes batsmen suddenly feel uncomfortable. A man comes in a position where you were expecting to get runs. Now you can't play that stroke. Now you've got to look elsewhere. So that gives the bowler a chance. And so, yeah.
2 mid-offs. Bowled him off the inside edge. Josh Tongue has this ability to take wickets. You heard it from Jeremy Coney just 5 minutes ago. He's the danger man, along with Jofra Archer, but he's got this ability to make things happen. Bowls at a good pace, changes his angle, sometimes comes over the top. He's got the inside edge, and well, is a wicket much needed. The end of Henry Nichols is on his way, and at this stage, with New Zealand batting defensively and scoring slowly, it feels almost like when they lose a top order wicket that it feels like a wicket and a half, really, because they're still, you know, at the current scoring rate, they're still an hour away from reaching 100. 79 for 3 now, and Henry Nichols has gone. Josh Tongue has made the breakthrough, and yeah, you do kind of put your eggs in one basket, don't you? When you bat long periods and leave lots of balls, score slowly, it does open you up and leave you exposed if you lose wickets. Anyway, it's the man whose nickname is Moose, who comes to the...
Yeah, his dad's nickname as well.
But he's inherited it. So I was talking to Jared Kimber about this, and he's saying, like, surely he should be Moose Junior or Moose 2.
Mice? No, that would be twins. Yeah, well, just a delivery from outside off stump that caused Nichols just short of a length again. Nichols jumped a little bit, was slightly late on the shot because of the pace, and closed the face a wee bit, and so hence the ball went down and then carried on into his stump. So he's now disappeared, and New Zealand are 79 for 3. The first right-hander, Moose, has arrived. Moose Mitchell has arrived, and so 3 for 79. Nichols fought hard, never really got on top of the bowling, could play aggressively. Now, how these two at the crease here are probably the ones, if New Zealand are going to get a big total, they have to survive for a while.
Two slips gully, short leg is in, that's a bouncer and a wild one. It's gone a long way down the leg side. James Rew has actually taken a couple of quick steps to his left in order to get gloves to it, but can only push it past the left-hand post, as it were, and buys are signalled, which is a tough call, but I think he, having got to his gloves to it, he would have expected to take it. But it's a buy, 80 for 3.
All right, I've done my little, I mean, it's a very loose assessment, I understand that, because I haven't followed it really closely as some of the people you've mentioned talking about it over lunch. What about you? What is? Oh, I just sense there's a bit of a schism, a bit of a fracture between Key, McCullum, Stokes, who are the key three players, you know, at the top over the last few years.
Tongue in again, bowls to the left-handed Rachin Ravindra, pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. I think we need to go back 8 months, and Harry Brook is punched by a bouncer in the early hours of the morning in Wellington. The early hours of the morning before a one-day international, an international which starts 10 hours later. And he's misbehaving to that extent. And the ECB, with Rob Key at the, I'm getting quite heated here, decides to cover it up, to brush it under the carpet, to impose no suspension. He has not missed an England game since being punched by a nightclub bouncer for attempting to get into a nightclub drunk in the early hours of the morning. Not only is he not suspended, it's covered up and only is discovered at the end of the Ashes, 2.5 months later. Now, compare that to Ben Stokes' indiscretion. Here is Matt Fisher, pushed away defensively by Daryl Mitchell. His first ball, defends it. So now Stokes is immediately suspended as captain of the team for not getting into any trouble, but for being out 2 hours after the curfew, which he agreed to.
And a curfew that was really created by the Harry Brook incident.
Correct. And the drinking that went on in Noosa after the second test. Here is Matt Fisher. And there's a little push at that one from Daryl Mitchell. That was a good delivery. It swung, it seemed to me, or perhaps nipped away, but it certainly left the right-handed Mitchell, and he followed it and was beaten. And so then you have Brendan McCullum 2 days ago talking about his concerns for Ben Stokes' mental health. And what actually, that was, I think, a sort of final straw for Stokes, who then posted on Instagram and made a couple of comments which he knew would get out, which wouldn't be directly attributed to him. But he's like, mental health, I'm going to play for Durham on Friday. He said, don't worry about me. Here is Matt Fisher again, and that one is pushed out towards cover. Duckett can't prevent the single. I just think there's been a real rift, you know, massive rift, and Rob Key and Brendan McCullum acted one way with Harry Brook, who was the vice captain, for far greater breach of discipline and indiscretion. And now Stokes is like, sorry, so what responsibility are you going to take to Rob Key? And you know, it's overshadowed the test match. But we're into the action now. Here is Matt Fisher again. It's driven by Rachin Ravindra up towards mid-off, Archer Fields. I do think that an effort should be made once these concurrent investigations finally conclude, to embrace Ben Stokes. Surely he has credit in the bank. He was in the middle when they won 2 World Cups. He's played some of the great. I mean, England is particularly good at kicking their sporting heroes when they're down, and sometimes dragging them down even before they've started the descent. Pushed away defensively by Ravindra. Would be so nice just to hear Brendan McCullum and Rob Key say, we actually owe Ben a lot. He's been brilliant and we want him back.
Yeah, it's an interesting setup at the moment. I'd love to have heard them ring Joe Root once they had decided what they were doing, who was probably on the golf course on the par 3, taking his 5-iron out because the wind's against him. Joe, it's Baz here. We love you, Joe.
Pushed away defensively up towards mid-off.
No, we're always grateful.
And I'll be Joe. You what? What?
We're going to, honestly, you know, I hope this doesn't really put you off into the stiff breeze that you're about to play. That number 3 is tricky, by the way, but please, could you just give us 5 days for a start? Just give us 5, Joe. Sometimes they don't even last that long. And Joe, name your price. We're in a spot of bother. Stokesy's gone, as you know, he's banned, and we can't use Harry. The first question in the press conference is going to be, this is a bit of an irony, Harry. Here you find yourself captain, and you're the one who's created the curfew, Harry. We've looked at captains in the county championship. Ollie's the captain at Sussex. He's the only other captain around, but he's in our long-term view.
Josh Tongue continues to Daryl Mitchell, and he's clipping this one nicely just wide of mid-on.
He wasn't really on the radar, I've got to say, you know, and he's had such a workload, he can't play. And then, of course, there's Jacob, but he was there with Harry, Jacob Bessel, and so was Josh Tongue. He was there too. We can't really consider him. So there is, of course, Ben, but, of course, he couldn't find his way home at Noosa. So we haven't got him. Joffre, Joe, well, he hasn't been playing for the last couple of months, has he? And Joe, is there anything? Anything you name it for us. Oh, what's that? Your wife wants 3 holidays a year in the Maldives. Yeah, certainly, no problem at all. And we'll bring forward that Sir Joe that you're going to get at the end of your career. We'll bring it forward.
And also, Joe, just think, if you do it for the next 15 months, you might win the Ashes. Round the wicket comes Tongue. Quick delivery, nicely left by Rachin Ravindra.
I'm off now. I've been told to get off before I'm in trouble.
I think both of us might be subject to a third investigation by the regulator. 82 for 3 at the moment, New Zealand, with Daryl Mitchell having just joined Rachin Ravindra. Ravindra 14 off 30 balls, quite slow in the last half an hour. Daryl Mitchell has 2. Tongue is in again, down the leg side. There'll be 4 leg byes. Clipped the pad on its way past keeper James Rue, and umpire Adrian Holdstock stands on his right leg, raises his left, taps his knee, and confirms that that's 4 leg byes to the total. 86 for 3. Ravindra 14, Daryl Mitchell has 2. New Zealand asked to bat first. They have lost 1 wicket since the lunch break. Henry Nicholls bowled off an inside edge by Josh Tongue for 24 earlier in the morning session. 27 from 75 balls from Tom Latham, and Devon Conway caught James Rue, bowled Fisher down the leg side for 9. Here is Tongue once again. Round the wicket, bowls to Ravindra, drives up towards mid-off, straight to Jofra Archer, and there's no run. Jeremy Coney has been replaced by Matt Pryor, who's in for a real treat. I'm going to watch his facial expressions as the smells emanate from this mysterious kitchen somewhere very close to our commentary position. Everything from roast beef to Indian curry, an occasional whiff of caramelized something. It's quite overpowering, but it's only because the cricket itself is not entirely overpowering. It's absorbing, and I don't mean that facetiously. It really is absorbing. but it's a tricky pitch. Bouncer from tongue. Ravindra ducks underneath it and lets it go. I said earlier, Matt Pryor, welcome back, that I thought it was one of those pitches that when you're looking from the side, you think like, yeah, it's a bit awkward, but when you're batting on it, it's an absolute filthy dog. It's a nightmare.
Hell of a way to describe the wicket. Filthy dog. Yeah, the batsmen haven't tended to time it, which is not usual for the oval. You tend to see the ball flying around and coming off the bat well.
Beats the outside edge, play and miss, kept a bit low. It has been uneven bounce and it's been really difficult. Seems to have been gripping and stopping a little bit from the seamers. It hasn't been easy to bat on. It's not... It's a clean dog. And you can carry on with that analogy while Jon Norman takes over from me.
Thank you very much. You've handed me a absolute belter there. I just think that if you look at the run rate, current run rate, 2.79 at the Oval, it was always very hard to keep teams under at least 3.5 and over. So it shows that there is something in this wicket. Bit too paced, and for a batsman at the minute it's too paced. It is very, very difficult. Can't quite find your timing, never feel in.
There's Matt Fisher running away from us, and it's Daryl Mitchell who's forward and defending. 86 for 3, and New Zealand struggling a touch. Rashin Ravindra aside, they're a little one-paced, aren't they, in there? The way they go about their batting. Tom Latham, Devon Conway just hasn't looked right at the top of the order for quite some time. Obviously Henry Nicholls, new to the side. Nicholls and Conway will feel slightly hard done by, I suppose. There's Fisher continuing, and Mitchell pushes this out to mid-wicket. Daryl Mitchell, he bats at his own pace. Then Blundell comes in, and he hasn't got a great recent record either. And England have bowled well today and fielded. Great catch by Jacob Bethel to dismiss Tom Latham at Gully. He actually made a really difficult chance look quite easy, didn't he, Matt Pryor?
He did, yeah, it was a fantastic catch. Got two hands to it. What made that catch very difficult was the fact that the batsman was trying to work it onto the leg side. So all the fielders, your eye is drawn to the shot he's going to play and expecting the ball to go down to fine leg, but got the leading edge, and Bethel took an absolute screamer.
Mitchell continuing, and the right-handed Daryl Mitchell comes forward and smothers this. The field, well, fielders in catching positions, single saving, and plenty behind the wicket as well. But just as I say that, one man goes out at deep square leg. Who is that? Is that Gay out there?
Yep, it looks like Emilio Gay has just been put out to deep square leg. Maybe Joe Root opting for the double bluff. Fisher bowling a good length. Mitchell striding forward, maybe trying to push him back.
Well, oh, he's been dropped at leg slip. It was a double bluff. It wasn't short. It was full on the pads. And Daryl Mitchell has clipped this to the left of the fielder. Who is it out there? Is that
Harry Brook, is it?
Well, either way, that was, if not a regular chance, the fielder has got two hands to it, or one hand to it, and he's put it down. I think you're right. No, Brooks at first
I
slip.
think it's Bethel.
It is. It's Jacob Bethel. So I've just been praising their fielding and Jacob Bethel's, and he's grasped a chance. Ravindra now. This is left well alone. 87 for 3 then, New Zealand here at the Oval, where the post-lunch hum is well and truly with us. It is absolutely rammed out there during the breaks. You can't actually walk around from one end of the ground to the other. My dad's here. I thought I'd go and see him. I messaged him, and of course all the bandwidth has been taken up. So I messaged him. I'll meet you outside the pavilion. Of course, he didn't get the message, and he's not even in the pavilion. He's over there. So I got some steps in, but they were in the wrong direction. Ravindra, this is on the pads, and played nicely through mid-wicket, and it looked like there was 2 there, but that's a fine bit of fielding. Out on the boundary ducket, I think. It looked like it was going to be 2, but he did time it so well, did Ravindra. He may actually have done the fielder a favour. End of the over then, 88 for 3, and we've seen a chance go down. Daryl Mitchell dropped by Jacob Ethel.
Yeah, it was a tough chance, wasn't it? Leg slip. They always come very, very fast. Low to his left this time. Obviously taking earlier a fantastic catch. 2-handed diving chance.
Do you know what?
Right.
I think I've sold him short. That might have been Jordan Cox at leg slip, not Jacob Ethel.
Yes, I think you're right.
Josh Tongue continuing from the pavilion end. This is driven uppishly and through point and away to the boundary for 4. It was in the air, and Jordan Cox now at point, diving to his right. I think it's just gone fraction wide of the fielder, but another flighty moment for New Zealand. 92 for 3.
Yeah, but nice shot. Good intent. Got on top of it. No chance for the fielder there. Absolutely no chance. It's the first real sign of any kind of intent from the New Zealand batsman. Shot on the up.
Yeah, forcing shot from Rashin Ravindra, who's 19 not out, and New Zealand needs something from him now as Tongue through and past the keeper. And it's that Yorker from Josh Tongue, which is dug out by the left-hander Rashin Ravindra. 4 left-handers at the top of the order for New Zealand. I'm sure Gary Morgan has probably sent something to our WhatsApp group. I can't. Can you think of many teams that have gone in with 4 left-handers?
I have a feeling the West Indies at one point had a lot of left-handers. The only reason I seem to remember that is Jimmy Anderson and Graham Swan having quite a good time of it when the ball was swinging.
Here's Tongue again. Oh, it's edged, and a diving Jacob Ethel this time can't get a hand to a head-high opportunity. Reaches the boundary in front of us. But suddenly, Matt Pryor, it seems like there's quite a lot happening out there. 96 for 3 now, New Zealand, and the fielding team should be on their toes.
Yeah, it does. Again, this pitch, bit of bounce. Tongue back of a length. Ravindra just sort of poking at it and nothing short really, catching the outside edge, and it's all down to luck for him at that point. Bethel diving to his right, no chance of getting there. And runs away for 4 runs.
Well, Tom Latham's watching that up in the pavilion thinking, well, my one went straight to hand. Here is Tongue. This is too short and left alone by Ravindra, who's 23 not out. I can see Gary Morgan, he's typing away. I think we're going to get some top 4 left-hander stat. This is the first time a side in England have had 4 left-handers in the top 4. And the first time New Zealand have ever done so. So it is rare. And I wonder if it's rare for a reason. Certainly Gautam Gambhir, the India coach, is and has always been very forceful in his belief that he should be mixing things up. No! As Ravindra pushes this out to point, no run.
Yeah, and England doing well. They bowled nicely. I just wonder if they could have gone round over the wicket a bit more to these left-handers, especially when the ball was swinging. They'll have all the stats. They'll have the analysis of these New Zealand batsmen and the stats versus bowlers round the wicket versus bowlers over the wicket. But sometimes you've got to play the conditions that are in front of you. If the ball is swinging gives you a really good opportunity to come over the wicket, attack the pads, attack the stumps.
Here is Josh Tongue, and he strikes Ravindra on the pad, but this is going over. So end of the over, and New Zealand find themselves 96 for 3. How was your PCA lunch then?
Oh, amazing jokes all round.
Come on then, tell us one.
Here's
what
one.
Are, what are the top?
Here's one. Let's have a curfew.
Does a curfew work?
Does a curfew work? That's a good joke. Yeah, there was a little bit.
Was
of
there?
that.
I imagine there was there were a few questions from the punters asking for your thoughts on the Stokes situation, I imagine.
Yep, that's been a prominent topic today. And my thoughts are, it's right that he's missed this game. I think that he's been slightly hard done by the ECB, mentioning curfews. And I hope desperately to see him back at Trent Bridge.
Do you think you will?
I'm saying yes. I'm going with a yes. If it's down to Ben Stokes, I would say yes.
It would be something, wouldn't it? I just feel like this story could do with coming to a conclusion or at some point. It's just been dragged on for a long time. Sonny Baker is going to bowl, what will be, his second spell? Am I right in thinking? Yes. He bowled 5 overs from what I still think of as the Vauxhall end, because I'm old. 5 overs before lunch, and now he's back for his first delivery, which is slightly wayward and left alone by Daryl Mitchell. Matt Fisher has seen one drop go down behind the stumps on the leg side, and he's seen a catch taken by James Rowe as well. And Daryl Mitchell didn't go anywhere near that. Yes. With a leg slip still in place, Baker is in, and Mitchell again just comes forward and blocks it out. So when you do these PCA lunches, you must get, I'm just trying to work out, what would be the 3 most popular questions for you? Let me think. Well, I imagine what's the best sledge you've ever heard would probably be in there.
That's my worst one as well, I have to say. It's just...
Makes my heart sink a touch when I hear that one. Here is Sonny Baker springing his step on debut and just hurries Daryl Mitchell up a touch. And Mitchell, you can see, he's either hurt him there because the ball has just wrapped him, or he's angry with himself, just having a word and a chat with Rashin Ravindra at the other end. So sledges will be in there, best sledge. There must be something, let me think, must be something about the Ashes in there. What? Oh, Mitchell Johnson. Something about that? Mitchell Johnson and that?
To be honest, today has been very much about this game and this series.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, Mitchell Johnson, 2000. Well,
Sonny Baker has done it again, 3rd time now. The batter isn't ready. Clearly signalled it as well, but Sonny Baker's not watching. He's in the zone at the top of his mark, going through the precursor to his run-up. The skip, and now he goes. And he's in. And this is too short and too high and left alone by Mitchell. Okay, so not Ashes. Just trying to think. I mean, you won a lot of Ashes. Oh, Boxing Day 2010.
Boxing Day 2010, that comes up. Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so that's two of the 3. Oh, I know. Well, a certain teammate, former teammate.
Those questions are banned.
There we go. They're the ones. That's the 3. I've worked it out. I don't need the viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel to guess. But if you want to, you can. Or if you have a question for Matt, you can also ask. As long as it's not, one of those 3. Although I'm sure he wouldn't mind talking about the sprinkler and 98 all out What was it, 157 without loss or something?
157 without loss at the end of day one.
Here is Baker. Oh, on the drive is Mitchell, and he's got this ball just to nip back into the right-hander. He'll take a single to Ben Duckett at square leg. I was there. Did you know that I was there that day? I flew in from New Zealand. The morning of...
On the day?
Yeah.
The morning?
The morning of.
I mean, what a stroke of luck / genius that is.
Well, I was kind of covering the series for talkSPORT.
Right, so
I had to be there. But I nipped over to New Zealand.
You didn't just get a gut feel.
Yeah, the one day of the series.
Yeah,
I was there.
I'm getting on a plane. I've got to be there. I've got this gut feel. Something special is going to happen.
Something big's going to happen here. I actually felt. Do you know what? I mean, I'm wrong a lot of the time. I was wrong that morning because I actually missed the first wicket. Because funnily enough, it takes a while to get to Australia from New Zealand. I got the first flight out on Boxing Day at 6 a.m. Short ball, and Rashan Ravindra takes it on. Chase for Duckett at deep square, and he'll do so comfortably, just the run. So and of course there is a time difference as well. So 6 a.m. was about 8 a.m., 3 a.m., whatever it was. So I land, and I've got to drop my stuff off where I'm staying in Melbourne, and I see that Andrew Strauss has won the toss. And back then, bowling first was, if not unheard of, it was certainly frowned upon. You still heard the Geoffrey boycott. Well, if I had won the toss 100 times, I'd bat first 99 times, and then the 100th time I'd think about it and bat, right?
Especially after Nasser's great decision at the Gabba.
Well, exactly, right?
Yep.
So I get the message, oh, Andrew Strauss is bowled first. And I'm like, well, I think that's a defensive move. I think that's a mistake. Anyway, 98 all out later.
Well, the wicket was doing something, and the Australian batsman just kept trying to drive it. It was brilliant, and kept nicking it.
Sounds familiar, but in
Yes.
reverse from the winter that's just gone.
Quite.
It's attempted cut shot, front foot cut there by Rashan Ravindra. Can't time the ball, and it's kind of bobbles out to Jofra Archer in the covers. No run, 98 for 3. They actually got, and one KP put a chance down as well early on, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Shane Watson, I think.
It was Watson, yeah.
And then Watto was very kind and gave us another opportunity very soon after that. I think it went to KP again, and he actually took it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Far simpler chance.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a wonderful, wonderful series.
What a day.
What was better? Honestly, in my life, I don't think. Tongue again, driven beautifully by Rashan Ravindra. Eases onto the front foot, possibly a fraction over pitch, but he has timed the pants off this. And for the first time today, I'll say the moment the ball left the bat, you knew it was going for 4. 100 up for New Zealand as well, 102 for 3. Ravindra moves to 28.
Yeah, he's been very scratchy, but not this time. That, always as a batsman, you tell yourself to hang in. If you're not timing it, the ball's not coming onto the bat, just hang in, don't give it away. And one shot can turn your innings around, and it might just be that is the shot, because it's an absolute beauty. Good stride, little bit over pitch, but not much. Smacked straight down the ground.
Here is Tongue, and he again gets on the front foot, punches this up to Archer at mid-off. Yeah, in my life, you have those moments of pure happiness, and they don't last very long, where you spend our lives essentially searching for that, or building towards it, or working towards that, right? That's what life's about, I think. It's the attainment of happiness. That's what keeps us going. And I experienced one of those at Adelaide, 2 tests before the MCG, when Australia were 2 for 3. English way of looking at the scoreboard. Short delivery, and Ravindra takes it on. There's a chase by the fielder, who is at long leg. He's running around to fine leg, and the ball just bounces. It's Harry Brook. Bounces just inside the rope and goes for 4.
Yep, not in control. Tongue going with the short ball again. Ravindra taking it on. Gets a big top edge. It's never really in risk, but it wasn't under control either. I think it's Sonny Baker, is it? Down at...
Yeah, it must be Baker. It's not going to be Brook, is it? He's at second slip.
Leg. Yeah, mean, Tong's tried this short ball a few times, hasn't he? They've set the men out there. There is a deep square leg as well.
Here goes Tong, very short, and Ravindra leaves this alone. Yeah, because that 2 for 3. You know when?
Is that when Trott got the run?
Yeah, and
one stunt
Graham
to hit.
Swan, yeah,
Swan took the outstanding catch at second slip to get Ponting.
and then Clark.
I'll tell you the inside scoop. We lost the toss and we're literally crying in the dressing room because Adelaide that wicket looks so flat.
Absolutely.
We're like, oh no, how are we going to do this?
Absolutely.
How
I
are we
mean,
going to do this?
remember Ricky Ponting's face when he won the toss?
Yeah.
Almost unheard of. This is single to mid-wicket, and Rashid Ravindra will take the strike for the start of the next over. Jofra Archer is giving Josh Tongue a slap on the back. 107 for 3, Ravindra 33, Darren Mitchell 4. The 1 wicket to fall, that of Henry Nichols, who just inside edged the ball back onto his own stumps to give Tongue his first wicket of the day. It's a keenly fought battle, which has just seen the run rate accelerate a touch with a flurry of boundaries, some in control, some not, and a chance gone down. Jordan Cox at leg slip, putting down Daryl Mitchell. He will hope that that doesn't come back to haunt England. Yeah, I mean, that was the flattest of all tracks. And, of course, the first test had been a run fest, hadn't it? Because, of course, Trotty, Cookie and Strauss had all hit centuries. Double ton for Alistair Cook, 517 for 1.
I remember Graham Gooch taking a photo of that scoreboard. He said it was nearly perfect.
Sonny Baker bowling to Rashid Ravindra, the left-hander. This is just pushed out to Jofra Archer. He's fielding close to the bat, relatively speaking, just quite short mid-off.
But that was the beauty of that team at Adelaide when we lost that toss, and it was so flat. I mean, honestly, it was just like, and it was baking hot sunshine as well. We managed to get together as a group and say, right, we're not expecting to bowl Australia out today. We might not even bowl them out tomorrow, but they're not going to go for more than 2.5 and over. We're just going to stay very, very disciplined. We're going to set the right fields, and we're just going to build pressure. We're going to kill them with intensity in the field. We're going to take every chance that comes. And that's what we did. That was the plan.
Oh, edged and corn. Sonny Baker's picked up a wicket. And it's Rashid Ravindra who's furious with himself. Baker is surrounded by his teammates. Possibly just a little bit more lift. Rashid Ravindra poked at it rather than throwing his hands at it. And that is a big moment for Sonny Baker, who's picked up his maiden test wicket. And it's a good one as well. New Zealand now in real trouble. 107 for 4.
Yeah, it looks a very popular wicket that for this England team. Sonny Baker absolutely elated. He spoke before this match about his hero being Dale Steyn, and I loved the way he celebrated taking test wickets. And Sonny Baker has certainly not let him down in that regard. An unbelievable celebration, joined by the rest of the England cricket team. First wicket in Test cricket, we'll remember that forever. And Rashid Ravindra has to go. You felt something was going to happen, didn't you? It was a bit of a flurry of runs, a few top edges. Ravindra was trying to come out of his shell a little bit. He looked like he wanted to play with a bit more intent, put a bit of pressure, a bit more pressure on the England bowlers who had really tied him down. And all he's done is fended off to gully. Bethelton, nothing shot, isn't it? Back foot, didn't really play it straight. He looked like he just tried to fend it off almost through gully. And the batting coach would say, it's just giving slip catching practice. Bethel's taken a good chance. They're never easy in the gully. Any catch in the gully is a good catch. And Sonny Baker is absolutely elated.
Big moment for England. They needed some positivity, and Sonny Baker was highlighted as a player who could provide that spark, exuberance, and a good bowler as well. He's got rid of a good batter, albeit one whose middling form against England continues. And that, unfortunately for New Zealand, is a massive, massive moment, because now Blundell new to the crease, and whilst Blundell and Mitchell put on a stack of runs 4 years ago. Neither has scored many in recent times. And Glenn Phillips to come. England expects as Baker is in, and this is a short ball, and Blundell deals with it comfortably enough, just guides the ball down to the fielder at deep backward square, or long leg, and it gets off the mark. 108 for 4. You could tell that Rachin Ravindra was trying to, he didn't want New Zealand to be stuck. They just felt that they were stuck, but that wasn't really a forcing shot in the sense that it was going to get more than one, unless he did manage to guide it through second slip and gully. But if you're bowling 90 miles an hour, you don't mind batters trying to do that.
Just looked like mentally he had gone through the gears a little bit and thought, right, you know what, I'm not going to just sit in any longer. I want to actually take the attack to the England bowlers a little bit, put a bit of pressure on them to change their lines, change their lengths, change their fields. But all he's done is ended up playing a bit of a loose shot, or a lot of a loose shot.
Little trigger movement down the stumps from Daryl Mitchell. He just opens the face and takes a single to cover point. The rebuild job is well and truly on. Hazy day here at the Oval. I went for a little trek, as I say, and met with some friends at the back of one of the stands. It's properly in the sunshine, and it is, or was, very hot, but there is a nice cooling breeze, and the sun has just gone behind the clouds as well. Good toss to win for Joe Root on his return to the side as captain. And England's bowlers are making it count, and credit to them, because of course Matt Fisher hasn't played a test in 4 years. This is Sonny Baker's first day out as an England bowler. Jofra Archer didn't play at Lord's, and Josh Tongue was deemed surplus to requirements. Was it for the first 2 Ashes tests? Brought in for the 3rd one, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of England's few positives, Josh Tongue from the Ashes.
Here is Sonny Baker. Oh, full delivery. And Blundell digs it out in and around off stump. No run. 109 for 4. I mean, looking out at this pitch, we don't know how and what's going to occur. It's certainly given something to the bowler all day. What would you say would be the kind of score that New Zealand would have seen as a par one when they started out?
Well, I think any time you put into bat, your goal is to bat the day. The runs are almost irrelevant. You want to make sure you just don't gift early wickets. New Zealand have battled hard. I think England have been good. At times they could have bowled slightly fuller, I think, but they've held New Zealand down.
Here is Baker. He is bowling fuller. Blundell pushes this out to cover and calls Daryl Mitchell through for a quick single. 110 for 4. 2 wickets in the session, both before and after lunch. That Pryor's off. See you later. Nice round of applause for Matt as he walks away from the commentary stint. And he's replaced by Jared Kimber. Is Manners coming in for this, Scott, as well? He is, okay. Right, Manners is coming back after a word from Jared.
Thank you, John. That was very disappointing from Rachin Ravindra there. I thought he certainly batted the best of anyone I had seen today. Sort of understood the wicket, understood the job. Everything was going great, and that was a pretty poor push, really. Henry Nicholls a little bit late on his before, but dragged it back onto his stumps. Tom Latham sort of pushing one that was, or flicking one outside off stump and getting an edge. And the pull shot of Devon Conway.
Clipped away very nicely off his pads now by Tom Blundell. Down towards long leg, fielded by Sonny Baker.
We did say early on that we thought they'd done well by not playing any shots. Every time they have played a shot, Manners, it's not gone well.
Well, they don't have much choice, really, do they? They need runs. That's the currency of the game, runs and wickets. you got to play some shots. You can't can't nudge them all off your hip. But I must say that it's been a rousing day so far for this England attack, given the nature of it, and the inexperience. And I think they've all risen to the task at hand, and a wicket for all of them. Right, Moose on strike now. Daryl Mitchell, forward he comes, pushing firmly out towards mid-off, straight to the field, and no run.
Son of Moose.
Moose Jr., Moose 2. Jon Mitchell, of course, his rugby playing and coaching World Cup winning father, was the first to be called Moose. He's not the first, and I presume it won't be the last son to inherit his father's nickname. In fact, sometimes it goes from brother to brother as well.
He's not the only son of a rugby player or coach as well. There's a few of those around, aren't there? I mean, obviously Ben Stokes is one. Maybe a few more. Is he rugby league or rugby union?
Union. Yes, very much so. He's now forward comes Mitchell, now pushing, I think, firmly down into the ground. The ball bounces up and is intercepted by Emilio Gay at extra cover. He's now coaching the England Roses, the all-conquering Red Roses, all-conquering women's rugby union team, World Cup winning side.
You'd be shocked to know that I have no opinions on that at all.
I'll be honest with you, I'm quite shocked that you even asked whether it was rugby league or rugby union.
That's about all I know about rugby, that there's two of them.
3 slips in a gully. And there's also a leg slip. Here is... Oh, that's edge, and it almost carries to the leg slip I just mentioned. It's Jordan Cox. It was off the thigh pad, was it? Oh,
I mean, he might have got a little bit on it, but it was definitely the thigh pad that slowed it down, wasn't it?
I think your lack of knowledge about rugby in either format is offset by your extraordinarily and useless knowledge of American sports.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Basketball, and yeah, I mean, you know things about basketball that basketballers don't know.
No, I mean, when you are self-educated, you end up in rabbit holes, and someone like you has a broader knowledge of things.
Driven in the air and wide of gully and down to the unguarded third man boundary for 4. Thick edge was my impression there from Daryl Mitchell. Very thick edge.
Yeah, easily could have been another wicket. You have hit a lot of balls in the air as well, not too far from fielders, so it could have been worse. It's been a strange innings so far for them.
Yeah, Joe Root he's not discovering, because you don't discover much when you've played 164 test matches, but just confirmation that 9 fielders is not enough. You've got the bowler and the keeper, and he's got 3 slips and a gully, and inevitably, and a leg slip, but inevitably the gap is found. And that was to the right of Jacob Bethel in the gully. Here is Tongue once again, bangs it in short, and Mitchell plays it defensively straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Is that Moose or Marnus out there?
Yeah, good call. Do you remember? Well, of course you do. On New Zealand's tour here 4 years ago, Daryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell had 3 double century partnerships, I think.
They did. That's just a no ball. We're going to have to...
Ah, right. I wonder what was happening.
Yeah, they were incredible. Do you remember that was a series where the Dukes balls weren't really flat, and it was also the part of, that obviously where Bazball started, and they were incredible. Unfortunately, I don't think either of these players have really reached the heights that they had around that era. Daryl Mitchell had maybe a little bit longer, but Blundell's been struggling for a long time, and Mitchell's not really making a lot of runs. Well, they were fantastic on that tour.
Mitchell made a century in all 3 tests. Pushed away defensively this time by Mitchell out on the onside. But if you look at Daryl Mitchell's recent ODI record, and I'm talking about recent as in the last year, it's extraordinary numbers. 400 in the last 12 games, off the top of my head, 3 or 400s and an average of 95, over the course of the last year. So
he destroyed Kuldeep Yadav to the point where Kuldeep Yadav was literally calling around asking people what he should be doing. Yeah, a lot of people started saying he might be the best all-format player in the world, but I don't think people had noticed that he'd had a drop-off in T20 and Test cricket at the same time. So a very talented player, very much a late bloomer, obviously gets a lot of the professionalism from his father as well, thinks about his game. But I think what happened early on really was that he was batting out of his crease and he has that huge front step, and it was putting people off their length, and people now are much better at just going, we just bowl a little bit shorter to Daryl Mitchell and he can't prop on that front foot and hit us back over our head. He struggles a little bit more at that point. So I think teams caught up with him a little bit, but he's still a very talented player and very good demeanour. Big sweater. Almost a Neil Manthorp level sweater, I'd say.
Yeah, but a long way below Heinrich Klaassen. I must say he's particularly adept at getting under the opposition's skin, isn't he? He tends to...
Despite the fact he doesn't really look like he's that kind of a guy, but he does annoy people a lot.
Oh, yeah. Really, really, irritant to the point where you'd book an appointment with your GP.
He's got that sort of irritating little man syndrome, but he's not at all a little man. So you don't really want to take it up with him afterwards, do you? Because, for a cricketer, he's got a bit of size on him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's incredibly patient as well. And, he's very happy to play out a drought of runs and a plethora of dot balls. And he just believes that the longer you're there, the more you've got a chance to do something. It's the drinks break at the Oval, midway through the first day. And I think the fourth wicket, well, obviously the fourth wicket gives the advantage to England, Jared. But, when England limped along in their first innings at Lord's, we kept saying that, 140 all out might not look much, but let's just wait and see how New Zealand bat and how the game goes. Just to reassure everybody that we're not in the same situation.
No, look, there's a little bit on this in this surface, and the ball hasn't always come on exactly as everyone would have wanted it to. But I think if England were batting now, there might be more wickets down, Manners, but they would certainly have scored around an extra 40 to 50 runs as well. So a lot of this is a way that New Zealand has batted at the moment. I mean, 220 to 250 might still be interesting on this surface, but not 140 is not going to be interesting. But not in a this game could go either way situation.
Do you know, I was also thinking 240. I don't know why. I was just thinking, what would be a sort of a minimum to par semi-competitive score. What's the least you'd want? 220, 230, 250 might even get you a lead. I mean, it depends obviously how England bat. And have we had it confirmed that James Roux will bat ahead of Jordan Cox? Because Cox was selected at 7 when Jamie Smith was going to bat 6. But it would seem to make sense to me now to have Cox at 6 and Roux at 7. But I'll get your thoughts on that in a moment. Although James Roux is a career top order player, so I don't think either of them particularly wants to bat 7. Here's down the leg side from Sonny Baker, taken by Roux. Either way, you've got a specialist top order batsman batting at 7.
Yeah, last time England had that was probably when Joss Buttler wasn't wicket-keeping and they batted in number 7, which has probably caused them more issues than they had ever thought about, really, in the way that sort of spiraled with how Johnny Bairstow took that situation. I heard that they wanted Cox to bat at 7. I don't really know why that was the case, but maybe it was more Smith-related than it was Cox-related.
Here is Sonny Baker again, bowls, and clipped away off his pads nicely by Tom Blundell for a single down towards long leg.
So if that's the case, they might just say to Cox, look, we would like you, this is where we want you to bat going ahead. But you're right, I think it doesn't really matter. You can go in either direction, can't you, with that? I think the official scorecard has Roux at 6, though, doesn't he? The one that we have?
I just wondered whether that was just
just a substitution, rather.
Yeah, they just Chip-X'd out Jamie Smith and put James Roux in his place. Now it's Daryl Mitchell on strike. Sonny Baker runs away from us up to the crease now. Bowls, bouncer. well, back of a length anyway, and it's left alone by Mitchell. Do you know what's really interesting? A lot of talk about, and rightly so, justifiably, about James Rew's record. And of course, he was the youngest player in English cricket history to reach 10 first-class hundreds since Dennis Compton in 1939. And, you know, a lot about his record. It's remarkably similar, we're talking first-class record, obviously, to a fellow debutant, Jordan Cox. Remarkably similar, and in fact, Cox's is better. It's just that he's a wee bit older. Here is Sonny Baker again, up to the crease now, bowls full and wide, and not very wide, just wide enough for Mitchell to leave, but it really wasn't very wide of the off stump. Jordan Cox has more runs, also 1200s. They've both got 1200s. Jordan Cox has gone over 4,000 runs. James Rew has 3,920. Cox's average is a wee bit better at 43.5 as opposed to James Rew's 41.7. But both 1200s, very, very similar. Career best scores of 238 not out and 221. Really, it's hair splitting. Divide those records. Pushed away off the back foot defensively now by Mitchell, no run.
Yeah, probably if you look at this analytically, you would probably say that Rew is the better bet because he has done this at a much younger age. That would be the only thing that I would probably throw in his favour. But when you look at the averages, he has 13 not outs, Rew, and Cox has 6. So his averages are a little bit boosted by an unusual amount of not outs. So yeah, there's not much between the two of them. Cox feels like he's hitting his peak a little bit more.
Here is Sonny Baker again, short pulled by Mitchell, and he hasn't timed it. Splice of the bat, but there is a man out there at deep square leg, so it rolls along the ground to him, and he does take a single, and New Zealand move to 118 for 4.
Is that Bashir out there?
Yes, it is. Oh.
The only reason I noticed the fielder is because whoever it was didn't pick the ball up at all off the bat, and was surprised.
I didn't pick the fielder up.
Yeah.
I thought it was Emilio Gay out there, but you're right. What's age got to do with it then? I mean, they've only played one game difference. We're talking about their first-class records. Again, just a reminder, Jordan Cox has played 63 first-class games. James Rew's played 64. Cox has had far more injuries. So why would you say that Rew's a better bet because he's younger?
So he played a lot when he was a teenager in early 20s, and the averages when you're under the age of 22 are generally around mid-20s for a professional batter. It's very, very low because generally you're picked on potential at that point rather than on anything else. Whereas if you've done the same amount of, if you've played a similar amount of cricket, but you've played at 23, 24, 25, you should be approaching your batting peak, or at least understanding professional cricket a bit better.
All right, got it. Here's Matt Fisher into the attack from the pavilion end. First delivery pushed away by Mitchell towards mid-off, but it's intercepted by Jofra Archer, gives the ball a shine. Josh Tongue is off the field.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything at the end of the day, like on a larger sample size, because eventually you would be you basically, most players get picked around their peak, right? And so it doesn't matter as much. But these are two guys who've probably been picked just before their peak a little bit. But if you're looking at who is the better bet in their career, it's probably Rew. But I think Cox has slightly better figures.
Slower ball and a big appeal for leg before wicket, of an impassioned appeal from Matt Fisher. You don't see too many of those, but unless it slipped. That was quite a bit slower to me, and Matt Fisher is now in animated conversation with Joe Root, and he said, "Skipper, please, you got to go for it." And Joe Root was. Did you see his shoulders raise? It was like, "I'm not sure," and Matt Fisher said, "I am."
It's the second one they've gone for today that I haven't really felt that they're 100%. He moves right across his stumps. Yeah, that's a terrible, terrible review. I'd be shocked if that's even clipping the outside of leg stump. Is it, Manis?
I just wonder whether it might be going over, actually. To be
fair.
So
it could be missing and going over?
So we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
Well,
The double miss. Let's have a look. It pitched on middle,
Now,
angled in.
impact is in line. And
Yeah, missing leg stump, and
So the review
that's
is
okay on
lost, so we
height.
can go back
That was
to
a
you
bad
on the
review.
field, Adrian.
But I thought Root, the other one as well, the one down the leg side early on. Who was the bowler then? That was Fisher again, wasn't it?
worse, wasn't it?
Yeah, both of them just didn't look right, naked. Well, now, they have a slightly better view than we do, but that first review, Matt Fisher kind of should have seen where he was standing.
Yeah, you know what? As a captain, if you're not sure standing at first slip, if you're shrugging your shoulders at first slip, don't take the review. Just don't, especially when the bowler's playing his second Test match. 2 slips, gully, leg slip. Here is Matt Fisher again. Bowls. Mitchell flicks it away off his pads down towards long leg. Sonny Baker does the tidying up. All the reviews and talk about Sonny Baker's effervescent personality and bubbly character have been confirmed on his Test debut. I mean, he was savaged in his ODI debut, and I don't think handled particularly well in defending a pretty much indefensible total England. And I think he was thrown to the wolves. But it you know, and that would have really dented the personality spirit of many a young cricketer, but he didn't let it get to him. That one was flicked away through the onside by Tom Blundell. They come sprinting back for the second. These two, as we've already mentioned, love batting together. Great record. So Sonny Baker's got a long way to go in this innings, never mind this Test match, and never mind his career. But for the first 2 sessions of his Test career, he's been bubbly and busy, and far more importantly, he's been pretty disciplined with the ball. He's bowled a lot of deliveries in the right place, and he bowled a good one to get rid of Rachin Ravindra, caught in the gully. Jacob Bethel's taken 2 good catches in the gully. First one particularly difficult. Flicked away now as Matt Fisher is in to Tom Blundell down towards long leg, and once more fielded by Sonny Baker. New Zealand moved to 122 for 4. Slow going, hard work at the crease. I would imagine that the pitch will become easier and it will speed up a little as the game goes on. Often pitches become lower and slower. Not been the case at the Kia Oval for the last 2-3 years. Here is Fisher once more, and Mitchell is again edging towards taking a stride at the ball, but just plays it from the crease defensively, and there's no run. Any thoughts, by the way, that Joe Root, in his role as temporary captain, might demur to Harry Brook for on-field decisions, has been emphatically erased from any speculation today. Joe Root is really captaining. He might be actually captaining more today than I ever can remember him seeing in his first tenure.
We're seeing a lack of stand-in, you know, lack of deference. Yeah, there's no doubt who is in charge on the field so far. It's Matt Fisher when it's reviews, and Joe Root the rest of the time.
Here's Sonny Baker. That's down the leg side. So just when I said he was disciplined, he's just bowled a couple down the leg side in the last few overs. He's young, he's fit, there won't be any conditioning issues or problems. He's just borrowing a stud cleaner from umpire Nitin Menon at the moment, scraping some mud from his studs. But yeah, and do you know what? And Joe was quite conventional and didn't often think too far outside of the box. But today he has made a couple of innovative, quite creative moves, and I think that they've been worked out by the analysis team. I mean, he saw a couple of here's Sonny Baker again. That looked like a slower ball. It was a low full toss, but again I think he just bowled a little bit of a floater. I don't know whether that was side of the hand, but it was a low full toss and it was flicked away for a single down towards deep backward square leg. Sometimes, I don't know, Jared, you should be talking about this, not me, you're the analyst. But do you know what I mean? Like when Rachin Ravindra came to the crease, catching point straight away. And a couple of there was another who had two mid-offs, also close catching.
Was that Nichols?
Yes.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, these are moves that come from the analysis team, I assume. Here comes Sonny Baker again, bangs it in, short back of a length, up onto his toes goes Blundell, pushing it out towards extra cover.
Yeah, I think, the difference is we're not seeing as much of that happen probably in an over. I don't know if you've noticed, but there are certain overs where Joe Root hasn't changed the field, which I don't think Ben Stokes has ever had in his life. So, there are definitely some issues when it comes to that. But yeah, I think a lot of those things probably come from the analyst directly, or at least the bowling coach, team plan, whoever that person is.
Here's Sonny Baker again. It's down the leg side and taken once more by James Roux. You've actually performed this role for the St Lucian Turbans, or they were, and Scotland and a few other teams.
St Lucia have had a lot of names. I'm not sure that was one of them.
I can't remember.
They were the
Which
Stars.
one do we go
They were the
for?
Stars when I was there. They had didn't have a French bird name at one stage, and now they're the
Toucans. No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
toucan.
it's not toucan, but you're on there. Yeah,
Something like that. Here is Sonny Baker again, up to the crease now, bowls, and once more it's back of a length, but down the leg side, and it's left alone by Tom Blundell. My question was, do you have to be quite careful to present your analysis as pure information rather than an instruction, or like you don't want to draw conclusions? You want the captain or the players or the bowlers to draw conclusions, don't you? So do you have to be quite careful about saying, well, this is some interesting data. You might want to have a look at it. You might want to ignore it. Is that okay? You're choosing your words carefully. Here's Sonny Baker, much better, back of a length outside the off stump, takes off, good bounce and beats the outside edge of Blundell's tentatively offered bat. 124 for 4.
So after I did St Lucia, I did Scotland, and I realised that it was much better to present things informally by me ordering a drink in the team hotel's bar and waiting for people to come past, and then pretend like I just happened to have happened across something as they'd walk past me, than it was to go through things. I think there are certain times we had one particular game we went up against a player who, I know this is going to sound weird, and this is why the team struggled with it, who couldn't play the ball short and outside off stump. And so I said just bowl short and outside off stump to him. They thought I was mad, and I think he hit 70 off 25 balls. And afterwards, the conversation was really about, how do you want me to present it to you guys? Like, if you guys think I'm wrong, let's have a conversation about it, and then we can work it out. So I think it's probably best to have a conversation, because if you come up with something that's too random, like having 3 mid-offs or, whatever the field position you might have, 2 leg slips and a short leg, that's your plan. You have to be able to talk it through with them, and I think that's the most important thing for cricketers.
Here is Matt Fisher running from the pavilion end. Full and straight, Daryl Mitchell plays it defensively, straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. I would have thought ideally, you want to be in a situation where the bowler comes up, or the bowler and the captain, or both, come up with the plan. You don't want to present a problem and a solution, do you? It's much better if they come up with the solution. You can say, this is interesting. I think this is really interesting. What do you think? And what's the answer?
What you're saying is very manners, by the way.
Pushed away behind square on the offside to Jacob Bethel, fields at gully, no run, 124 for 4.
I think the issue that a lot of analysts have had, and you're going to be shocked to know this is not a big one with me, Manners, but a lot of the issues that they have is that they defer to the players, they defer to the coaches to a point at which they don't get any of their analysis across, right? And I think you have to be very careful and very respectful of the way you talk to players and the way you explain concepts to players. You also don't want to put something in their head that causes a bigger issue, right? You're not a coach. You're not used to working with them every day like coaches might be.
Here's Fisher again, and Mitchell rather awkwardly plays this away from the body, but will get a single as he nudges it past gully. 125 for 5. My experience is that players, like all young children, are genetically programmed to say no anytime they're present. So, I mean, I would have thought that deference would be a necessary skill for an analyst in order to get his information absorbed or even accepted.
You spent a lot of time with former South African, Australian and New Zealand cricketers, have you?
You know what I'm saying,
You
right?
think they respect deference?
Flicked away, good point, through square leg by Tom Blundell.
I'll tell you a really fascinating story. One of the times I was with the team, I was involved in the selection committee, and we came to a selection decision where I said, look, I've run the numbers, guys. We've already spent half an hour on this. There really isn't a difference. If you pick this guy, we get this. If you pick this guy, we get this. But the impact metrics basically say these are not going to change the game all that much between the two of them. So you guys have to decide between, this and this, and what you want to do. And someone in the meeting went, oh, so you're just going to sit on the fence, are you? And I was like, no, I'm presenting you very clearly the fact that we could spend another hour talking about this and it will not make a difference.
Two slips gully leg slip as Fisher is in to Blundell, drives through mid-wicket. Difficult shot that, as he flicked it with a straight bat, but through mid-wicket, turning in the face, closing the face at the moment of impact. 2 more runs and New Zealand move to 129 for 4.
So I think they actually do respect you actually saying the thing that you believe, but there is a way of doing it. You are right. I think the default answer almost every time. I worked with a player in this IPL, and he asked me specifically how he thought he could improve, and we came up with a plan. We had a great 2-hour chat, and then the first game he did the exact opposite to what I wanted him to do, and ended up finding himself out of the team for a little while.
Full and straight from Fisher and defended by Blundell to extra cover. Duckett fields, no run. There's also inherently a risk that the analyst will make the coach feel undermined if he is presenting issues and solutions. Like the coach will be, particularly if he's an insecure coach, which is the majority of them.
Yes, I think that's an issue. I think I worked remote for one of my teams, didn't I? Because they were worried that I would have too much of an influence on the players. I know I would have.
So they kept you in a darkened room at the back of the hotel.
I wasn't even. I didn't go on tour with them. I did it remotely. That was the whole plan. I think they were afraid I was going to get them reading books and talking about poetry or something.
Oh no, that would never do. Sonny Baker runs away from us from the Vauxhall end. Pushes this one away. Does Daryl Mitchell. Not perfectly timed, but he wasn't hitting it. It was just a push, and he'll come back for 2.
Really good little shot that. I think the way that I look at it is every single person that you communicate with in an environment like that, and so there's 14, 15, 16 players, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 coaches. You might have a general manager, all these different people. It's up to you to kind of work out how to deal with each one of them directly. The idea that there's one method for one player or one coach isn't true. I worked with the great Roddy Eswick, and before, we had one chat for 20 minutes, and then he said, you can run the bowling meetings, I trust you.
Here comes Sonny Baker up to the crease now, and that's pushed out straight to short mid-wicket. For some reason, Mitchell sets off for a run. He does that, though. He can be quite skittish. A lot of dummy runs. Emilio Gay had that one covered. He wouldn't have got halfway. 131 for 4. Which is harder to run, the batting meetings or the bowling meetings?
Batters don't generally want a lot of information, so it's much easier.
Shorter?
Yeah, watch out for this guy's action. This guy slows down when he bowls his wrong in. This guy will bowl off 24 yards occasionally. But it's very, very simple. Or this is how this guy usually sets you up to get you out, whereas the bowling ones, and the bowlers ask a lot more questions as well.
Here is Sonny Baker up to the crease now. Again, bowls. Oh my goodness me, that's lashed away through wide long off for 4. Goodness me, Daryl Mitchell's just opened up there. So it looks like he was entering the last 4 overs of a T20 game. He's given himself room. He's taken half a step outside leg stump. He's ended up chest on, freed the arms and thumped it past long off for 4. And that looked premeditated.
It was definitely premeditated, and he definitely woke up about 30 people in the OCS stand there. That was, it was violent. It came from nowhere.
Absolutely remarkable.
He does do that, but generally it's down the ground, isn't it? But they haven't really given him the length today.
Beautiful shot for 4. 135 for 4. Daryl Mitchell, is that the beginning of something? No, he leaves this one. It's short, it's armpit height, but it's down the leg side. It could only have got into trouble trying to play that one. Daryl Mitchell, 18 now. It is third boundary. Tom Blundell has 13. New Zealand 135 for 4.
I just wanted to talk about the other thing that we were mentioning before, which is who will bat higher, Roux or Cox? If you look at their careers, Cox is quite fascinating. He's opened the batting quite a bit. He's batted 4 quite a bit, 5 quite a bit, and 6 quite a bit. So his
So he's a natural for number 7 then.
He's definitely not going to bat 3 or 7.
Baker once again tucked away nicely by Mitchell for a single through square leg. Emilio Gay goes and fetches it. Jordan Cox made his career best score. I think it's 228 as an opener, didn't he? And has had great success opening in white ball cricket. So I don't think that he would have had very much experience of batting with the tail. And let's make no mistake. Oh, yeah, okay.
So Roux's batted mostly at 4 and 6, and he's started opening recently, occasionally as well. So neither of them are really set up to do this, which is a good thing.
Driven through extra cover for 4. Glorious runs. Tom Blundell take a bow. That might be, well, it's certainly in the top 5 shots today, I reckon.
Best cover drive this over?
I think that I'd take the second one, yeah. Definitely. It's the end of the over. A little more from Jared Kimber with New Zealand 140 for 4, then it'll be Jon Norman.
Yeah, it's a better situation to be that you have 2 players who are coming in who don't have experience at number 7, because generally if you bat at number 7 in first class cricket, you're not a success in Test cricket. The fact that these guys are top 4 players, top 5 players, quite consistently as well, I think is an even better part of it. It works a lot. I think we're just going to see. Now, this is the first time today we've seen the keeper come up the stumps for Daryl Mitchell, which is something that is very, very normal when Daryl Mitchell bats, because he does bat out of his crease. And Roux is coming up, so we'll get a good look at Roux's technique here as Jon Norman comes in,
How you
speaks,
doing?
picks up the microphone, all these things.
Here we go. 140 for 4 then. And this will be 4. Daryl Mitchell just starting to click through the gears. And what's been impressive so far is seemed in complete control. There's a flurry of boundaries when Rashan Ravindra was at the crease, and at no point did it really seem like he was set. But Mitchell, after that early drop, that's a graceful shot on the front foot, opens the face in his stance and just guides that through vacant third for 4. 144 for 4. New Zealand still way behind where they'd want to be. As this time stretches forward and defends in and around off stump. No run.
Apparently I've accidentally set up advertising for South Downs natural mineral water, because I put it right here in front of the camera the whole time. I didn't realise. Sorry.
That's all right. I'm sure our producer Scott was alert to it.
I think
he seized on it immediately.
I think he's already contacted South Downs and asked for a sponsorship.
I hope he has.
South Downs, when you need water fast.
So Matt Fisher bowling from the pavilion end. His preferred end, according to Jeremy Coney, who's commentated on a lot of Surrey cricket over the last couple of years.
He bowled the whole first session from this end, didn't he?
He did, yeah, because Archer bowled. Obviously Archer's going to
ask for whichever end he wants. Demand
an end. How do you feel that both Matt Fisher and Sonny Baker have gone today, as Fisher again is in over the wicket and draws another defensive shot from Daryl Mitchell, who's 23 from 41.
I think Fisher probably bowled a little bit too wide early on, but I like the movement that he got. little bits of bounce, controls the new ball, hasn't bowled many poor balls. What are his figures at the moment?
13.4 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 29.
So they've scored a little bit more against him with the older ball. That'll be his big test, I would have thought, is the older ball bowling. Sonny Baker's got himself a wicket. That was probably a pretty poor shot from Ratna Ravindra.
This is guided in front of cover point. Duckett tries to claim left-handed. The ball just bobbles up and a comfortable single is completed. 145 for 4 here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
I think Baker's got some issues. He's bowled a full toss today. He's bowled 3 or 4 balls miles down the leg side. He's also tried to bowl the ball on 4 occasions when the batter and the umpire have not been ready. I think we can be fine with that, but I'm not sure what his stock ball is at the moment in Test cricket, but his raw attributes, you can see why they're excited by him.
So when we were watching the opening salvos, Josh Tung's first few overs, Fisher's frustrated here. He's past the umpire and about to bowl, and then suddenly Blundell looks up and steps away from the crease and just says, well, I'm not ready. And he almost got the double teapot there.
Both Mitchell and Blundell take a long time to get ready at the crease, and so this does happen sometimes. It's one of the reasons they annoy bowlers.
Fisher now does manage to complete the delivery. It's a full one, and it's driven back to the bowler who half fields, no run. So remember last year when both Jamie Overton and Josh Tung were having all sorts of trouble at this end, whatever this end's called these days, Vauxhall End, OCS. It's not even the OCS anymore. What is it now? JM Finn end. Do you remember? They were having real problems with their footholds, and it looked like Sonny Baker suddenly was having the same problem, and that's where a lot of these leg side wides were coming from. Oh, you can't answer. You've got to go. Well, you don't have to. You can quickly answer that.
I can't believe that I can't answer that, and Harry Brooks coming on the ball.
Well, Jared's off, but Jeremy's in. And we are going to see a change to the bowling. And it's going to be Harry Brook. Harry Brook, who picked up... What figures did he get earlier this year? Well, Yorkshire beat Surrey. Did he get a fifer? Well, you can speak, Jerry. You can speak. Tell the listeners.
Well, it was 3 or 4, wasn't it, for Yorkshire? No doubt about that. He's a keeper up, so that prevents Mitchell going at him. The field is interesting. 1 slip, 1 gully, sort of a shortish cover.
And Harry Brook bowling for England. And this is just guided down to into the gully where it's fielded. I'll be honest with you, I didn't have Harry Brook bowling in the afternoon session on day 1 of the second test with just 1 man out on the boundary on my card this morning.
Well, New Zealand have been a little bit timid, haven't they, after a while?
Down the track goes Daryl Mitchell. He's gone high and over mid-off. It's not going to reach, or it will reach the boundary just. We're more extra cover than long off. Just for a minute there, it looked like he'd skied it. But he picks up 4. I think we might be set for some fun and games here, Jeremy.
Well, New Zealand have to play a few shots, and I thought the over prior when Baker was bowling from this end, we saw a very nice stroke from certainly Blundell to finish the over for the second boundary. The first one, again with the mid-off kind of a little bit deeper now, but it was up but then in those days, and really New Zealand had to attack a bit more.
Here is Brook, and this is left alone. So yeah, there's a straightish, quite short mid-off, and then there's another mid-off that's about halfway in, halfway out. Extra cover with a gully, first slip, leg slip, deep square leg, catching mid-wicket, and Jofra Archer at, again, about halfway back to the boundary at mid-off. And this is defended back to Harry Brook. Yeah, didn't have this one today, but you're right, New Zealand have been timid.
Yeah, it's an old-looking scoreboard, isn't it, at this stage? I have 4 for 150. And New Zealand just, I can understand it a little bit, John, because, you come and you've played a third of your test, you haven't got 30 runs on the board after Lords.
On the pads and drilled to Amelia Gay at mid-wicket, no run.
And so at least you approach the second test and you hear that there's big runs and you know that runs are possible here. And so you start with a slightly defensive, frame of mind, is that I'm not going to play aggressively right from the start. I'm going to work my way into an innings.
Wide of the crease comes Brooke, and this is left alone. His one test wicket coming against New Zealand at the end of it was at the start of 2023 when he had Kane Williamson caught down the leg side for 149 or something.
At the Basin, I think, was it?
At the Basin,
yes.
An incredible test match.
Yes.
One of the best test matches in recent times, or of all time, actually.
But it certainly has just smelt a little bit of defensive work from the New Zealanders. They have to start at least attacking the wider delivery, the one that they feel they can get to drive and force a bit more pressure than they have so far this morning onto the bowlers. And once you start doing that, then you can kind of earn the odd wide one, the odd short one, and then it's easier to pick them up. So I tell you what's interested me a bit, John, is why this leg slip has become so much of an issue in this series. We've had 1 and 2 of them today.
Yeah, and we've seen Daryl Mitchell dropped there as well,
yes.
right? Archer bowling over the wicket and on his toes and forcing this past Gully and all along the ground for 4. Blundell moves to 21 and 150 up for New Zealand, 153 for 4. I think, all things considered, New Zealand got it just about right in the first session with the tempo.
I agree.
And
It's when they came out after lunch and the sun had been on the pitch for another 40 minutes, you could see the frustration in Ravindra particularly looking to attack, but it was almost attack every ball. And he was just frustrated.
Archer again, and Blundell's wrapped on the pads, fielded by Bethel, who's been brilliant actually in Gully. 2 catches so far today, and he fields on the bounce.
And
yeah, there was a flightiness about every single time I've seen Rashan Ravindra play England, he's
wanted to just belt them and just take them round the park and almost a shot a ball. And while it doesn't work all the time, he's just got one that's just bounced a little bit going across him from Baker, and he's looked to sort of, with 2 slips in the gully, has tried to run it to third man for 4.
Archer again, and this is left on length, but the ball actually slaps Blundell on the top of the thigh and dribbles through to the slip cord, no run.
Gee, I thought that was a bit too close just to not be playing a shot. It's almost as if that's an in-swinger once again from Jofra Archer, who normally takes it away from the right-handers. That one, as he did this morning, he started to bowl in-swingers to the left-handers, so it was moving away from them. I think that was another one.
Yeah, I saw Tom Latham shoulder arms to one earlier today, which hit him just above middle. This will be 4 on the pads. I'm not sure there's bat on it. There wasn't. Leg byes, and Joe Root just signals he'll go and retrieve the ball. So an increase in the run scoring. We're at the halfway point of the day in terms of the overs bowled. And a 50-run partnership. The first since 2024 against Sri Lanka is buzzing into my brain. I think Gary Morgan sent that stat earlier today. Much needed for New Zealand. We need a contest between bat and ball and between these 2 sides. And this is pushed out to the leg side. Just for a second there, I thought that Jacob Bethel was going to be interested. Oh no, it's Jordan Cox at leg. It's more of a leg gully, isn't it? But another run added to the score. 158 for 4. What would you say is a pass score here, Jeremy?
Oh, I think if you look at the scores we've seen so far, factor that in, and look at the pitch today, factor that in, and that it's the first day as well. The grass is only going to lose its life as this game progresses from now on.
Here's Archer, and Mitchell meets this ball on the front foot, pushed out to cover, no run.
I think 300 is going to have to be kind of as a guide for New Zealand. They're 158. They're halfway there at the moment, but they've lost the majority of their top order wickets.
Yeah, but you feel that possibly...
they can get there yet.
Yeah, the ball is just started... Well, it's lost its shine. It's obviously a 45 over ball. There's no spinner, and Harry Brook is bowling. England are coming with 4 bowlers. Sonny Baker just seemed to lose his rhythm in that towards the back end of that last spell. Fisher's bowling, his second spell now? Archer's bowled 9 overs. You know, if you take 1 wicket off there, 158 for 3... you'd feel that New Zealand will be just about where they needed to be, but this is driven, and it's claimed by Duckett at cover point. It throws the ball into the air, but the crowd aren't going to be fooled by that.
A little bit of outswing there for Harry Brook at the moment. Very medium pace compared to the other bowlers. Just got to be careful you keep your balance here at New Zealand and your strokes.
3 for 11 he took against Surrey. Oh, he leaves this one, does Mitchell. And it keeps very low. Well, not Lord's low, but it kept a little low. Would have crashed into off stump. But too wide for that. And there's a fumble behind the stumps as well. So the 2 batters cross, and another run is added to the score by. Yeah, has just kept a little low there, didn't it? And James Roux up on his toes, couldn't get his gloves down quick enough. Just bangs his fingers. 159 for 4. Can these 2 stick around? What have we got? I've lost track of where we are. 12 minutes until the tea break. New Zealand can't afford to lose another one. The 2 last recognised batters. I know Phillips top scored at Lord's, but forward pushing up to mid-on, and Mitchell just for a second looks like he wants to charge down the crease, but Josh Tongue at mid-off runs across, and either way Blundell's not going anywhere. Brook again. There's no extravagance this time from Mitchell. He's pushing up to Archer. Did you have a nice little break? Oh, got a scream. Do you have a nice little break between Test matches, Jeremy?
I did, thank you. I headed down with Mark Church, the man from Surrey.
Oh,
you
really,
know
Churchy?
Very well.
I do.
Stayed with Churchy.
What a lovely guy.
Yeah, and his mum Anna, and we had some nice times.
Oh, nice. This is defended again by Mitchell. He shapes to move to the offside and then just pushes it back to the bowler. I mean,
Seven Oaks.
Oh, you went Seven Oaks?
Seven Oaks,
my
certainly.
gran used to live in... My dad grew up in Seven Oaks.
Right.
He
well,
moved.
You'd know it well.
He moved from Barisal in Bangladesh to Seven Oaks in Kent when he was 7.
Tunbridge.
Yep. Oh, he chases this one. It's wide. It's there to be hit, and there's no fielder out at deep point north third, and the ball and the fielder are racing towards the boundary. The crowd will tell you the fielder's won. Instead of 4, it's 3. 162 for 4.
Yeah, drag down. And at that pace, you can't expect to do that. But it was a bit of a swing there for Harry Brook as he wanders back into the slip position that he's going to be in, probably. And really, he's blowing his bubble gum. That's good. He's got that used to that. Good save from the last shot of the match there. And so just 3. 162 now for 4. But yeah, you can't drag down. But he's got a wee bit of swing, and it'd be just encouraged, I think, because he got it to go from about middle and leg, which is always interesting, going across the face of the bat to the keeper. So looks as if the New Zealanders are getting a bit warmed up now, and they're washing and having a bit of a drink.
Well, Blundell is... I mean, these conditions will be more than welcomed by the New Zealanders. You know, very familiar conditions. It's a baking hot day. Going to be hotter tomorrow and Friday, and the weekend. Real scorching temperatures set to come back to the capital.
And that's why you need that 300, I think, in the first innings, and B, both teams are probably going to be a little bit sad that they haven't got a frontline spinner for the remainder and towards the end of this match.
that Archer has just requested that Jordan Cox go a little straighter at leg slip. And he is in, and again just gets the ball to bounce a fraction more and maybe hurries Daryl Mitchell up, has him hopping on the crease. And now, what's Joe Root saying? You know, there was a conversation that we had between myself and Neil Manthorp in the build-up to this test match that maybe it'll be Harry Brook orchestrating from second slip. But after attending the Joe Root press conference yesterday, I think that notion was put to bed. I think this guy might be here to stay. Archer in the sunshine in South London, and Mitchell defends.
Well, that brings up the whole hoary question about Stokes, doesn't it, I guess? But that is a possibility, I suppose, that Joe Root might captain for maybe a year is what you're suggesting, is it? That sort of thing? Is that what you mean?
I think that, you know...
And then would you go through to the Ashes?
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
I think that... Look, there's no doubt about it. In this country, it is now all about the Ashes and India. Here is Archer, full delivery, and possibly Mitchell slightly late on this. But it's defended out to mid or no run. I was quite surprised. You hear a lot of lip service paid to Test cricket, still the pinnacle of the game, you know, just as they take another test out of the schedule. And every time it's suggested that maybe England are too too focused on the Ashes and India. And oh no, we're just looking at this series. It's all about this series, not about the Ashes coming up. Mitchell, 31 not out, and again defends Jofra Archer. Richard Gould, Chief Executive of the ECB, speaking before this series, written down, black ink. India and Australia, they're the series that matter more than any others. That's what it's about.
Well, take a look around. There's nothing wrong with this crowd, is there?
We're very lucky. We're very, very fortunate. But you know, it's incredible, but the ECB will make a loss next year when the Ashes is on. The only years they ever make money were India in town. Here's Archer on the pads, and well, I think that Sonny Baker has had to correct the direction of travel. He's at long leg, and I think he took a few paces to his right, thinking that this ball was going to be travelling down far finer than what it actually ended up doing, and then suddenly had to change course and run back to deep back with square leg to field. That's run number 1001 for Daryl Mitchell, who averages 55 in England with 750s and 300s. Archer again, and Mitchell just ducks under this bouncer that signals the end of the over. 164 for 4. And we've got Jofra Archer at one end and Harry Brook at the other. I know who I'd rather face.
Well, what's Archer at the moment? Is he sort of 9th, 10th over?
10. That
10,
was his
I think,
10th
yeah.
over.
So
3 spells.
Yep, this is his 3rd spell, that's right.
Actually, no. I think this is his 4th spell. I think he's had 4 mini spells.
Well, maybe that's how England have thought that's how we can best use him. He's sort of in the high 80s, isn't he? it's 88, 87, that kind of pace at the moment.
Third.
And he's made the ball swing a little bit. And quite a useful bowler today.
Here's Brook again with James Rue up behind the stumps. He's got a first slip and a gully. He's got a leg slip and a leg gully. There's a extra cover. Mid-on's pushed back a touch, mid-wicket, and the man out on the boundary at deep square. As he comes in again, running away from us, and this is down the leg side, and James Rue fields. There's just a polite inquiry from keeper slip and leg slip that maybe Blundell's followed that ball and gloved behind, but Brooks already at the top of his mark.
Well, with those two leg slips, a leg slip and perhaps a leg gully, let's call it that, in play, certainly Harry Brook can to bring the leg stump into play, bowling wider.
This is Fuller, and left alone outside off stump by Tom Blundell, who I noticed. Well, actually, I'm lying. Aidan McLaughlin sent me something on there. Tom Blundell maybe with an eye to the future. He was named in the New Zealand Cricket Performance Coaching Course cohort down the leg side, and good grab by James Rue behind the stumps, who picked up his first wicket in Test cricket, or rather his first catch in Test cricket earlier today, to help dismiss Devon Conway. So yeah, Tom Blundell. Do you know many of those names there? I'm not going to read them all out. There's Cam Fletcher, Anton Devcic,
yes,
who is part
the
of our
opener.
team.
Yes.
Louis Delport, I recognise that name.
Yeah, Emily Drum, of course. She was a famous name, played for the women, good player.
There's a few in there. 10-month programme designed to support the development of high-performing coaches across the country. Just get involved. Oh, that's a Yorker from Harry Brook, and there's an extravagant defensive block from Tom Blundell.
How many overs are England behind? Because I just watched Harry Brook there, and he's running to go and get that and running back to his mark. Now both the mid-on and mid-off are now going up to short, about level with the stumps, both of them. No one behind them. Come on, play a big shot, Tom Blundell, they're saying.
The tempter is there. Oh, it doesn't drop that far short of the leg gully from the bat of Tom Blundell. There's a chase on by the second of those two leg slip fielders, and the trap has been set, and Tom Blundell nearly walked into it. But you're right, those two mid-on and mid-off were called up, weren't they? Very Joe Root-like from his previous captaincy. What have we got now? Only got a couple of... Oh, there's the other reason they're running through. They wanted to get another over in before tea.
Right.
I don't think they care about over rates, Jeremy. What are we doing at tea, by the way, Sam?
One of the most exciting up-and-coming personalities in the world of cricket is going to be live and exclusively on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
You're talking about yourself. Here is Archer. Now it's down the leg side, and it's a good tumbling stop by James Rue. Yeah, we've had 40...
Well, it won't be you or me.
No, it certainly won't be either of us two, Jeremy, but I think we've been on air enough. What's the feature called, Sam?
Say again?
What's this new dynamic, exciting, youthful feature called?
Well, I don't know. It hasn't really got a name to it, but I can just tell you that Cameron Ponsonby is joining us live at tea.
I thought it was going to be called Tea and Scones with Sam Ellard. Fuller and blocked out to mid-off, no run.
We can make that happen.
Okay, it's your slot, man. It's your time to shine. 166 for 4 then, 2 wickets before the lunch break, 2 wickets in the afternoon session. And they called it steadying the ship, didn't they? You still see the New Zealand cricket fans with the headwear. Kane Williamson used to steady the ship. That's what it's all about. Okay, yeah, sailor on the high seas. But now it's a new world, a post-Kane world that we're living in. And the likes of Tom Latham, Daryl Mitchell. I mean, there's a lot of experience in this top. There's probably too much experience in some regards. If you can have too much experience. Here's Archer. Oh, this is left alone, and Archer goes up for leg before wicket. His shouldered arm says Daryl Mitchell. Lots of excitement behind the stumps, but England have lost 2 reviews already today. They've got 1 left, and it doesn't look like they are going to gamble here.
No, the DRS timer is just timed out there, so that's not out.
No, it's a right decision by Joe Root, I think.
Yeah. Well forward. It might be what has saved Daryl Mitchell once again. No stroke offered.
Saw that happen 3 times at Lords across both sides. The player just letting the ball slap into the stumps. Here is Archer running away from the pavilion, and this is forcing a shot guided down to gully where Jacob Etherfield's on the bounce. How many deliveries have we left? 2 in the session, and New Zealand battling back a touch. How many of these 2 put on now for the 5th wicket? Much needed runs. 59 in 13 overs, and at a decent run rate, 4.5. Now we've got fielder out at deep square, about, I don't know, 10 yards in from the boundary.
Yeah, this is a bit more orthodox, isn't it, John? You've got a mid on, a bat pad, a couple out.
Here's Archer, and that's left alone by Daryl Mitchell. Again, good bounce and carry from Archer, decent pace. His first spell was 1991. His second spell, I noticed, was a touch slower, 88, 89. And I haven't seen where he's coming in this spell. 1 for 36 from his 10.5 overs. 1 ball remaining of the afternoon session here at the Oval. Jeremy Coney with us throughout the series. We'll be heading up to Trent Bridge, up to Nottingham next week. Here it is then, last ball of the session. Archer is in, and this is dug out by Daryl Mitchell. Pushed up to Ben Duckett at mid-off, and that is the end of what's been another really intriguing session of Test cricket. New Zealand losing the wickets of Henry Nicholls, who just edged onto his own stumps, playing defensively, cramped for room. From a heavy ball bowled by Josh Tongue. 24 on his return, he made on his return to the side, and then real disappointment, Rashan Ravindra, who'd played a couple of nice shots, including shot of the day with a dreamy punch down the ground for 4, getting himself out to a shot of nothingness, but one that will be remembered forever by Sonny Baker, as he claimed his first wicket in Test cricket. And really, New Zealand were in all sorts of trouble at that point. 107 for 4. So well done to Daryl Mitchell, who was dropped in single figures at leg slip by Jordan Cox. He's 33 not out. Tom Blunder was 23. And at the tea break here at the Oval, ahead of a very exciting new section of the show, hosted by Sam Ellard, called Tea and Scones. Tea and Scones with Sam Ellard. Cameron Ponsonby will be his very, very first guest. So don't go anywhere, folks. New Zealand 166 for 4.
Yeah, that's one of the most exciting young personalities in cricket, Cameron. If you're going to plug it properly, please, John.
Why? I don't need to. You just did it for me. Anyway, you heard what he said. Don't go anywhere.
It's tea on day one of the second test match between England and New Zealand. It feels weird me doing this sort of intro. It should be Cameron Ponsonby doing it, shouldn't he? The new host of the Wisdom Cricket podcast. Play back underway in about 15 minutes time. England winning the toss, bowling first. They picked up 2 wickets in the afternoon session. New Zealand 166 for 4. The 2 wickets in the afternoon session. Nichols going for 24, bowled by Josh Tongue. And then the first wicket on test debut for Sonny Baker, getting Rachin Ravindra. Daryl Mitchell was dropped early in his innings on 2 by Jordan Cox at leg slip. He goes to tea on 33. Blundell on 23, so it's 166 for 4. Delighted to say that joining me here at the Oval is Cameron Ponsonby. When I promoted you coming on the tea feature, I think I called you one of the most exciting personalities in all of cricket, didn't I? That's true, isn't it, Scott? That is exactly what I said. There was some raised eyebrows.
He's nodding, it's fine.
But, you know, I'm going to have to come a little bit closer here because these headphones are dragging me to the right-hand side. Do you mind moving up?
I'll do my best.
No, I like having...
Scott just told us to
no,
go
I
right,
know, but I always like having production meetings on air.
Nice.
talkSPORT do that all the time when we're in the studio.
It's nice
like
to be
the
live.
presenter will be having a
Real.
natural conversation with the producer, like live on national radio. And I think that's the stuff that people want, right?
It's the behind-the-scenes kind of bit of down-to-earth, salt-of-the-earth reality people want to understand how these things really, really work. And can I just say, I'm so happy to be reunited with you.
I know.
I feel like some of our best work, collectively, I'll speak for you as well as me, was that Caribbean 2023 tour.
Yeah,
I think it's 2023.
England go to the Caribbean 3 times a year, don't they? So it's hard to know what year it was that. 2024 was it? Was it 2024?
Whatever year it was,
I
it
don't
was
know.
unforgettable.
Was it? What was the score in the T20 series?
3-2.
Was it actually?
3-2.
So they played 5 T20s.
They did play
3-2
5
to
T20s,
England.
and then Phil Salt went ballistic. A couple of centuries.
Yeah, that's right.
I can't believe
Do you
you've
remember,
forgotten
by the way? No, I haven't forgotten. Do you remember we were going to interview Phil Salt? Well, actually, I was going to interview Phil Salt,
I do
and then
remember what you were about to say.
I think you took that job from me, didn't you? In the months to come,
Probably,
which was bang out of order. And there was a coffee shop, wasn't there, in Barbados? And was it just called Salt?
I remember.
No.
I think it was Salt. So
Salts.
literally belonging to Salt.
Yeah. And you literally go, and this was a good idea in principle.
Yep.
Let's go down there and do the interview in the coffee shop, right? And I think because we're both, maybe because I was quite lazy, I didn't quite do the research into it. And then we said to Phil Salt, or I said to Phil Salt again, we were going to do the interview in the coffee shop. And he looked at me and went, mate, I've heard this 100 times before. It's not my coffee shop. It's got nothing to do with my coffee shop.
From memory, you got stitched up by one of the backroom staff members of England.
I thought it was you, wasn't it?
No, because he told you that it was Phil Salt's like family cafe.
Oh, I thought it was
so
you.
in your interview, you went, God, must be nice to be able
Pop
to head
down
back
the
to
road.
your family cafe, get a free coffee. And he rolled his eyes when you'd be done here.
I know. It's a wonder why, isn't it? I haven't been back on tour since 2024 doing any interviews. How have you been, mate?
Been very well. Work is
You are
flying,
flying, aren't you, mate?
You know what's been really nice? Started at Wisdom, kind of taken over from Yaz Rana as the host of the Wisdom podcast. It's been really exciting, kind of learning on the go, basically. So Ben Stokes got in some trouble last week, and all of a sudden...
Did he?
Did you catch that
What
one?
happened?
All of a sudden, you kind of got a microphone, you're talking to a fairly sizable audience. You're having to be more sensible, basically. I think I've often done the other side of the job where you're there. Do you know, I'll tell you exactly the thing I'm finding the hardest about taking over. Previously, by being freelance, you kind of speak irregularly. So you're irregularly appearing on other people's shows. So when you do, you've had time to think of your opinion. You go in knowing what you want to say. When you're hosting something that goes out multiple times a week, you're just talking so much. And your opinions are changing as more information comes to light. And so it's really hard to just kind of sound sensible. And I'm sure there'll be many people who will say, I, me, you, everyone fails at that regularly. But I've more sympathy for the likes of yourself and everyone who has to speak on issues all the time.
Yeah, well, I enjoyed your appearance on talkSPORT Breakfast the other day with Andy Goldstein.
That was a real treat.
How did Andy Goldstein start off that interview with you?
I love Andy Goldstein because I've never met the guy in my life. He has no idea who I am. No matter when I appear on talkSPORT, if I do anything with Andy Goldstein, he signs off, goes like, and that was the wonderful Cameron Ponsonby, one of the best cricket journalists out there. And I go, thank you very much.
Yeah.
He's doing it all for show.
What did I message you on Instagram? I said you are, but I
Thank you
said
very
he
much.
does say that to almost everybody that goes on his drive time
It
show.
works. It gives you a boost to your emotions.
Good. I should dot the I's and cross the T's and say my favourite cricket podcast is obviously the Following On Cricket podcast.
Naturally.
But I do
So is
love
mine.
I do love the Wisdom Cricket podcast. You taking over from Yas Rana, I would compare it to David Moyes taking over from Sir Alex Ferguson. But mate, I'm actually genuinely being serious here, because Yas has got the most remarkable knowledge, hasn't he, on basically almost anything cricket related. He knows stuff about the England Test team, but he can tell you what's going on in the second division in the Sri Lankan T10. You know what I mean? He knows it. So to take over from that and have that camaraderie with the boys that he does, it's not an easy, place to step into.
He's such an intelligent guy. I always think me and Yaz are kind of sporadic best mates. There'll be a month every year where we hang out heaps and then kind of just chat throughout the rest of it. I would say he's been unbelievably helpful since I've taken over. He's listening back to shows, giving me advice about how to really go about hosting, for example, a couple of tips and tricks. But you're correct in that. I remember he'd say this pretty confidently, that kind of outside of national selectors and like county head coaches, I reckon I'm watching more county cricket than anyone. He would have all the streams up, ready to go. You could ask him about any player's technique in Division 2 and he'd be across it. And he spots interesting things over the years. It's why him and Mark Butcher, who's kind of a regular contributor to the Wisdom podcast, they've always got on really well by the end of it. And I think Butcher trusted Yaz's opinion, basically, by the end of it. And I think that's a pretty good character witness to have in your favour. If Mark Butcher's thinking, you know what you're talking about. I'll get there one day.
No, mate, you're off to, like I said, big boost to Phil. You're off to an absolute flying, mate.
Thank you,
you're
mate.
off to a flying star. So you're still a freelancer, though, right? I'm taking it?
Always freelance.
So who are you working here for at the Oval?
Good question. So doing a bit of Wisdom.
Do you know
him? I do know. I do know who. I'm doing The Observer on Saturday, doing a bit for The Guardian on Sunday. And I'm always available for selection for talkSPORT, as and when it may or may not come.
Here we go. Mate, you'll take this T feature off me sooner rather than later, won't you?
That's the plan.
You know,
I'm always trying to take jobs off you, Sam.
Yeah,
you always do the fun ones. I want to do what you're doing.
No. As a freelance journalist who obviously is with Wisdom as well, how did you find last week, and how as a journalist do you try and tackle a situation and a story like that?
Do you know something I found really interesting was how quickly public opinion changed. So when the news first came out, I think England are obviously trying at the moment to get ahead of kind of disciplinary situations or be more open in general. It's why Brendan McCullum is speaking so regularly to the press. And so on the Monday evening when the statement came out, there was this kind of void of information. And I think naturally in moments like that, everyone, press, public, whoever, you kind of assume the worst. And so you think, right, this is a thing which is kind of fatal for captaincy prospects. What's happened? How bad is it? Is it going to be the end of Ben Stokes as we know it? And then over the course of 24 hours, everyone kind of took a beat. There was that Tuesday afternoon where it really sounded like Ben Stokes was done. It sounded like the ECB were nervous he was going to hit send on an Instagram post and retire, just like that. And all of a sudden, just the afternoon progressed, and everyone kind of went, hang on, what's he actually done? What's the inverted commas crime that's being committed here? And as far as we know currently, as far as we're told, it was that he was up past his bedtime. And if you ask any of the 25,000 people that are in this stadium who love cricket and want to spend their, whatever we are, Wednesday afternoons watching England, I don't think any of them want to stop watching Ben Stokes, because on the night after winning a test match for England, he was out too late and had one beer too many. It's still utterly bizarre in that we don't know anything. We don't know if he's going to resign. We don't know if he's going to be fired. We don't know when he's coming back.
Why is that, do you think?
It's a great question. It's one I
A
can't
broken clock's
answer.
right twice today, right?
Because this happened 10 days ago now. Like, what are we waiting for? Surely we talk about we don't know what happened, but the people who are in the nightclub, crucially Ben Stokes, Gus Atkinson, the security guard, they have a pretty good idea what happened given they were there. So we're still kind of in this kind of limbo period where the kind of future of one of the nation's favourite ever cricketers hasn't been decided. Is there more information to come out? That's something I'm kind of bouncing around in my head saying, is the full picture available to everyone currently, or is there things we don't know? Because it feels utterly bizarre. If all that's happened is that he was out past the curfew, why isn't it the same case with Gus Atkinson, where we assume it's kind of a slap on the wrist and we'll see you at Trent Bridge or we'll see you back for the Pakistan series? With Ben Stokes, they've spoken about their worry for Ben and their concern for Ben. And I think that it's really it's a really interesting insight into how we as a nation kind of talk about mental health issues in particular, where we talk about, I feel like we all agree it's okay to not be okay. That's the line, right? But none of us know how to speak beyond that. And so England tell us this, and they say, we're worried about Ben. And we go, brilliant, okay, we're worried about Ben. What's next? Are we allowed to know more? Is that impolite to ask more? It probably feels like it's a kind of invasion of privacy. But because they've been so open about the fact that we're worried about Ben, but no further information, you kind of protect Ben Stokes in the first instance, but you then leave it open to speculation at the vastest extent beyond that, because there's no further information. So again, I'll refer to the 25,000 people that are in here. They're all currently having a beer, chatting to their mates, going, what do you reckon's wrong? And nobody knows and understands, and it's just rolling on. So on the one hand, yes, I kind of admire the ECB for wanting to be more proactive and be on the front foot about addressing things. On the other hand, we're still a week and a half later, and there's just this mystery, there's this question mark that's hanging over the series, which feels bizarre. And would be nice to be resolved at some point sooner rather than later.
You are good, aren't you? By the way, I was engrossed in that answer.
Oh my goodness, maybe you're a good listener.
No, well, when you're talking sense, it's interesting to listen to. If you had to hazard a guess, though, do you think the fact that Ben is going to play, we think, for Durham this week, the fact that no rash decision has been made yet, do you think that common sense will prevail? And we can all, Ben will hold his hands up and say, I made a mistake, I shouldn't have broken that curfew, because let's be honest, he was part of the management team that did bring in a curfew for a good reason, because the England cricket team didn't behave like professional athletes should do in the winter. Once the dust settles, as you said, he can't lose his career over this, and probably also shouldn't lose the captaincy over this, right?
So there's one thing I'd like to say in that. Often, I think we can be criticised for being too soft in these instances, and you go like, oh it's okay.
Like England were with Harry Brook?
Possibly, but I feel like the Brook's a different instance, where Brook, it was so transparently mad. He got punched by a nightclub bouncer the night before a game. Stokes is out the night after a game and wasn't, as far as we know, involved in anything. It was, however, incredibly professionally embarrassing. Imagine you having a chat with your boss for 6 months about, Sam, we're going to be on our best behaviour, yeah? We just need a couple of quiet months, a couple of quiet weeks. We're just going to get through this.
Keep your head down.
And then on week one,
I know,
you are the one to let everyone down. I can't imagine like waking up that morning with the hangover and going, oh my goodness me, what has happened here?
We've all been there, haven't we, by the way, having that anxiety. I dread to think what Penn's was like on that Monday morning.
I imagine my guesstimation at the moment is we won't see Stokes at Nottingham, but hey, 10 days has felt like a long time. By the time it's the end of August and Pakistan are here, so much water will have passed under the bridge that my guess is we'd see him playing for England, not necessarily captaining England against Pakistan.
You're a cool guy down with the kids. Do you still go clubbing? I thought people had stopped clubbing like before when COVID came in. Do you go to nightclubs?
No.
Do you? No, you don't. Like, would you want to go to a nightclub? If I said to you tonight, there's a really good nightclub around the corner after the England game, let's go to a nightclub, have a few beers, put on our best shoes, throw a few shapes. I couldn't think of anything worse, to be honest with you.
You know, I'll give this a trial run, because it's something I've spoken about with a couple of people and a couple of former players, and they say one of the things that irritates them about this England team is people talk about how you don't like the public eye. And this former player was talking about the reason we went to Walkabout in Nottingham, or we went to whatever these nightclubs on the main roads are. Let me finish the point, Jared Kimber. It's because we didn't have any cash. These boys, they've got a bit of money in their pocket.
Yeah.
You go to a private members bar, have as loud or as quiet a drink as you want till as late as you want. Anyway, I'm getting booted out.
That was quite rude, wasn't it?
I thought so too.
It's bang out of order.
Happens.
That went quite quick, didn't it?
Sorry?
That went quite quick. I think maybe we should do this at lunch next time, you know that.
I look forward to that. We get double the amount of time.
What's the score going to be tonight?
The score at the end of tonight's session is
I meant the football, mate. I actually did mean the football.
2-1 England.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And are QPR finally going to go up next season or not?
No.
Never. QPR are never going up or never going down, are they?
Dullest team in the country. Last 10 years, this isn't quite true anymore, but it was true not that long ago. QPR have lost more matches in the Football League than any other team in the country across the last decade, because we've never had the decency to get relegated. Just finished 17th forever.
Mic drop.
Incredible.
Cam, thank you very much.
Always.
We'll chat to you throughout the test match. Tea is nearly over. Neil Manthorp is going to come back in and do some commentary. And we get to the evening session with New Zealand 166 for 4.
Thank you very much indeed to the one and only Sam Ellard and freelance prince. I won't call him a king yet. Cameron Ponsonby, who's
the last of the freelancers, really, isn't he?
well, he's in a dying breed, isn't he? I'm certainly no longer able to give him any heads-up clues about how to make it work. Life as a freelancer. The players are coming back onto the field. Plenty of this sellout crowd are still on the causeways and walkways down below us and are all the way around the ground. It's one of the best serviced cricket venues in the world. The Kia Oval is really caters for everybody, every desire, from food and drink to the non-alcoholic drinks, and you can even get organic and vegan fare if that's your thing, and if not, all sorts of roasted meats and Indian food and Thai food. And
Can you not get vegan food in South African grounds?
no,
Really?
of course not.
You can't get any vegan food?
No, absolutely not. Why would they cater for a market that doesn't exist?
If you're a South African vegan, please put a comment below.
yeah, actually do. Yeah, I'd love to see it. Okay, Josh Tung's changing ends. He's going to bowl the first over after tea from our commentary end, the Vauxhall end. And he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Tom Blundell. There'll be 2 slips and a gully waiting in anticipation, as well as a leg slip. England have had extra cover and mid-wicket for quite a lot of the time, and it's not a defensive move, I don't think. It's because it's very difficult to trust a drive on this pitch. Here's Josh Tongue outside the off stump to Blundell, leaves that one alone, and there's no run. You know that old joke about the Englishman who goes to South Africa and he's watching the cricket and he goes to the burger stall and he says, have you got anything vegetarian? And the burger stall owner says, yes, we've got chicken. But actually, I'm being a little bit flippant, but in sort of the metropolitan outskirts of Cape Town, you might find a vegan cafe. Driven down the ground, pushed really firmly, but nicely fielded by Tongue off his own bowling.
You'd find vegan in Rondebosch, wouldn't you? With all the students, there'd have to be vegan there. And there's some pretty trendy cafes in Joburg that my wife managed to find. Because there's a lot of keto and low carb stuff, so you can get like cauliflower-based pizzas and things.
Oh yeah, and yeah, exactly. And cauliflower rice. Have you ever tried that stuff? It falls to pieces. It ends up as a mash. Here's Tongue again outside the off stump, left alone by Blundell.
Cauliflower rice I've never had, but cauliflower pizza base I've had it, and I had that in Joburg, and it's really annoyed me. It doesn't exist over here very much. It was that good. It was shockingly good. You can get it here, but it's not.
Don't let it go cold.
No, it's still not like a normal pizza base. It's almost a separate meal to a pizza base, but it's I really like cauliflower though.
But hot, it's terrific. It's different. It's not. Yeah, it's not trying to be a pizza base. It's being itself. Pushed away behind square on the offside into the gully, fielded by Jacob Bethell. He's looked very good in that position today.
Yeah, he was at backward square leg as well. He's been at leg slip. Is that Bethell? Yeah, it is Bethell back in there. Him and Jordan Cox have switched around a couple of times. In fact, Duckett seems to have been in random positions at different times today.
He seems to have been usurped. He's been the regular man at third slip and gully through the last couple of series, last three, 4 series. Here's Josh Tongue once again, looks for the Yorker, I fancy, right up in the block hole, not quite in the block hole. And Tom Blundell tries to drive, comes off the toe end of the bat, no run.
I mean, you talking about dietary stuff is interesting because you did write a book called The Beer Drinker's Guide to Losing Weight. It's called The Beer Drinker's Guide to Losing Weight. I might have the only copy.
No, I've given hundreds away.
I paid for mine.
Did you really?
Yeah, bought it. I think it might have been at one of the Headingley stalls.
down the leg side, flicked away nicely by Tom Blundell off his hip down towards deep backward square leg. There's a group of pigeons close to where that ball is fielded who remain absolutely unperturbed, probably unaware that that cricket ball was anywhere near them. 2 more runs, the first 2 after the tea break, 168 for 4. Tom Blundell moves on to 25 and Daryl Mitchell has 33. The science, such as it was, behind that book has
Not aged well?
moved on somewhat. Yes. Yeah.
Who'd you write? You wrote it with someone famous, though, didn't you?
Paddy Upton.
Oh, was it Paddy Upton?
He provided the science, and I didn't necessarily fact check it.
I just always assumed it was you could drink as much beer as you want as long as you're running the Comrade.
No, it actually wasn't.
What's it called?
Comrades, yeah.
Yeah, Comrades.
Ultramarathon.
That just happened the other day, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
How'd you come?
Yeah,
Second, third? Fly home for it?
There's a limited number of Comrades marathons that an amateur can run without doing the adequate training. You need to be running 200 kilometres a week. Get ready for that. 2 slips in a gully. Here is Matt Fisher. Sorry, it's Sonny Baker, and that's driven behind square on the offside by Daryl Mitchell. He's going to get 4 for it, and I don't know what your hand gesture meant there. Were you suggesting that he hit that in the air by mistake, or that he was in control of it, or not in control of it?
No, just in complete control of it. I think it's the third boundary they've scored there in the last 20 minutes. I'm talking either side of T when I'm discussing that, but yeah, just in complete control. The first time I saw it was when Fisher came on and Rue came up to the stumps, and I think we've seen at least 1 or 2 since then as well. So it feels like the pitch is a little bit more even-paced now than perhaps from before.
Here is Sonny Baker, first time from the pavilion end, and it's banged in short, doesn't bounce much. Mitchell pushes it to it, mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, with the harder ball, sometimes they would skid through quite quickly and some balls would get some balls would stop on the surface. We're not really seeing that now. Everything's coming through at the same pace, and that allows you to play quite a safe but extravagant sort of late cut. It's not really a late cut. Modern players don't really play the cut shot, do they? But it's sort of a late guide.
Yeah, the cut shot is. I think the bats have changed. Driven and a miss from Daryl Mitchell. I said driven with such an element of surprise in my voice because we've had so few drives all day, but that was a full-blooded attempted off drive, and he's missed it, and the ball has missed the outside edge. It kind of endorses the point that Jeremy Coney made earlier, which was England haven't been bowling drive balls. They've been bowling predominantly back of a length, and mostly you're gonna get fewer wickets by doing that. You need to roll the dice, don't you? You need to give the batsman scoring opportunities, particularly early on, and the pitch might be doing something. You need to bowl some drive balls and get them driving, so they might make a mistake. They will score runs. Yeah, short pulled by Mitchell for 4. Well, that was a shot of some conviction and control from Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm still not sure that ball came on perfectly, but he just muscled it away, didn't he? But we are definitely seeing, whether it's the ball getting soft or the sun hitting the surface or whatever it is, it feels now they're much more in control of their batting. Early on, it was sort of sticking around as much as you could and then going out almost the first time you played an aggressive shot. Now they do look a little bit more in control. A wicket at this stage would be massively against the flow of the game as it is.
Here's Sonny Baker, mid-on and mid-off have dropped quite deep now. That's banged in ribcage height and tucked away defensively to mid-wicket by Daryl Mitchell. It's interesting that. For much of the day, mid-on and mid-off when they've been there, which is for most of the day, have been quite close, even stationary. Now suddenly they're 20 yards behind the umpire, both of them.
Probably because Daryl Mitchell, even if he chips it, it's still going to carry to them. Probably. I don't think you need them quite that far back for Blundell on any surface.
No, but Mitchell, it's. I quite like it. They're conceding a single, but they're also saying, "Go on then. Do you want to go over the top again? Go on, go on then." I like that. Mitchell, as we mentioned, is a sort of an ego player. he challenges the egos of the opposition, certainly, and they're responding with a challenge of their own. Tucked away off his pads this time, straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. New Zealand are 176 for 4.
Ashwin, on his, I think it was on one of his shows, talked about how good a player Daryl Mitchell was, and he said specifically against spin bowling, the thing with Mitchell is his ability to play every shot, and he's kind of similar against pace. So every single ball he can play in a different way, and because he's so strong as well, and he's got a good eye, so he basically has the ability to play every shot. And that might sound weird, but that's not the case for every international cricketer. Not everyone could sweep, reverse sweep. Not everyone can hook. Not everyone can loft the ball down the ground.
Or they can, but less well. Less well.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I mean, you and I could do all those things, just poorly.
Occasionally. Right, there's some tactical changes going on here. England have decided that Emilio Gay, they want an extra man. Okay, we've got a third slip. 3 slips, gully, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. We've lost the square leg. We've got a leg slip, though. Edge this time. I don't know whether Tom Blundell was actually leaving that, you know. I think he was actually trying to leave it at the last minute, take the bat out of harm's way. The ball has hurried onto him, hit the bat, and he's inadvertently steered it past gully for 4.
Yeah, proper Joe Denley batting there. Off the middle of the bat as you try and leave it. He did kind of make the decision very late. And he got it off the toe and it went out for a boundary. Just to get back to the cut shots. So one of the big reasons you don't see any cut shots is you can see it in Josh Chung's action. Everyone bowls from wider on the crease or from over the top of their head now. So everything angles back in. Where that was not the case in the 90s, where a lot of people were angling the ball even away from the stumps.
Here's Tongue again, over pitch, clipped away for 4 through mid-wicket. Lovely shot. Tom Blundell has followed a fortuitous and inadvertent 4 through gully with a sumptuous clip off his toes through mid-wicket for a very, very much intended 4. Daryl Mitchell, by the way, has become the first batsman into the 40s, 41. Blundell now has moved into the 30s on 33, and New Zealand just beginning to look stabilised. 184 for 4.
How many times have you seen Blundell with a strike rate this high?
Not often. 33 off 40 balls. Here is Tongue once again, and time Blundell plays defensively up towards mid-on. Jared, I have a burning desire, and I think I may even call it a need, to talk to you about Harry Brook. And it has nothing to do with nightclubs in Wellington, or bouncers, or the vice-captaincy, or indeed his undeniably brilliant batting. It's Harry Brook, the bowler, that I have this desire to talk to you about, because I may well bring ridicule and mockery upon myself, but I like him as a bowler, and I think that there's a small, tiny little niche for him. Clipped away off his toes again by Blundell, but England has set the field right. He's going to bowl full and straight here, Josh Tongue, and he's got the field for it, so he has to bowl full and straight, and that was clipped firmly to mid-wicket. Emilio Gay dives to his left, and there's no run. 184 for 4. I think there's not in every situation in every game, definitely not, but there is always a place in a team for someone who bowls gentle medium pace, provided, you know, they need to do it well. I mean, you need to pitch it up, bowl straight, wicket to wicket, get a little bit of swing outside the off stump, and that's left alone, because fast medium or medium fast is so-so. Everybody faces that, but at the top level particularly, international batsmen are not accustomed to facing medium pace, and I just think there's a place for it, and I think that Harry Brook does it rather well. Go on, mock me.
He averages 54 in Test cricket.
I don't care. I don't care. It's not about that. You know it's not about that. If ever an average was irrelevant, it's the case of a very part-time medium pacer. Swing and a miss. Oh, he's thrown everything at that, Tom Blundell. Gee, it was full and wide outside the off stump, and he's tried to hit the cover off it. And it swung. Started wide, went wider, beat the edge. 184 for 4. That one is taken by James Rue. if you're going to mock me, don't use stats.
I didn't mock you. I think there is a certain generation of cricket fans, of which I'm probably a part of as well, who misses the part-time medium-pace bowlers of New Zealand's history. Certainly,
No, they were full-time.
The odd Australian as well. Mike Gatting bowling. No, is it Gooch? Who bowled seam? Both? Did they both bowl?
Gatting very briefly.
But he bowled seam up as well, I think, didn't he?
But Gooch bowled in one-day cricket, yeah.
Mike Hussey?
Greg Blewett?
Yeah. Greg Blewett was probably too good.
Was he?
Yeah, he's probably more on the Scott Styris end than he, on the Sourav Ganguly end of that. But so I understand it from that perspective. I think it was a mistake to bowl him as long as they did.
3 overs?
Yeah.
Why was it a mistake? It
I
wasn't
would have
expensive.
bowled him one to see if Mitchell was going to do something stupid, and then I would have brought back a proper bowler. I think that they let the game. There was no pressure on from this end, and I think I think it is eventually going to be a very important part of the game.
Sonny Baker continues from the pavilion end, and Daryl Mitchell is forward, pushing that straight back to the bowler. Baker fields and tosses it to Emilio Gay to shine.
Tom Blundell is currently, this is his 8th fastest innings in Test cricket history for him, and 3 of the ones that have been faster than this before, he didn't score 10 runs in. So you could argue it's the 5th fastest actual innings that Tom Blundell's ever played, and his strike rate is, hovering around 80?
Stand by for the handbrake turn. Driven this time by Mitchell through the offside. That's running away across the old practice wickets, and it's very, very hard to haul it back in that situation. But I think Ben Duckett has done it. The third umpire will definitely have a look. The TV umpire will definitely have a look at this. But Duckett set off in hot pursuit, and I have to say I didn't think he had a chance. But Rod Tucker will have a look at it, the third umpire, make sure that he has scooped it back. This time it was Jacob Bethel who accompanied him to the boundary. If he has saved a run, it was a very, very fine effort. Daryl Mitchell at the moment has 3. Takes him on to 44, and New Zealand on to 187 for 4.
Yeah, it was a good shot again. We're just seeing England bowl a little bit fuller. We've seen a couple of Yorkers from this end as well, so I think the message has gone out. We've had enough bowling length outside off stump, or even back of a length outside off stump.
Here's Baker again, bowls, and that's full and straight. And Tom Blundell, half driving, half defending it. He seemed to be caught in 2 minds. I think he wanted to drive, may have misjudged the length, and then had to defend it, as it was a lot fuller, closer to Yorker than drive length. 187 for 4. So you sense a change of tactic from England. They're looking more.
That's another Yorker, isn't it? Just after I said it, so it feels like they're attacking the front pad a bit more.
2 slips gully, extra cover, mid off, mid on, quite deep, mid wicket as well, and a leg slip as Baker is in and drives, and this time Duckett doesn't have to chase, but he does have to scurry and tumble to his left. He's quite deep at extra cover, so it was pretty much always going to be a single, and it had to be hit a lot harder and a lot straighter to him for there not to be a single there. 188 for 4 New Zealand.
Yeah, it didn't quite time that, but again, Blundell tried to play the full shot there, didn't he? All the way through it. So I think he's playing a little bit differently than he normally would today. He does have, you might have been there, he does have 100 against England that is better than a runner ball. Wellington, 2024.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, second innings, and his career was on the line. Yeah, short and pulled out towards mid-wicket, and he's gone. He's spliced it to mid-wicket. Emilio Gay takes a straightforward catch. Daryl Mitchell cannot believe it, but Sonny Baker doesn't care less. He is absolutely over the moon. Well, I tell you what, as a fast bowler, you give yourself 10 out of 10. I mean, he got it right. It was a short ball, and he's forced the error. It was quick, it hurried onto him, and he spliced it straight to mid-wicket. He's persuaded to go for the full marks to Sonny Baker. And England have ended a 5th wicket partnership of 81, which had just begun to haul the Black Caps not into ascendancy, but certainly back into an equal footing. But well done, Sonny Baker.
Yeah, I think the extra pace played a part. Did you see where he delivered that from, Manners? His foot was miles back from the crease mark, and I'm not sure that was an intentional decision. I think he just did, but you can see again, we talked about this before, the ball kind of just getting stuck in the surface a little bit there. And it basically, I think, hits higher on the bat than Daryl Mitchell is expecting, and it's a very tame end. He was very upset with himself there, and quite right. He got himself in. Ravindra also got himself in. Someone has to go on here. We were saying before that if the pitch didn't change, 220 to 240 looked like a good total. Doesn't look like that anymore unless you absolutely run through them with a new ball. So this is a good time to bat, but someone has to stick now and make that big score. Glenn Phillips is coming out, who I thought was their best bats in the first test in much more trying circumstances. It'll be interesting to see if he attacks here or just turns the ball around.
Well, do you know what? He'll obviously look like a fool if he gets out, but I can't help thinking that it's quite a tempting time to launch a bit of a counter-attack. I mean, the innings has been stabilised now, and it's just there are a number of factors to consider. We're coming up to 5 o'clock, so we can actually carry on until 7. So it's not. I would be wrong to say we're approaching the end of the day. Here's Sonny Baker, bowls to Glenn Phillips down the leg side. He's bowled an increasing number of deliveries down the leg side, either short or full. Jordan Cox has to chase it as James Rue gets his left hand to it, which is his strong side, but knocks it on, and a bye is signalled. But you know, one of the reasons Glenn Phillips. That's the first time.
Have you contacted Glenn Mitchell to
No,
let him know
it's
this
the
is
first
happening?
time I've done, and I put myself through a course of wordage to make sure I didn't do that. Glenn Phillips is a perfect counter-attacker. It's the reason he bats at number 7. England just, I don't know, they New Zealand were 107 for 4, 188 for 5, and I just think that the bowlers might be vulnerable,
It's an inexperienced attack, right? You would think they had almost broken them here, but a quick 30 or 40 from Glenn could change it.
Here is Josh Tongue again, and opens the face of the bat, and well, that's just magnificent. Did he even hit that? It's raced away behind point on the offside for 4, and honestly just seemed like a firm push.
It just looked like a defensive push to point, and off the bat, that's the way you called it. You didn't realise it was going to be a boundary, and then suddenly, not only was it a boundary, it was a no chase boundary. It just raced away.
Staggering that. Honestly,
beat the fielder by 25 metres, didn't it?
It looked like he was playing a firm-handed defensive push to me. That's absolutely remarkable. 193 for 5, and Phillips off the mark. Second ball with a 4. This one is back of a length, rises up, hits him on the thigh pad, collected at mid-wicket. Absolutely remarkable. So you must have walked around the ground, maybe not today, but in previous test matches. What's the most unlikely or exotic food or drink that you've seen for sale? You can go for the Vietnamese if you like. That's the one.
Sure, here actually. They used to have that duck stand.
Yeah, that's here.
Yeah, is that still here today?
Yeah, duck.
That's just behind us, isn't it?
Roast duck wraps, roast duck with in a bap, pushed away behind square on the offside once again by Phillips. This time it won't quite hit the boundary, but it stops is stopped a metre short, and they go through for 3 more. Gee whiz, you'd as an umpire you'd want to get the bat gauge out, wouldn't you? You'd be thinking, Where's that coming from?
If Kane Williamson, who scored the majority of his test runs in the same direction, had played those two shots, the first one wouldn't have been a run, and the second one might have been a single. Actually, no, the other way around, wasn't it? The first one would have been a single, and the second one wouldn't have been a run.
Some just timing from. I mean, there is some power there, obviously, but it's mostly timing because he doesn't look like he's trying to hit the ball. Here is Tongue again, bowls. Oh, and this one is a controlled edge. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but he leant forward with very soft hands this time. Opened the face maybe, and it looked like it hit the edge, gone straight to second slip, all the way along the ground. He looked like he was in complete control of that. May have gone a bit finer than he was intending.
Soft hands edge rather than a controlled edge, perhaps, but he does play with very soft hands. That's, certainly one of the strengths he has as a player.
Tom Blundell, 34 not out. New Zealand 196 for 5. Here's Josh Tongue again, outside the off stump. That's a heck of a leave from Tom Blundell, and Josh Tongue's just standing at the top of his follow through, and with a smile on his face, informing Blundell that may have been a little closer to his off stump than he initially realised.
Yeah, Tongue's angle in bowling on top of his head, as we talked about before, can cause that a little bit. So you will see people occasionally confused when leaving a delivery by him.
England still have extra cover and mid-wicket as well as mid-on and mid-off. So it's a full and straight field as that one is dug out. That was very full and very straight. Blundell had to dig it out defensively off the toe end of the bat. The over comes to an end. 196 for 5. Blundell 34. Phillips 7. The man out since the tea break. Miscuing a pull against a bouncer from Sonny Baker was Daryl Mitchell, who departed for 44. That drop on 2 by Jordan Cox at leg gully off Daryl Mitchell. That was definitely a chance, wasn't it? That absolutely definitely carried. And
yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I marked it down.
It was a tough one. I mean, it would have been a really top catch, wouldn't it? But he saw it, and which is not always the case at that position.
I was going to say, it's hard to see. Also, if you're a wicketkeeper, that must be a very odd position to field in.
He's there again now at sort of maybe fourth leg slip. That's down the leg side, and it's glanced, and it's gone for 4. Buys. Hang on. James Rew didn't move. He's got a rueful smile on his face now, the England debutant wicketkeeper. Oh, well. Was that fair? They were wides, weren't they? Surely.
It wasn't that wide. I think Rew maybe it did tail away. I don't know if it's reversing a little bit at the moment. It did feel like it just swung further towards us. But again, how many times has he run in Sonny Baker and just bowled the ball directly down the leg side?
More and more, actually, hasn't he? I mean, you might say he looks like a bowler who's getting tired. It's quick and straight, and get a good line as well on off stump and defended.
But yeah, you are right. Rew probably didn't move at all. I'm not sure he would have stopped it because of the tail on it, but he was nowhere near it. Brought their 200 up as well, didn't it?
200 for 5. Gee, that 5th wicket partnership was important. 107 for 4 New Zealand. But Daryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell stitching together a stand of 81. Stabilised things before Mitchell's departure. Here is Sonny Baker again. Bowls. He's also got the full and straight field, and it's not necessarily the strength of a young fast bowler who's still learning his game. Would that be the hardest discipline for a young fast bowler to go full and straight, bearing in mind that straight usually leads to whips and drives through the leg side. You get slightly too straight, slightly too full, and it can be a very expensive. Short, wide, and a back foot slap through the offside by Phillips for 4. Gee, short and wide outside. That wasn't full and straight. That was short and wide, And Phillips, I venture to suggest the replay will show, was in the air when he played that shot.
We said players don't play proper cut shots anymore. That was a proper cut shot, that one. It was a very, very poor delivery. And just beautifully contacted. I think he was just off the ground, wasn't he, when he hit that?
Yeah, well, 1 foot was. I think then maybe the toe.
So like a Hollywood ingenue in the 1950s. 1 foot up, 1 foot down. Just a hint. Scott, producer, doesn't know what I'm talking about, so I can talk about this for longer.
204 for 5. It's full and driven through extra cover for 4 by Phillips. Do you know what? I had a sense that there'd be a bit of a counter-attack from Phillips, and he's duly delivering. I mean, again, it was full and straight. That's what he's supposed to be bowling, full and straight. But Phillips has this ability to create angles that shouldn't exist. You know, it's like you go full and straight. You shouldn't be able to drive that through wide extra cover.
No, you're right. And also, because he hits the ball so hard, if the fielder isn't there, it just goes for 4. No, I think we said before when he came in that a quick 30 or 40 could change this game. And I think Phillips has looked at it the same way that we have, which is if I can just put bat on ball, there's plenty of gaps out here. Unlike most modern England fields, there's not a lot of people out in the boundary.
2 slip Scully, leg slip. They've been almost standard throughout the entire day. Baker in. Oh gosh, that's left alone out. That one has tailed back, I think. I think it is reversing, Jared. I do. That was very, very close to the off stump when it was left alone. 208 for 5.
The only reason I'm not sure at the moment is because I haven't seen enough of Sonny Baker with an old ball. I'm not sure if he's actually just swinging it traditionally. But yeah, it's definitely moving. That came back a long way. Jofra Archer had a big talk to him before that delivery. And quite often what happens in reverse swing is younger players go for the Yorker with the reverse swing. And I think more experienced bowlers quite often try and hit the knee roll. And that was a knee roll ball from Sonny Baker. So I wonder if Jofra just came down and said, don't worry about the Yorker. He'll hit those, but he's going to struggle to hit the good length.
It's Josh Tongue running away from us, and this is on the pads and just dives on Jazeru, who picks up an absolute worldy grab to his left. How's he caught that? The umpires are going to go upstairs, and at the other end, Glenn Phillips says to Tom Blundell, mate, just hold back a second. Blundell's still walking. He would have seen it, although he would have flicked his head back very quickly, and it does appear that New Zealand have lost another wicket kind of in an unexpected fashion. There's just going to say Blundell's walking off. He's giving it out. Just waiting to look upstairs.
Yeah, we're just getting the view now. It was a poor ball, really. It was down the leg side. He's been really good off his pads in this inning so far. Thought to himself, I can knock this around the corner for a couple. And he's waiting now.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the replay up on the big screen, but the crowd will tell you if the ball has been taken cleanly.
We've got an umpire referral for a fair catch.
If this is out, this is another wicket which you've got to say has not come down to particularly good bowling. New Zealand are going to be absolutely furious with themselves. Ooh.
Okay.
Tom Blundell's walking back.
He's not walking back with a huge amount of purpose, but he's definitely coming back to be like, that doesn't look like... No, now he is. Now he's had to look at it twice. That is not out.
Keeper to keeper.
Yeah.
The code has been broken.
To be fair to Roo, and I think we get this with a lot of these catches, if you look at Roo's head, there's no way he could have actually been up. There's no way he would have been able to see if the ball had done that or not. And quite often we blame the fielders. And if you look at their eye line, their eyes aren't looking at it. They're just going on feel. That probably would have felt fine to him. But what's happened is it's hit his glove, gone down, hit the ground, and he scooped it up that way.
Yeah, it's still a very athletic piece of fielding behind the stumps.
It was an athletic drop.
Yeah.
But huge.
He grasped it.
Yeah.
Athletically.
huge for New Zealand, that, because kind of every time they've made a mistake today, they've lost a wicket, and this time they've finally got away with one here.
Here is Josh Tongue, and this time Blundell gets behind the ball and drops it down into the ground. 208 for 5 then here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, Jon Norman, alongside Jared Kimber. If you're watching us on YouTube, Sam Ellard's behind us. We won't be able to afford him one day.
I can't afford him now.
Saying that, he has been part of the cricket team for the best part of 8 years now.
And we've seen him grow from a young boy
to
an immature man.
Ox. Just seeing a replay of that catch, or non-catch. Tongue again, and Blundell pushes this out to backward point. Gully runs around to backward point, and it's a run. 209 for 5. Glenn Phillips is 15, and Tom Blundell's 35. I'm not sure if you're speaking much about... I'm sorry, sure you were speaking about Sonny Baker. What else were you speaking about? It's been a curious day for him, and we kind of expected that to be the case. What do you make of the fact he is delivering the ball almost by the umpire? So far, behind the crease line. We might have mentioned it already, but I'd like to hear defended again. No run, 209 for 5.
I'd be interested to know if he always does it, and that's one of these things with younger players. I've watched a lot of him on MV Play, but I don't get this. You get the straight on, so I'd never picked this up before, looking at him on MV Play, and so from.
I don't think he was doing it from this end.
Well, I just think it looks like a young player who doesn't quite know his run up. Is the way that there's some concerns. He's got 2 wickets, so he's doing fine today, but there are some larger concerns with his bowling that I think we need to look at.
His tongue picked up and driven down the ground by Glenn Phillips, who has come in against a ball that is now 55 overs old. All the bowlers are into their 2nd or 3rd spells, and that ball was seized upon, and really New Zealand need to do a bit of seizing. 213 for 5. It was in the air though.
It was in the air. We've seen a lot of drives in the air. They haven't, at this end, they haven't had the fielders in catching positions as much as they have at the other end. Weirdly enough, I thought this end was stopping more on the surface, the ball holding and gripping a little bit more. But that was in the air, but it was struck beautifully.
This time, this is guided past point, chases on, and it'll certainly be a couple, probably 3. This outfield is decent. This is a good pitch. We've seen a far better contest today.
An actual contest.
Well, an actual contest between 2 sides on a pitch which has been given, it's given something to the bowler all day, but it's good outfield, attacking fields, employed by Brendan Joe Root.
The Harry Brook bowling with 2 leg slips was fascinating. So one thing I would say is we might have at the crease the man with the softest hands in world cricket when playing a defensive shot, and the man with the hardest hands.
Does he moisturise?
I mean, I haven't touched the hands personally, but Blundell just played a forward defensive shot where he tried to push it and it barely got to point off the middle of his bat. And Glenn Phillips has now hit 2 3s and a 4 to backward point without actually following through at all on any of these shots. Vastly different kinds of players.
We saw so few shots timed, didn't we, at Lord's? Do you remember that sound?
Well, to be fair, Phillips was the one who was doing okay there, and he's followed on. He's obviously seeing the ball really well at the moment.
Yeah, I wasn't there that day. Sonny Baker continuing, and this is fielded by Emilio Gay. Looks like he's just hurt himself. Done well there, actually. Athletic in the mid-wicket, and probably saved 4. I'm not sure Josh Tongue would have got around to stop that at mid-on.
Yeah, he's hitting the ball very hard as well. Now, what are they... Oh, I was trying to work out. I thought Root was saying, come in on the catch to Emilio Gay, but Emilio Gay wasn't moving. So I wondered if they're going to bring mid-on in, but it was just that Emilio Gay wasn't listening.
England still with a leg slip in place as Baker is in. This is cut away for 4.
It was wide, but it wasn't short. He just threw everything he had at it, and he has decided to hit as many balls as he can, and almost everything has come near the middle of the bat, even the defensive shot, and that just flew away. I'm just looking at Sonny Baker from side on there. That's a different landing spot than he had when he took the wicket. This is just him having trouble with his run-up. This is not a tactic.
He was over the other side of the boundary, and Tim Southey came down from the dressing room, and it looked like he was taking on something, whether he was just thirsty, or maybe he's just cramping up a little bit. Don't know. We may find out. But this is a test, literally. This is pitched up. And this time, Phillips happy just to take the single, and Archer. Oh, the crowd just wait there, because it looked like he slipped as he ran around from mid-off to field, and he gets up a bit gingerly.
He still doesn't look 100%, does he? He still doesn't pull down his trouser leg. I'm not sure he injured himself poorly, but I do think he hurt himself a little bit there.
Yeah, I did. You know, there are fielders who, when injured, seem to go down, and the indifference shown by the teammates is quite stark, right? But on that occasion, all of the England team were slightly heart in mouth, but he looks okay. This is left alone by Tom Blundell, who's 35 not out.
Bairstow was one, wasn't he?
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it, but yeah. I mean, not that you shouldn't say it, but Bairstow was the king of the...
Who is the West Indian? Evan Lewis. I was in the nets one day. West Indies were in the nets during I think it was 2019 World Cup, and he got hit by a short ball in the hand, and he went down and he threw his glove and whatever, and I just watched not a single person, not the physio, not the masseuse, not a coach, the nets were full, everyone was there, no one went over. And I went up to a couple of friends in the West Indies later and I said, what happened? He goes, he does it every time.
Here is Baker again, and this is pushed into the offside, and the field just caught on their heels a touch. Good running from New Zealand. 2-2-2 for 5. Blundell 36, Phillips 27 from 16.
It's a brilliant little counter attacking knock here, and he got them back into a position where they put pressure back on England almost straight away after England got the lucky breakthrough of Mitchell. So if he can stay around for any period of time, I think Blundell's batted really well. It's the best innings I've seen Blundell play in a long time, outside of the island knock. He's been struggling in Test cricket for quite some while.
He scored some runs the back end of the England series, but that's December 2024, so you're absolutely right. Short delivery, and Glenn Phillips decides to let this one go through.
He is so upset he didn't try and hit that for 6. Did you see his face? He's like, what have I done? It's short and wide outside off stump. I edge that, it would have gone for 6. And he just looked there. That reminded me, have you ever heard the story about Varun Sehwag in the change rooms? And the player said, what are you saying? And he's watching Dravid and Tendulkar, and he's just going, 4, 6, 4. And they're like, what are you doing? He goes, I would have hit that for 4. I would have hit that for 6. That's what, it's like Glenn Phillips said that to himself there. I was like he had an out-of-body experience of like, you should have hit that for 6.
Well, there's nobody out.
Yeah, exactly.
It just wouldn't have, there's nobody at third. There's no one at deep point. There's no fly slip, obviously. It could have only gone. Maybe it was just too short and wide.
I think
he would have had to reach for it so much.
It was a bad ball, and I think his first thought was, I don't need to play at this. And then afterwards, he thought to himself, I don't need to play at it, but maybe I want to.
Matt Fisher's back. He's bowled 14 overs today, 4 maidens, 1 for 30. Shared the new ball with Jofra Archer. Took his first wicket for England in 4 years. Devon Conway, and he's in now, and that's up on his toes. It could be a run out. If he hits, he's out. And is it Cox or Bethel out there who's fielded a backward point, taken the ball? Blundell is halfway down the track. He's turned, but he knows he's dead if the fielder throws the stumps down at the striker's end. And the ball has missed by miles.
It was actually quite a weak throw. I don't think it came out of Bethel's hand correctly. The funny thing is, he actually hits that to the right hand of the fielder. So Blundell was right in thinking it was to the right hand. It's just that it was in front of him, so he could still get to it with his left. Very good non-call by Phillips. I thought they took a run in the last over that they didn't necessarily need to take as well.
Fisher again, and left alone by Blundell. So 2 moments going New Zealand's way. A missed run-out opportunity. I mean, it would have taken a good throw from there. And that technical... I mean, it is a drop chance. It is a drop chance. The James move onto Blundell.
Well, it went in his glove and then hit the ground. It's
yeah, but
definition.
he caught it in. Yeah, but he caught it in his fingertips.
That's part of the hand.
I know.
Because it's a drop chance. It is a drop chance.
No, you're right. It did. It fell out of his gloves, isn't it? Didn't it? Would have been a really, really impressive catch. It's gone down, and Fisher is in, and this is left alone again by Blundell. He'll probably just be having a word with himself right now.
What's interesting about the drop chance for me is that the over before, Sonny Baker had bowled one down the leg side, and he didn't even go for it, or he didn't even move his feet. And so I think he's a bit of a diver rather than a foot movement wicketkeeper. So Blundell's more of a foot movement kind of guy. And so he will take some spectacular catches is what I'm saying. But I think he will also miss some. But in that case, not, you know...
Because he's in the wrong position.
Yeah, but he still did well to catch up with that ball.
This is a touch more bounce and straighter. But 3rd ball in a row, Blundell's happy just to let it go through. Still talking to himself is Tom Blundell after that missed run-out opportunity. You can see it right now. He's just, come on, get yourself sorted. He's 36. He's done the hard work. That's what if you get out now, that's what they always say, isn't it? You did the hard work, Jared. 222 for 5. You feel a score of 350 is a must on this pitch to keep in the game. As again, Fisher can't tempt the shot. And it goes through to the keeper, no run.
I agree with you that 350 is a must, but I also think that England didn't take full advantage of the new ball. And if this is a new ball pitch, you might be able to get 3 or 4 quick wickets, even if you only end up with 280, 300. Obviously, they want more than that, I would say. But I do think there is an element of that. So it's one of these things that could go very vastly in 2 different ways. It could be that England's bowled out for 170, or it could be that this is just what the pitch is now, and therefore, you know, they make 550.
Fisher, this time Blundell does play, but steered towards backward point, gully. No run, 222 for 5. Yeah, and also what's different with this England team is that, yes, they strengthen the batting with Cox at 7, but then there's quite a drop-off after that, right? So if it is a new ball pitch and they do lose 2 or 3, maybe 4,
yeah,
they haven't got Gus Atkinson or even Ollie Robinson or...
And the other thing is, we haven't really, and this depends on how it goes, we're saying it's a new ball pitch where that's probably the toughest time to bat. But wickets have fallen pretty regularly, and I do think that there is a bit of, I don't know if it's two-pacedness or the balls get stuck in the surface every now and again, which means that if you lose 3 wickets early on, and you then lose a wicket every 50 or so runs, as the great Steve Harmison is here.
With a pint glass in his hand.
Oh, jeez, he's just smacked me with his bag.
Pint of Coke. 2 slips in place with a gully and quite a deep backward point. Still that leg gully with mid-on, mid-off back, or a mid-wicket and a mid-on, mid-off. One man, a deep square leg. As continuing in the sunshine here at the Oval, bowling over the wicket to Glenn Phillips, who's 27 from 18, and this is just tucked into the leg side. Partnership at 34. They come pretty quickly as well. So it's dismissal. What did you make of that dismissal, by the way?
I want to see it a couple more times. I felt that the ball was sort of high on him.
Yeah, he didn't quite on the bat.
I wondered if it kind of bounced vertically in a weird way, which kind of what I with this pitch. Occasionally, the ball doesn't quite through the same speed every time.
Here is away for a single. England's bowling attack is very different from New Zealand's bowling attack, isn't it? You say?
Yeah, they probably have more skill-led bowlers, don't they? Whereas England have Tongue and Baker fast bowlers, and then obviously offers a bit of a combination. I think Fisher's a million miles away of like a Paul and Henry, though, is he?
He's tall.
He is a bit tall.
He is a bit tall. I was surprised he was 6'5". I didn't realise he was that tall.
What would Henry be? 6'3"?
Well, it's difficult because you've got 6'8" Jamieson and 6'5". It's punched up to mid-on, but it's fielded at mid-wicket. No run.
I was looking at my notes earlier. I did a scouting report on that Fisher when he played his first test. And I talked about the height, the accuracy, seam movement. And I in my notes, the last line is he's a backup bowler for English conditions only. Which is exactly how he's being used here, and not wrongly. Like I do understand it, but you did see that when the pitch flattened out, you could see that element of him come out where it's just like, what does he do after the new ball is done?
Well, we're going to find out over the course of the next few days, you'd imagine, unless England bat really deep. Oh, that's a good shot. It's a really good shot from Tom Blundell. Tom Blundell is going to pick up 4 and essentially just guided the ball with a straight blade, but he's opened the face and he's almost guided it down into the turf and bisected the field at second slip and gully.
This is the ghost of Kane Williamson. This is a shot that we saw the great man score a lot of his runs, where he tries to hit the ball into the ground, knowing that if he gets it in the gap, it's going to go for 4. He talked about it on the masterclass he did with Ian Ward, trying to hit the ball on top. And he would try and hit the ball on top, let the pace, and then open the face a little bit and guide it to backward point for 4. And that's exactly what Blundell did perfectly there.
Moves into the 40s. 40 not out as Blundell, as Baker comes in again, and this time good carry, left alone by the batter. Let's have a look at Sonny Baker. He's pushing 15 overs now. He's going at an economy of over 4 and over. Josh Tongue at 4.5. He's actually been more expensive than Sonny Baker. Fisher, I think, has bowled really well today. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 30. But of course, we are kind of entering that zone, aren't we? 60 overs to 80, no spinner. We've already seen Harry Brook bowl 3 overs. And Fisher's going to have to come back. Well, he's bowling now, but this is what, spell number 3. I'm not sure how many more of Baker we're going to have here. And then here is Baker. And this is eased into the covers, no run. And it's this session right now where we're going to learn more about the England bowlers than in the first 2 sessions of play.
No, definitely. I mean, when we saw Sonny Baker bowl this morning, we said, what a perfect way to start. The pitch is playing up a little bit. It wasn't a minefield or anything, but it was giving you consistent movement and everything. Now is the time when you've got 2 set bats. The sun is out a little bit more. You don't have the spin support, as you said, that you get tested as a bowler. The issue for him is, I actually think there's a little bit of young Stuart Meeker in Sonny Baker. And what I'm specifically talking about is before Meeks had the outswinger. He can swing the ball, Baker.
They're similar build, actually, aren't they?
Yeah, and so I always thought that one thing that Meeks had trouble with early in his career was just the ability to know what ball he should bowl for the next delivery. And I just watched that over there, and again, I'm not sure Baker knows what his delivery is at the moment. And, most bowlers in Test cricket, the reason that they're in Test cricket and the reason that they're successful is they have a stock ball and it's good. And he doesn't quite have that yet.
Here is Fisher. Oh, it's a big shout for leg before wicket. The umpire's fingers are not going to go up. It's Phillips facing. He's not a tall man. England have only got 1 review, though.
It was a bit high for me. I think Harmy said the same beside me. We both just felt it was just above the knee roll. You're right, Phillips isn't tall, but Fisher is. Let's have a look at it again.
I'm with you.
Yeah, it goes up off the pads. Generally, when it goes up off the pads, the umpires are taught to give it not out. There's a little a training method for you if you've got to coach any of your kids' cricket teams. If the ball hits the pad and goes up, it's generally going over the stumps.
That, for me, was an umpire's call. appeal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They did a big one with Joffre's leave before. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah, that was... yeah, that wasn't hitting.
Anything.
No. This is forced through backward point by Glenn Phillips. Again, using the pace of the ball, but it's more than that. It's timing, sweet timing. No fielder out in the boundary. It's been a good area for New Zealand. They moved to 231 for 5.
His timing has been ridiculous since he's walked out. We've seen him defend balls for 4, and then when he does play a shot, the ball just rockets away. You forget how fast the oval outfield can be as well until someone hits the ball like that. But that's a very, very good shot, very controlled. Very different to the shot we saw of Rachin Ravindra earlier, which was a little bit more flappy.
That's what the shot that Blundell played in the last over, where he guided the ball into the turf and through the gap. I was thinking of Rachin Ravindra's shot. This is straighter, but Phillips can't get the ball past Emilio Gay at mid-wicket. Jared's off. 231 for 5. Oh no, he's not
I'm not off.
That's good, man.
I'm here for another
in the
3 more deliveries in our hood.
Yay. Good times.
Although I did almost choke you with this cord.
Again.
Sometimes I do feel like I smother you with my love.
This is down the leg side, and Phillips actually loses his body shape just a touch. He's almost like hurrying to get the bat down, jab it down to take what is a very easy run towards the leg side. I've had that leg gully. Would you say it's a leg gully or leg slip?
That's a leg slip, isn't it? It's quite fine.
So
they have had a leg gully at this end, but at that end it's been more of a leg slip.
We've had that position probably for over half the overs today.
Oh, definitely. We had 2 for Harry Brook.
Yeah.
I don't even know how he thought the ball was going to get down there.
That was a really squashed field, wasn't it? The final ball and both mid-on and mid-off went up. No! Blundell tries to replicate the shot. The over just gone, but can't get the ball through Joe Root and Jacob Bethel. Bethel looks good there, doesn't he? You always want your gun fielder at gully or backward point.
Yeah, he had some trouble fielding in the IPL. I mean, him and every other mammal that was on the field, but he is a brilliant athlete. But it was a bit disappointing his throw before. Maybe he just got himself in the wrong position.
Here is Fisher, just a touch wider in the creases, hit back to the bowler. Has he put that down? Did it? Well, he did put it down, but it bounced first.
Beautiful timing, but yeah, I think that went back into it. But again, just lovely. Some good cricket here from New Zealand. I'll leave you alone now, John, with Mr. Matt Pryor.
Cool, man. See you later. Sam's still here, but he's entertaining the huge audience on talkSPORT in the UK. Harmy's arrived. He's not with us today. And Matt Pryor, who's got, I think he's got, must have a stylist these days. What's with this combo? You're looking like you're off to some kind of a music awards ceremony tonight or something. Matt Pryor's new career in hip hop.
Yeah.
What kind of music do you listen to? You weren't on our bus. We had our Bats was on the bus. We had our, when we were in Sri Lanka. I mean, you were on our bus at times, but not on the day when we all played our track listing. We had selected 10 songs each.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, Bats' music taste was awful.
What did he go with?
Oh, really basic stuff. I can't even remember. It was terrible. Oh, it's just pulled and it's in the air, but there's not a fielder out at deep square leg. Otherwise, that could have been another really poor moment for New Zealand. A little miscommunication between Blundell and Phillips, who took that shot on. Archer's back, and Archer immediately wants a change in the field here. 234 for 5. New Zealand have thrown away a couple. That would have been the worst of the lot.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a good one as the man moves out. Emilio Gay, that is, moves out to deep square leg. That was Archer, definitely animated there, saying, Captain, I want that man out there. If he's going to take it on, let him. But I want the cover, just in case he gets it wrong.
Seen a couple of occasions, Stokes, when he was captaining, and Archer having quite a disagreement, and Stokes is refusing to change his field. Archer obviously made a more compelling case in that regard. As Phillips, who has feasted on Sonny Baker so far, just defends 35 from 25. Yeah, what kind of music? What's your go-to? Home, kids are out, you've got a bit of time to yourself. Open a bottle of wine. I imagine you've got a really good sound system. What are you going to listen to?
Sounds great, but the reality is it doesn't really happen ever. I don't mind Snow Patrol. I like a bit of Snow Patrol.
Oh, okay. All right. Showing your age a bit there.
Yes, very much so.
Very short by Jofra Archer. And left alone by Glenn Phillips. 234 for 5.
Short from Jofra Archer, but you can see what he's doing. He wants to make sure that he gets that. If he's going to bowl the bounce, he's got the cover. He's got the fine leg. He's got the deep square leg. Those two men waiting. Saying to Phillips, go on then. You can take it on if you want. Harry Brook is just moving now as well. Another man. That's the third man on the leg side. He's just be a very fine square leg. Still up on the one. So he's got the field set for the plan. The important thing is if he does bowl the bounce, he commits to it and gets it above shoulder height.
Okay, well, Phillips is ready for that. And it isn't short, just a little bluff from Archer. Phillips isn't tricked, just pushes it out to mid-off. Who's at mid-off? Is that Josh Tongue?
Crocombe still on?
Oh, it's Crocombe. I thought for a minute it was Ollie Robinson. That was a bit odd.
Can't
imagine that?
Play, can't bowl, but you can field.
He's going to be sub-fielder. That would be a statement from the dressing room, wouldn't it?
Yeah, wouldn't it? Just.
He would have. Well, he bowls beautifully most pitches, but I think again this would have been one that he would have enjoyed. It's Archer again. It's not short. It's pushed to mid-wicket, and Phillips is down the track, but Blundell's sends him straight back. 234 for 5. Robinson, a guy you would have seen bowl fair amount over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. Down at Sussex. You know what the biggest thing was? His change of attitude, and he made that statement quite early on in the season that he'd gone back, learned some lessons. He was quite honest about it as well. It's very easy to blame selectors and blame the coach, but actually to go back, look in the mirror and go, hold on, I maybe didn't quite get it right, but I'm adamant I want to get it right this time.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I was at that press conference, I think he said it more than once actually, as this ball is defended into the mid-wicket region. 234 for 5. Is that a maiden from Jofra Archer? No, there was 2 runs from the first ball, of course, which was a skied pull. Yeah, he was made Red Bull captain, wasn't he, Ollie Robinson, this year? Paul Farbrace has done a terrific job. I mean, if not for the 12-point deduction, they'd be top of the Division 1. They're only 1 point off it. They've won 4 games this season. Surrey have won 1. And, yeah, done really, really well. Manners is back. You could talk about Sussex, or you could talk about Jofra Archer, of course. You would have seen bowling for Sussex as well over the years.
Well, Sussex's form on the pitch has been outstanding. Hopefully, trials and tribulations off the pitch will be sorted soon as well. As we have a change of bowling. Fisher on. Blundell on strike. He's played nicely, Blundell, again today.
He has a little let off on 34. That's punched off the back foot by Blundell through the offside. That's a lovely shot. Timing's perfect. You mentioned how the whole of the square extends almost literally to the boundary, and These old pitches, the ball runs very quickly and you don't need to hit it very hard. Just sweet timing, and they've gone through for 3 more. New Zealand move on to 237 for 5. Sunshine now, late afternoon sunshine. Just a little overcast for an hour or hour and a half or so. But blue sky in abundance once again. And it's just been the most perfect day, temperature-wise, and just enough of a cooling breeze. But mid-20s has been absolutely ideal. Here is Fisher once again, and that's defended, blocked by Phillips, straight back towards the bowlers, fielded at mid-off, and there's no run. Time for spin, Matt Pryor. Time for Joe Root or Jacob Bethel.
Feels that way, doesn't it, Manners? Ball 61 overs old. Certainly not doing as much now. It's not swinging or seaming. Feel like now's the opportunity for a spinner to come on. I'll give Bethel a bit of a go.
Right-handers. Flicked away. That's full and straight from Matt Fisher, and just be a single down towards deep backward square leg. And they go through for another easy single. So often the day's play, whatever day it is shaped in the last hour, isn't it? I mean, you've got an extended day today. You've still got an hour and 20 minutes to go, but so there must have been many times in your career where, as the what did you call yourself, the band leader behind the stumps, you want to make sure that everyone just maintain focus and just don't lose control in the last hour when everyone's a bit tired, and full and straight right up in the block hole. Yorker attempted. You just sense that England that another wicket or two, but if they don't manage to pick up another wicket or two, just don't let New Zealand get away, because they have in the last 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, they have. Blundell and Phillips played very, very well. Phillips in particular taking the attack to England. 36 now not out, 31 balls. And you're right, Manners, you've got to keep the intensity up, you've got to keep the energy up, keep the legs pumping.
Here's Fisher again, and that's full and straight, good length, defended by Tom Blundell. So have you already commented, have you already been asked about the James Root moment on Blundell on 34?
No, I haven't yet.
Go on then. I would be fascinated to know. I mean,
the technical aspect, or would he have known that the ball was grounded?
Yeah, for those who don't know, let me just give. So he's edged it. Tom Blundell's edged it down the leg side. Rue's gone left-handed, strong hand, and here is Matt Fisher again, full and wide outside the off stump. To my mind, it wasn't like he threw the ball up and he was just all celebration. It just seemed like he might have had a doubt, and he was happy to let the process play through. So yeah, the umpire's review. Tom Blundell's walked. He's got to the edge of the boundary. The umpires reviewed it, and it showed that the ball had made contact with the ground at the same time that he caught it in the end of his fingers. So yeah, technical and.
Yeah, so I think firstly, I've got no issue with Root. You throw your hand out, it's a sharp chance down the leg side. I don't, as you say, he didn't really celebrate, did he? He didn't go crazy throwing the ball in the air. I think he knew it didn't feel quite right. And it absolutely right. The umpires sent it upstairs and the right decision was made. The ball had clearly made contact with the ground. From a purely technical perspective, when you see him trying to stretch for the ball, his fingers start pointing at the ground. That's the poor technique position if you're going to take a one-handed catch.
Jofra Archer's back into the attack. Bouncers first up, left alone by Phillips.
What you're wanting to do in that situation, and it's all about your legs. It's all about getting your legs very, very low, or getting your body very low, so you can almost move parallel to the ground. No matter how low the ball goes, you're still able to get parallel to the ground with your forearm. So in this case, his left forearm would be parallel with the ground, and you keep your hand in a position where your fingers ultimately are pointing horizontally. And that is a much stronger position to be able to then catch the ball. The minute you don't get low enough, which is you lose energy in your legs, you end up throwing your hand up and down. You almost create a bit of a Sydney Harbour Bridge type look.
Archer in again, down the leg side. Quick, but harmless and left alone by Phillips. 238 for 5.
And that's where he went wrong. He lost a bit of energy in his legs. He had to throw his hand at it, created that Sydney Harbour Bridge. The fingers have to point down, and that's where he lost control of the ball. If he was able to get low, keep his forearm parallel to the ground, keep his fingers pointing horizontally, he would have held on to that catch. I would say, because his strongest hand is left hand as well, which I believe he's the first ever left-handed wicketkeeper England have had. There you go, Manners. There's a stat.
That's amazing. Archer in again, and this one steered away towards gully, fielded by Cox. I hadn't heard that. That's extraordinary. In 140 years of Test cricket, they've never had a left-handed wicketkeeper.
And I'm going to throw Shieldberry under the bus here, because if that's not right, he told me that. But I imagine journalists of Shield's stature, he would have that stat right.
Well, I'm definitely going to follow that up. That's amazing. Do you know, when you were describing that low body position and you diving with your fingers parallel to just here is Archer once again, and that's a very good bouncer, really good bouncer. It followed Phillips as well. He's actually played it sensationally well. The result is a bye because it swung after it left past the batsman, and Roux wasn't able to get. It was quite similar, actually, quite low to his left. It wasn't. He parried it, and it's a bye. But that's a really good bouncer. But when you were describing that, my quads and my core started aching. It's just the thought, the strength that you need.
Yeah, and it comes back to your point you made. This is the time, right? Late in the day, or later in the day. Still an hour and a bit to go. But this is where all the work in the gym comes to the fore. You've got to make sure that, especially as a wicketkeeper, you keep in the same positions, you're keeping your legs pumping, you're getting up to the stumps every ball. Can you do it? You know, anyone can do it for 50 overs, but can you do it for the full day? And often at the end of the day, when the sharp chance comes, that's when the half chance comes. So you need to be absolutely ready for it until the very last ball is bowled.
Quick delivery from Archer. This is great cricket. And Tom Blundell's really hurried, leaping onto the back foot, hits him on the pad, has deflected out towards Bethel in the gully. There's a misconception by many people who maybe don't understand what is and isn't and can and can't be done in a gym. You know, they say, oh, he spends so much time in the gym. They have this sort of picture that it's lifting weights and building muscle. But it's so often, it's just doing things like quad exercises and core, you know. It doesn't necessarily involve weights, but it's I mean, he's played a lot of cricket, James Roux. He played 64 first-class games, but there'll be, you know, years ahead of conditioning to come. That's down the leg side. It's glanced away by Blundell. I think it might have been off the thigh pad, confirmed by umpire Adrian Holdstock. Leg by is the result. That one disappearing away between Roux and leg gully. Down to the boundary. New Zealand 243 for 5. Tell you what, if they don't lose another wicket before the close of play and they're 280 odd, they'll have, I think, won the day.
Yes, without a doubt, without a doubt. 280 for 5 haven't been put in this morning. Ball swinging around. New Zealand will be very happy, I would suggest. Very happy indeed. England have now got an hour to really put their foot down. And hopefully this is where, you know, Joe Root, obviously hugely experienced, will be speaking to his team, saying, right guys, now's not the time to take the foot off the gas. We've got to double down. Everyone dig pretty deep. It's been a long day in the sun. But if we have a good hour now, it really sets us up well for the rest of this match. If we don't, you suddenly find yourself behind the 8 ball a little bit.
Yeah, it's drinks, the last drinks break of the day. Let's talk about Joe Root then briefly. He was never going to let England down. He was never going to say no. He was asked to take over the captaincy. if Ben Stokes doesn't come back, and it's a massive if, as captain or even as a player, Joe Root could do the job until next summer's Ashes. And there was a question as well about whether actually this was a really convenient time for Harry Brook to learn how to drive the Test team while Joe took care of the talking. And I thought that was a preposterous idea. I mean, this is the England Test team. It goes under Joe Root's name and record and whatever. And do you know what? We spoke to him yesterday. There was an unmistakable twinkle in his eye about having this second chance. He said he gave himself 0.1% thought ever of captaining England again. But he clearly, having found his captain's blazer in a cupboard in the garage, he's been really captaining the team today. He just like there's no question at all about who the captain is. Do you know what I mean? It's like he's
been brilliant, and it's what you've come to expect from a man of his caliber and quality. I completely agree. He was never going to let England down. He's never going to let his mate Ben Stokes down either. When he got the call to captain, and I think he's had a good day so far. I think it's hilarious that he dug his captain's blazer out of the garage. To think, right, get the mothballs off it and dust it down, and here we go again. But he knows it was the best decision for this team, and Joe would always put the England cricket team first before himself. It's just the way he is. It's the mentality he has, the character he is. And it was exactly the right decision in my mind. If Harry Brook, can you imagine Harry Brook having to fend off the questions on Monday morning at the first press conference after how poorly the ECB managed the New Zealand incident. It would have been hilarious for us, but it would have made a laughing stock of the England cricket team.
So, Harry, why do you think this curfew was imposed?
Yeah. Or what about, do you think Ben Stokes has been treated badly?
Well, which his answer should be, well, he was treated very differently to the way they treated me.
Quite. Which would be fairly uncomfortable.
So look, England have got a tough time coming up. Maybe not with the greatest of respect to Pakistan. That's not what I'm referring to. 3 tests at the end of the summer, but then 2 in Bangladesh. That's never easy, and they are playing good cricket in home conditions. That's going to be tough. And then it's South Africa, 3 tests down in the Republic, and then it's the Ashes. So that'd be quite a stint. But given the way Joe's captaincy career ended with the, as he himself said, the unique circumstances of COVID, which got to everybody, the chance, the possibility that he could have an extended run until the Ashes, and surely not beyond that. I don't know. I don't think he would mind. Here is Fisher again outside the off stump after the drinks break. Starts with a very wide one outside the off stump. Having said that, I think he would prefer Ben Stokes to come back and carry on his captaincy. He's been one of the most exciting captains I've ever watched, I've ever seen, and ever commentated on, and he is an inspiration. I'm sure his batting will return. He's bowling brilliantly, and he's committed body and soul to the job for 4 years, and this is absolutely not the way for it to end. Here's Fisher again outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Phillips. What was again, I think, rather sad, and I don't want to drag you into murky waters at all, but it was just, I thought, a bit sad that Brendan McCullum and Joe Root neither was able to offer any word of support for Ben Stokes in their press conferences, in their pre-test match press conferences on Monday and Tuesday. And I think that was clearly an instruction, and I find that sad. Outside the off stump, left alone. I mean, Joe and Ben Stokes are terrific friends, and Right, there's no shortage of respect between those two. And, you know, and Joe was given many an opportunity to say whatever. Yeah, I'd love to see Ben back. We'd all like to see Ben back. Hopefully Ben comes back at Trent Bridge, all of those things. And he, I believe, according to instructions, just said that's not for me to comment. That's for people in higher places than me to comment. But he was asked for his personal opinion. And anyway, what will happen will happen. And as I said, it would be a disproportion of enormous proportions if he was that was his last act as captain. Full and wide outside the off stump, and a slap drive from Phillips past mid-off and races away to the boundary. Gee, they've got a full and straight field, haven't they, with mid-on and mid-off, extra cover mid-wicket. Full and straight is what seems to be the order of the day, but are you going to run the risk of that? I mean, that's a fine shot.
You are, but it's a very, very good shot. Absolutely crunched it. Got man on the drive, Emilio Gay there, positioned quite straight drive man, an extra cover just behind him to his left. Beat them without them moving.
Fisher again outside the off stump, that's left alone. I like the deep backward point as well, because that's a Phillips spot, isn't it? He doesn't mind the odd slashing slap drive. I mean, yeah, of course he's there. Everyone's saving runs, but I think he's deep where he is for the slash drive, full and wide.
Yeah, very effective position. So you're thinking if you are looking at throwing your hands at it with that man slightly closer, you think, well, you know what? If I just throw my hands really hard at it, I'm going to get over him. With him slightly deeper, there's always a bit of risk.
Left alone here outside the off stump, much closer to the off stump. So Phillips leaves it alone. 40 off 40. He's a counter-attack brilliantly. What a player to have coming in at number 7. New Zealand 247 for 5. On the subject of number 7s, I'm sorry to just keep asking you questions. I'm working you hard, I know, because you're going to have to go and carry on working for the PCA in a moment. But Roux and Cox, top order players both. Jamie Cox was named at number 7 when Jordan Cox was named at 7 when Jamie Smith was going to play. And then Jamie Smith was given the test match off to be with his second child and wife or partner. And it seems that Roux has also going to be coming in at 6, and Cox has opened. You know, he's opened and batted 4. He's never batted 7. I don't know. I suppose it's a toss-up, really, isn't it, between the two?
I would always have my wicketkeeper batting at 7. No, not just based on the ability of, could they bat 5, could they bat 6? Actually, they should be able to bat 5, 4, 5, 6. But for the balance of the team, the ability for a wicketkeeper then to bat, because let's face it, they're being picked on their batting prowess more than the wicket-keeping prowess. Otherwise, they would go for a Folkes, for instance.
Archer continues from the pavilion end. Huge bouncer. It's so huge that it's called wide by Adrian Holstock, the umpire. Rightly so.
So, Roux comes in as wicketkeeper batsman. I would put him at 7, and Cox would bat at 6. There remains to be seen. Has that been confirmed, the batting order, or is that?
It may change. That's what has been advertised. That's all the official team sheets that we've been given has got James Roux at number 6. Here is Archer again. Bowls short, pulled powerfully, kept his rolled his wrists as well. Tom Blundell. He's got a single out towards deep square leg. I suppose, you know, it's a long tail as well, and Roux and Cox that don't have a great deal of experience of batting with the tail. I mean,
I would like Roux to just have that extra bit of time to prepare for his batting as well. If he's done the wicket keeping, that you're just out of the game for a little bit longer. You know, if a few wickets fall early, you're suddenly getting your whites back on, you're getting your shoes back on, you're getting your thigh pad and your inner thigh pad on. Just having a bit more time out the game is going to it's going to help him.
Oh, Archer with another snorting bouncer which floors Phillips. He ends up on his back, flat on his back. Because it didn't bounce as much as the previous one, which sailed harmlessly over his head. That one didn't get up, He realised it was going to hit him unless he hit the deck himself voluntarily, and that's what he did.
And he did it very quickly. He actually played it brilliantly. It's a fantastic bouncer from Archer. He's got that flick of the wrist, very late flick of the wrist. His action doesn't change. What makes it so hard to play from a batsman's perspective is Jofra Archer's action for his short ball really doesn't change that much. It's just a little last second flick of the wrist.
Pushed away defensively by Phillips now as Archer goes back of a length. That was a magnificent, magnificent bouncer. Archer is, this is his 4th spell, and he's as quick as he was at 11:30 this morning. So no problems with his conditioning and his little break at home in Barbados after the IPL. He was bowling every day. I mean, people think, it's crazy, isn't it? Oh, he's gone to Barbados, he's having a holiday after the IPL. He bowled every day. No, he went home. For goodness sake. Lots of other people go home. His just happened to be in Barbados. Punched off the back foot now by Phillips to cover, fielded by Ben Duckett.
Yeah, it's a real bugbear of mine when people sort of assume that these guys don't work hard, don't train hard, don't care. That's the one. Obviously, he just doesn't care. That always used to get me, because I can assure you there are 11 people in this cricket ground that care more than anyone else about how England does this week, and it'll be the 11 England cricketers. And Archer's preparation, he will have taken it very, very seriously.
Here he is again, bowls. That one is down the leg side. Well grabbed by James Rew this time, and he was much lower there. His body position was much lower, but you just don't get this far in cricket without caring and without working hard. You just don't. You might have the odd sort of selfish cricketer who cares from primarily a selfish point of view, but you still need to be a supreme athlete, really, with great physical and mental strength to be. Yeah. So, oh dear me, that one's gone horribly wrong from Jofra Archer. That's a bouncer which is taken by Joe Root at first slip. That went to Root, didn't it? that did go to Root. I'm not imagining things.
No, you're not. I'm just checking how Root's hands are. Oh, that's a finger breaker.
James Rew is just all smiles. Thanks for taking that one, skipper. I wasn't going to get there.
Yeah, Archer's something's not quite got right there. And James Rew tried to cover the crown, couldn't get to it, and Joe Root has ended up jumping up and parrying. He didn't take it cleanly. Probably needed a pair of inner gloves and wicket-keeping gloves to take it cleanly. Did a good enough job to stop the 4 byes.
Gee whiz, here is Archer again. He smiles as Archer. England have got a fly slip in now. I was going to say 3rd man, but he's finer than that, Matt Fisher. I think he is a fly slip, primarily there for the catch. The over comes to an end with a single as Phillips gets, I think, an inside edge as he tries to pull it down towards Fisher. And the 250 on the board for New Zealand now, 252 for 5. This has been a 107 for 4. They're in trouble at 107 for 4. 81 run partnership then between Darrell Mitchell and Tom Blundell. And now supremely valuable runs as well. So 107 for 4, 188 for 5, and now 252 for 5. So 145 runs for the last couple of wickets, and I wonder. I'm sure Joe Root's thought about it, giving himself or Jacob Bethel an over or 2 of left arm spin, 2 right-handers in, change the tempo. Here is Matt Fisher, and keeper standing up to Glenn Phillips, and gets back and across and pushes it out towards mid-wicket. So Matt Fisher bowls at, I think, a couple of miles an hour quicker than Ollie Robinson, but he's been at around 80 consistently. Jofra Archer's bowled 35-40% of his deliveries at 90 miles an hour or more. Keeper standing up, specifically to, in fact it's Blundell on strike now. 2 catching mid-wicket. This is a funky field, this is a tribute to Ben Stokes' captaincy. Joe Root's got himself at slip, there's a leg slip, a gully, 2 catching mid-wickets, mid-on and mid-off and an extra cover. It's kind of a ring field. Here is Fisher again, and it's got that one wrong. It's aimed at the thigh pad and it'll be tucked away off his hip down towards long leg. Jofra Archer will field and pick up another couple of runs. Gee, they're doughty fighters, the New Zealanders. Really, really good cricket from them. It's an investment session in the morning, wasn't it? 11:30 to 1:30. Both teams were just sort of shadow boxing, really. England bowled a lot of wide deliveries, hung it outside the off stump. New Zealand determined not to make a mistake, didn't left a lot of balls. That's down the leg side and it's glanced away for 4 more. That's got buys. Gee whiz. Tough gig, isn't it? Standing up to 80 miles an hour, I guess.
It is a tough gig, and that one, I mean, especially with a bit of a leg side theory going on with the leg slip. Keeper knows there's going to be a bit going down there. Not much chance. Don't know the wicket. I mean, it's a slow wicket, but it's not that slow, is it? Does the keeper need to be up right now?
That was wide though, wasn't it? Gee. Here's Fisher again, and back and across goes Blundell, clipping it out to the straighter of the 2 catching mid-wickets, Emilio Gay. That wasn't a good ball. You're not happy with that as a keeper. You want me to stand up?
Yeah, no, you're not happy about that, but it goes against your name. I also think the keeper would have maybe been slightly disappointed, to be honest. You work hard, you train hard, you do the prep on the training ground to be able to take that delivery. Yes, it wasn't a good delivery, but James Root was slightly disappointed he didn't get it.
Back and across goes Blundell again, tucking it away behind square on the leg side. And there's no run. The over comes to an end. Matt Pryor's heading off. It's been an absolute joy to have him back on air with us. New Zealand are 258 for 5, with Matt Fisher bowling from our commentary end, the Vauxhall end. Bright sunshine now. The shadow from the JM Finn grandstand is casting a shadow at our end as Fisher is in again. That one also played defensively, blocked into the offside, and there's no run. So just a recap of the day. Tom Latham, the captain, part of 27. Opening partner Devon Conway made 9. Henry Nicholls 24. Rachin Ravindra, a stylish, classy 33, and he'll probably hate me for saying that because that's what he was known for so long, making stylish and classy 30s and 40s. And he did it again today. Daryl Mitchell made 44 before miscuing a pull off the splice against Sonny Baker. But Tom Blundell, given a life on 34, has inched his way up to 47. No inching from Glenn Phillips, who has raced on to 40 from 45. Jofra Archer begins another over and goes past the edge into the gloves of James Root, dives to his right. There was such prodigious movement from Archer there that he thought the left half of his brain thought he must have edged that. He must have edged that, and he was the only one to appeal. Hello, Jared Kimber.
Yeah, the geometry of it made it look like an edge, and he went up, and even Root for a minute was like, wait, did he edge that? But no, there was nothing on it. It just kept curving away. See, in the old days, man, as your partner could fall asleep with you on air or disappear or whatever, and you could just cover by reading out all your notes. But now everyone could just see that you were left here alone. Your professionalism, it's like it's no longer needed.
Can I tell you that what the viewers who are watching us can't see? Here's Jofra Archer again, and that's quick. Gee, it's good to watch him bowling this quick at 6 o'clock at the end of the first day, and it hits Phillips on the thigh pad. What people watching on the stream can't see is Sam Ellard here, what he's got on his laptop, because he's watching the Portugal Democratic Republic of the Congo football game.
I mean, to be fair, I watch like 4 sports at the same time, so I can't really have a go at Sam for that. Have you seen the kits that the Democratic Republic of the Congo players come into the ground? No, not the ones that they wear, the kits that they have when they're going through the airport and everything. Google it. They've got these bags. We've got these leather bags with animal print on it. I'm telling you, Sam, look it up. Use your computer for something good for once.
Meanwhile, the cricket has stopped because...
did something break?
I think Glenn Phillips... I don't know what it was. That's the thing. Is it chin strap on helmet? Or is it
he's putting sunglasses on. I thought just for a moment, he didn't pick that last ball up. Whoa, Sam Ellard is not happy with these. Have a look at this gear.
When was the last time after Gordon Greenwich that you saw a batsman batting sunglasses?
Asanka Gunasinha.
Sanka Gurasena.
He did it quite regularly.
Good call. Good memory.
Who else? I know a lot of players did it in Australia because of the reflection of the pitch.
And guess what? The sun's just been covered by a cloud as soon as he's put his sunglasses on.
It's because Jeremy's walked in. He's brought the long white cloud with him.
Okay, well, Phillips has still got the sunglasses on because it's too much of a faff to take them off with the helmet. Oh, that's another brilliant bouncer from Archer, and it's superbly played. Glenn Phillips doesn't care what he looks like. Tell you what, when he needs to head for the bomb shelter, he doesn't care. He just hits the deck. That's the second time that he's been floored. I mean, that was a magnificent bouncer from Jofra Archer, and Phillips is just, his survival instinct just kicks in there. And he, as I said, he just like whips his own feet from underneath himself and heads for cover.
It did hit him though, didn't it? I wonder where, because the ball stopped next to him. It's hit his right shoulder and just dropped to the ground, but as you said, he tried to get out the way of it.
I tell you what, that's he's bowling quick at the moment, Jofra Archer. Here he is again, bowls another bouncer, takes off. Roux takes an excellent one-handed save. There are 15 byes, I think, to his name, to James Roux's name, and I don't think he can really be held fully responsible for many of them. But
you were the one who said he didn't move to one of them before.
Well, yeah, that wasn't good, was it? He didn't move. I mean, but Matt Fisher's bowled a couple of very loose deliveries.
Portugal won. The beautiful suits of the Democratic Republic of the Congo in their leather bags. Sam didn't like them, by the way. He wouldn't wear any of that kit. 0-0.
Here is Archer again, bowls, quick one, fuller, and Phillips defends it, no run. Two questions. How old is Cristiano Ronaldo, and is he playing or is he on the bench? He's playing. He started. He's got to be 40. Is he 40? 41. 41.
Yeah, but he's optimized himself to peak athletic performance, hasn't he?
Here is Archer. He really is bowling magnificently at the moment. There's an appeal for a catch behind. It's back of a length delivery. Archer cannot believe it. He is vociferous in his appeal. Everybody else, I have to say, was a little bit less enthusiastic.
No ball anyway.
They were lukewarm, and now Adrian Holstock has signalled no ball. So it wouldn't have mattered. That wasn't the reason that England weren't backing up Archer's appeal, but it didn't look quite right. How old's Messi then? Ronaldo's 41.
So Ronaldo, anyway. Would you rather have played in a World Cup at the age of 41 or eaten donuts in your life?
World Cup at 41.
Okay, fair enough. I think I'd rather just eat
so
donuts.
So he never had a donut?
Well, I mean, it doesn't look like it doesn't look like he can be in a room with a donut, does it?
That's very true. He is. Yeah.
Did you see the
slightly freakish?
Who's the American quarterback? Tom Brady. He did a speech about stuff.
Here's Archer. He is bowling gas at the moment. That's another very good lead from Glenn Phillips. Back of a length rather than out and out bouncer. and he's just swayed out of the way of it. Manages to keep his feet on this occasion. 2:59 for 5.
Tom Brady said, if you want your son to be a champion, you know, you've got to raise them very young, and you know, while you're out there at 6 a.m. practicing to be a champion, you know, all your friends are out having breakfast and pancakes. And I was like, I'd probably prefer to have the pancakes. I'd probably prefer a sleep in and the pancakes rather than just be Tom Brady. Sometimes pancakes are good, Sam. I don't know if you've ever eaten pancakes before, Sam. Jon Norman coming back in. I will remove myself for Mr. Coney. Is Jacob Bethel bowling?
Have I missed a good commentary stint there, Sam? Was that a good one? Good bants. What's the score in the football? Ronaldo didn't score. I'm not surprised. Has he started? Really? How slow is he? Really slow. Sounds quite young. Jacob Bethel about to bowl his first delivery with a slip in place. There is a... Well, I'll tell you the field in a second. First ball, it's a bit of a drag down. Ooh, and just tucked away. But fielded by James Roux, runs across to square leg. Haven't seen a replay of that caught behind appeal delivery from Jofra Archer, which was a no ball anyway. So, but certainly a really engrossing over on what's been a top day of cricket. 259 for 5. Start of over number 68. So this is down the leg side, and well, that's just a rank delivery from Jacob Bethel. And Tom Blundell does his very best not to maximise, but maximise he does, and picks up 4, and that is 50. The first 50 of the series for New Zealand goes the way of Tom Blundell. And boy, oh boy, did New Zealand need runs from their middle to lower order. They were 109 for 4 at one stage when Rashan Ravindra... No, Darryl... Yes, Rashan Ravindra was out limply. There's been a few limp dismissals, again down the leg side, and this is steered to backward square leg. So 51 for Blundell, and alongside him Phillips, in a partnership of 75, which bizarrely is the number of runs I suggested to the doyen of the press box, Shield Berry from the Daily Telegraph. He's gone big, has Blundell, and he's been caught! And Jacob Bethel has taken the wicket. And again, New Zealand have thrown one away. What are they doing out there? It's been hit really hard to the fielder, who's done very well to take the catch. Joe Root, I think it was. But Blundell could have hit that anywhere, and he's picked out the fielder, and New Zealand are 6 down, 263 for 6.
Big slog sweep from Tom Blundell, and he doesn't quite get it up and over Root, is it? I think it is.
Root.
There he was in a sort of a mid-wicket position. He tried to go over the top, but hasn't managed to get it through. He just got there to his 50, worked very hard, came in at 107 for 4, and then he's got the New Zealand side through to 263 now, and they really had them at their mercy in a way. We've seen some interesting cricket in the last kind of 35-40 minutes, haven't we? We've seen 7-2 fields from Joe Root. We've seen some short bouncer fields, and I thought that was a reasonable policy, because certainly Blundell in particular seemed interested in playing hooks at that time and kept on trying to get on top of Archer, who was the main and the principal man who was delivering them. Whereas Phillips has been going under them and looking a little bit uncomfortable, but you know, it hasn't been a bad policy from that end. And now that Bethel has come on, and in the first over, without having a look at him really for too long, he's got his boundary to get himself to 50, but he's now been dismissed and brought out Smith to the wicket.
Yeah. No, that's poor cricket. Really is. 263 for 6, and after doing all that work to get himself in, set. He's given a life when dropped by James Rue behind the stumps. Tough chance. And 2 balls after reaching 50 is mistimed a slog to mid-wicket, and that brings the all-rounder Nathan Smith in. That's another drag down. It's touch hurried on. The crowd are engaged, and it has been a kind of day where the crowd have been engaged all day. It's been a good day's cricket. New Zealand, though, will feel that they've given away 1 or 2. And now Nathan Smith is coming up against a guy that they both made their debut together at Christchurch, November 24. But it was Smith bowling to Bethel, not the other way round. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. He goes up for a leg before, but he's indicating to his team it was sliding down. Just 1 review for England, remember. They've burnt a couple. That's the end of the over then. Bethel strikes in his first over. And New Zealand now 263 for 6. And we've got 45 minutes remaining in the day. Jerry. That's 2 wickets per session. I suppose if New Zealand were to make it to stumps without losing another, they will feel even Stevens' day, but if they were to lose another, then possibly England's day.
Yeah, well, Jamieson, Henry, O'Rourke remaining in the shed at the moment for New Zealand, and Jamieson can bat a bit. Henry has got 50s before, probably 3 or 4 of them in his career so far. O'Rourke tends to play forward, and that's about it. So this is probably the last wicket they've got.
Here is Archer, short delivery, got a fly slip as well as a backward point. There's a cover, is that Shoaib Bashir at cover, and then a stacked leg side field.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Where do you want to have your men? Because at the moment, when he's bowling to Phillips, he's really showing no interest in playing the hook at all. He's just trying to get out of the way. He's saying the ball is going to go over the stumps if you're going to bowl at that short and at that pace, and I'm going to just avoid the whole time.
Here he is, and he avoids this one. And I'd say that's pretty sensible when you're coming up against Jofra Archer. The risk-reward ratio is in favour of the bowler.
Yeah, well,
at this stage,
he's not going. If he's going to be using this field and hope to get the batsman to hit out to one of them, it's going to be a pretty straight delivery, isn't it? It's going to be at the stumps, but shorter, to encourage that kind of stroke that you can't control because it gets too high and too big on you that you can't get over the top of it. So you either hit it for 6 or you let it go.
Let's this one go. That's brilliant from Phillips. It's not just the English who've got a couple of players who like to play the game with a smile on their face. A short delivery from Archer. Phillips sees it early and bends back so far, and then almost as though he's been shot in the back, platoon style.
Yeah, he's on his knees, and that gives it the slow fall onto the face, wasn't it? Onto the offside.
See some classical music behind you. There wouldn't be a dry eye in the house.
Fine leg comes up to leg gully.
And again, he's tempted with a short one, and once again he ducks out the way.
So now we've got actually a slightly different leg side field. We've got a leg slip, leg gully kind of area. That's Brooke himself, who's just come up from fine leg. We've got a man saving a single, but if you get a little, a big glove onto it, there's a man who can catch it. You've got a bat pad, it's on square, and then you've got a couple of men who are saving singles as well, and one on the boundary. So more catches than defending now.
Jofra Archer bowling with a 68 over ball. And Glenn Phillips 40 not out. And this is down the leg side and away for 4 byes. again. Been a few of those today.
What we have seen is that the ball is swinging quite dramatically after it passes the pitch and the batsman and the wickets, and that's made it hard for Roux. It's just swinging right away from him, and that was a futile dive, really. That was never going to stop that. Handy runs. I don't know how many extras there have been.
I was just about to have a look.
Yeah, I would think over 30. Handy batsman, really.
Let's have a look. 39. Oh, another short delivery. This is super straight. And Phillips has almost dived backwards. And now he's given the old Evel Knievel thumb in the air. This is terrific. He gets to his feet, huge smile on his face, and he's batting in sunglasses. And now he's taken them off. He's having a drink.
Yeah, he's determinedly not going to use the bat when it's short. Sometimes, of course, you've got to be watching still very closely, because you might get a full ball, like a Yorker, at the stumps, which is not a bad idea sometimes, just to vary that as a bowler. Archer has been very accurate. He's kept it very much at the stumps, not going too wide outside off stump, which brings a big cut. And there is a man down at very fine on his field, which is sort of very deep first fly slip, if you like.
Jacob Bethel to bowl his second over. He's picked up a wicket. Fortunate one down the leg side, taken well by Root. He's got a leg slip in place, as have most of the bowlers today.
Now Smith has a chance here. He's just got to get himself in and bat for Phillips. Don't give wicket away frivolously. Nice and straight. If it's outside leg stump, it looks like they're going to go into the leg, another man in close on either the offside or the leg side, probably leg side first. Yeah. So, if he wants to get any flight and into that leg stump, let it come to you and play between where it pitches and the stumps.
Shadows starting to lengthen here at the Oval as Bethel readies himself. We've only had 69 overs today. We're going to be short again. This is, again, very leg side, and Nathan Smith attempts a powerful sweep shot to a ball that just keeps going, and once again Roux keeps smartly behind the stumps. This is in and around off stump, and Nathan Smith gives himself a little bit of room to cut the ball to cover points. There's Bethel flatter. And again defended on the back foot this time by Nathan Smith. I mean, this dismissal of Blundell has just changed the whole complexion of the day for New Zealand.
It has. It has. Now we've got Smith knows that he's got to hang around and get as many runs as he can and form a partnership between himself and Phillips.
And he's ready here. Oh, he's hit on the pad. But again, it's not going to go on to hit the stumps. But asking questions of Nathan Smith is Jacob Bethel.
I don't know how he's missing that. There's no turn really whatsoever. How is he not hitting that with his bat?
That's the second one that he's missed. Saw that batters on both sides missing. Oh, it's just going on with the arm, isn't it? Going down the leg side. It's not turning. And I think actually Smith's playing for turn. I think that might be what he's doing. Oh, this has just popped up to bat pad on the bounce. And that's the end of the over. 267 for 6.
Yes, you wouldn't call that secure defensive play from Smith. Smith isn't really looking to score. There's not big shots coming in, but there's sort of half pushes, which means that, if you do get an edge, it might just go into a pad and carry somewhere, or you turn it slightly if it's leg side and you've got a leg slip there, you might just get one, and a little edge, and you know, that could bring about his wicket. He's just got to let the ball come to him, not try and clip it at this stage. Get himself in, give Phillips some confidence at the far end that he can last. New Zealand haven't got a lot of runs here. They need another partnership of 40 or 50 between these two to feel a bit more comfortable when they get over 300. They certainly need that.
Yeah, it felt like 350 was the minimum. Jarrah Kimber was saying on commentary that score of 280, 300 on a new ball pitch possibly keeps them in the game, and of course it does if there are early wickets, but you don't want to just be relying on new ball wickets. And Phillips again with forward, another short delivery which he this time crouches to, but he's got fielders on both on and off sides close to the bat now.
Yeah, I don't mind that one on the offside there. That's the one that you sometimes have a little look and you play a wee bit high, you know, when it's kind of chest height and you get gloves to it and it pops in the air on the offside. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of pressure. Of course, another man in the eye line.
Absolutely, but he's not playing at anything.
No, well, he's so far he's been able to get underneath the ball.
I suppose we're just waiting for the ball that's angled in on the stumps, and this time he's playing with bat well away from body. There's a rolling dive at backward point, but actually he's in control of this, is Phillips. Steers it away for 4, 271 for 6.
Yep, he's been ducking and diving and falling and hoping and wishing and squirting and yet not hitting a lot. That one wasn't a bad stroke though. That means he's watching the ball. That's the best sign of that. He's watching the ball, saw it was wide of the off stump and just used the pace.
.271 for 6. Can New Zealand get through to stumps without losing another? We've got another half an hour of play as Archer is in, and Glenn Phillips allows the ball to hit him on the base of the back. Again, he's refusing to take the ball on when it's pitched short.
Yep, he's just allowing it to hit him.
Four catching fielders on the leg side, 3 in front, 1 behind, and there's a fielder out at fine leg. Keeper with a backward point and then kind of short cover.
He just looked a bit unsettled, that ball, didn't he?
Here's Archer again, and once again Glenn Phillips deals with the short ball comfortably.
Yeah, if you allow the ball to hit you like that, and I don't think he's not wearing an arm guard, so if that's round the elbow and that kind of area, which is quite bony, of course, and not much flesh, that can be a bit of a worry for him in terms of an injury later on in the game. It would be his left arm, of course, but it might make bowling difficult, it might make fielding difficult, and of course batting in the second innings. So he's just got to be a wee bit careful here.
Here is Phillips, and again this is angled down the leg side. It's short, and that's an easy one to get out the way of. There's been something on this game all day, in a good way, you know.
Yeah, I think England have done in the circumstances. Fine legs coming up now to catch as well. That's Brook. England done quite well, haven't they? They on a pitch that's relatively placid. It hasn't really nipped heavily all day. Nothing like the Lord's surface.
Thankfully.
Round the wicket now.
And Archer again. He's around the wicket, and once again it's short, and Phillips just lets it go through.
What New Zealand need here, I reckon, John, is that they are able to change ends a bit, and for Phillips to face the left arm spin. Of course, that leaves Smith how would he cope with? And you need to have a little chat at this point. Say, would you be comfortable? And this is where you've got to be really honest as a team, and the players out there just saying, look, if Smith says no, I'd be uncomfortable with that. I'd be uncomfortable with that at the moment. I don't think I'll face Archer, thanks. I'd prefer it at this end. And you've got to go with that. I don't think you can say, no, well, I can attack him and hit him.
Yeah, New Zealand just feel a little stuck here. They're not able to rotate the strike, and boundaries are hard to come by when you're ducking out of everything or just trying to block. And this time, oh, that's a real painful one. And Amelia Gay has worn it, I think, on the back of the leg, maybe just above the calf. He's at short leg, and Nathan Smith has nailed this pull or sweep, and Amelia Gay is still hobbling.
I don't think, looking at, you might be able to see better than I can, Joe, I don't think he's got all the protection that you get with those big pads underneath your trousers. You can normally tell when they're wearing those. So
he's going to go off.
Yeah, it's that's a painful blow there. You haven't got time to see that, because normally what you'll do is you watch the backlift.
Actually, Jerry,
now he's getting them. Yeah.
Now he's got the protective gear on.
Well, that should really go on straight away. Maybe he wasn't expecting him to play the big shot, but that was dragged quite a lot down, wasn't it, by Bethel?
Yeah, there's been a couple of drag downs from Bethel, and the majority of these dismissals have been going towards a leg stump or in a leg stump line. There is a fielder at backward deep square leg. It's Jofra Archer out there, but not a lot else of protection. Tom Blundell has perished trying to play through mid-wicket. I mean, he's going to be replaying that shot in his mind for the rest of the day. And it's Smith who's still on strike and still yet to get off the mark after 9 deliveries. It's a good ball from Bethel. A little bit more loop, drawing Smith forward. No, turn. And pushed out to the offside. 271 for 6. But this is a problem for New Zealand. There's still another half an hour to go, just shy until stumped. Can they score another 10, 15 runs or so? Down the track comes Smith. Gets himself into a bit of a tangle, actually, and in the end just kind of covers up, lets the ball hit his pad, and it pops out and is fielded. He's not looking happy there.
Not really coming down either, is he? It was a shimmy, but only a little, half a stride, really, and not finding contact with the ball, allowing the ball to come into him and get near the inside edge.
He'll be ruining that missed opportunity with the sweep. This is a little bit better forward and just clipping it to short leg.
But the point you made was New Zealand are getting a bit cast, and they are, where they're not going anywhere within this last half hour, and quite often in a 6-hour match, in the day, you work all day hard for that half hour.
Exactly, over 70 to 75, and now could be that England come out tomorrow with that second new ball just a few overs away, fresh bowlers, and New Zealand not too far away from where they find themselves now, maybe even with a wicket down. Certainly you wouldn't be surprised the way that the wickets have fallen today. This is short wide, and that will allow Nathan Smith no real timing to get off strike with a single, which is fielded by Josh Tongue at backward point.
Now, Jofra Archer's bowled what? I would say 4 overs of these short, 4 or 5 overs of these short pitch deliveries. It's got to take it out of him, and this must be his 4th spell of the day. He's had now 17 overs. He's just picked up the 1 wicket, but he's looked lively in this last spell, and he's done some good work for his side, and he's kept Phillips just strokeless really at that time.
It is Phillips now, though, with Bethel. 1 ball left of the over. Fielder out at deep square leg, who's just walking round, and this is punched past the bowler up to mid-off, and that means Nathan Smith will probably have to face an over 2 of Jofra Archer. That over will be commentated on, not by us, Jerry, but by Neil Manthorp and Matt Pryor.
Thank you very much to John and Jeremy for guiding us through the penultimate half hour. We've got 25 minutes or so to go until the close of play, and I must say it's been keenly contested. It's had the ups and downs and the ebbs and flows that we love so much in Test cricket, and right now I'm just putting New Zealand ahead by a narrow margin. I think the way they've come back, I think they'll be feeling particularly pleased. Here is Jofra Archer. He's bowling a fiery spell at the end of the day here. He's into his 4th over of this spell, and that's again just back of a length, and Nathan Smith sways out of the way of it and allows it through to James Roux. No slips in place, which I do find peculiar, unless you count the fly slip on the boundary as a slip, but I do find it slightly peculiar. I mean, he's New Zealand's number 8, and it's Jofra Archer bowling to him. Here he is, bowls, and Smith up onto his toes, pushes defensively back to the bowler. Matt Pryor's doing the witching hour with me.
The best hour, or the worst to bat, I must say. It's horrible this time of day. Bowler picking his knees up and tearing in. Jofra Archer bowling a hostile spell here. I think it's a very good point, Manners. No slip in. You're relying on the batsman to play a shot, whereas if you set a more orthodox field, get Jofra Archer to bowl his best ball, there's a good chance he's going to get him out.
Down the leg side, and James Roux dives to his left and parries it to the leg slip, Jordan Cox. But like none. I mean, yeah.
I don't mind this tactic to Phillips, who's in, the man in, wants to keep hitting, getting bat on ball, trying to attack Archer. It was Smith, the number 8, new man in. He's on 1 off 16 balls. I think you go back to bowling your best ball, hitting the top of it. Yeah, sure, get the occasional bouncer in, but attack the top of off.
That's wild. That's if that 4 wides, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Adrian Holdstock, the South African umpire, finally has some sympathy on James Roux. He's got a bag full of byes next to his name, and I don't think he's should have been held responsible for at least half of them. But that was an attempted bouncer. The ball is swinging a lot after it's past the batsman, something I normally associate with Old Trafford and Headingley more than Northern Grounds. Don't know why.
Lords.
Oh, Lords. Okay.
Lords is the original. Tell you what, it wasn't that bad here. It was actually a really nice place to keep. And then they built this huge stand. And for whatever reason, from the minute they built it, back in the day it was the OCS stand, now the
JM Finn
JM
stand.
Finn stand, opposite to the pavilion here at the Oval. It was almost like the next day. The ball just started wobbling and swinging all over the place. I have no idea why.
You have got a normal field now. Suddenly Archer is in, bowls Nathan Smith, 2 slips, a gully and a leg slip, and he's cleverly taken a single by pushing it gently up to Sonny Baker at mid-on, and they go through for a quick single. Nathan Smith cleverly getting himself off strike. 2 players in the history of international cricket have been called Sonny. Who was the first?
Gavaskar.
Very good. Very, very good. Sonny Ramadan, the West Indies spinner. And Sonny Baker's the second. So now no slips. We've got the funky field for Glenn Phillips as Archer is into him, and Phillips stands tall and tall as he can and pushes it straight back to the bowler. Okay, another trivia question for you. Batsman to have batted in sunglasses that you either saw or batted with?
Brian Charles Lara.
Well, once or twice, didn't he?
Once or twice. Not
Yeah,
every time,
not all the
obviously,
time.
but once or twice. I know that because I think I copied it.
Oh, really? Really? Did you bat in
As a-
sunglasses?
No, as a youngster.
Oh, okay. Here is Archer again, bowls Phillips forward, pushes that one out to extra cover, and there's no run. The original who did it, do you remember he had problems with his eyes, was Gordon Greenwich. But they weren't like sports shades. They were just like regular sunglasses, like the ones you're wearing at the moment. And then, can you remember Asanka Gurusena, the chunky left-hander for Sri Lanka? He wore sunglasses regularly. And then Glenn Phillips today called for a pair of sunglasses to be brought onto the field in the bright sunshine, and he's kept them on ever since. He's been floored half a dozen times by Jofra Archer bouncers, 2 of which hit him, 4 of which he avoided, but ended up flat on his back. Bethel's bowled tidily.
He has. He's bowled very tidily, which makes you wonder why he wasn't on slightly earlier.
Here he is, left arm spin, continuing to Nathan Smith, who turns it away, tucks it away, fine off his pads, down towards long leg. They run through for a couple, and they decide that's enough. So Nathan Smith will keep the strike. 280 for 6. Been a good day of Test cricket, and there'll be a few sighs of relief, I think, from the ECB and also from Surrey County Cricket Club, that the pitch has offered something to the bowlers. Hopefully it remains an even contest for as long as the match goes. Here is Bethel again, and that's flicked away, or tries to, and they have to get him on the pad and is collected at leg slip. It has been something in it for the bowlers. I wonder whether England will feel, particularly having had New Zealand at 107 for 4, that they haven't capitalised and haven't made the best of first day conditions, considering that they chose to bowl first. On the back foot now goes Nathan Smith, tries to punch it through the offside. You can't really point fingers though, can you? A couple of chances missed. Daryl Mitchell was given a life on 2. Jordan Cox put down a difficult catch at wide leg slip or leg gully. Here's Bethel again, full toss, top edge, and it's this could be he's got a wicket. I can't believe it. Jordan Cox takes the catch. Bethel picks up a wicket with a full toss, which Nathan Smith, I think he wanted to try and pull it or sweep it. It was so full, it was probably knee high, and he's got a top edge which has flown down over the keeper's head. Good work from Jordan Cox from leg slip, chasing it and taking the catch over his head, but that's an absolute strangle. Bethel is looking suitably sheepish. He doesn't know, he's hanging his head. You don't celebrate the wickets like that, do you? But hey, what, you can't, it counts.
They all count. Yeah, he's sort of tried to celebrate and then I think stopped. It's like, oh my goodness, how lucky have I got there. It was an absolute rank full toss. I think the batsman was surprised about. Didn't know what to do with it. Almost, do I whack it out the ground and hit it 20 rows back, or do I just parry it round the corner for 4? And in the end did neither. Got a top edge, it looks like, to the very, very grateful Jordan Cox. Leg slip, running back. I mean, I want to say a good catch, but it really was yeah, a good catch. Just tracked back a little bit, didn't have to do a great deal, but 2 hands to it. It was a remarkable passage of play. But Bethel gets the wicket. New Zealand 7 wickets down now for 280.
Well, when I said he's bowled tidily, what I actually meant was he's got tidy figures. Here is Bethel continuing to the new batsman, and a different prospect in Kyle Jameson, the giant. 6'6" of him, kind of prods forward to his first ball and knocks it away defensively. It was interesting because Tom Blundell decided that Bethel was a part-timer and should be treated as such. Tried to slog sweep him in his first over and hold out to mid-wicket. Jameson now plays defensively. And I was wondering about that, Matt Pryor, because you know, there are people going like, oh, what a stupid shot. How can he do that? How can he get out of it? But it's positive cricket, you know. It's like, yeah, let's not let him settle. He is a part-time.
Sentiment. The only thing I would change, if I was Blundell having played that shot, was it the right shot to play? Played some slog sweep. So Bethel was not really turning it, bowling quite quick, darts. sometimes when the part-time spinner, and Bethel's better than a part-timer, but it's not a great deal in it, it's not spinning. Sometimes you can just sit on it and just wait, because you know you're going to get a bad ball, you know you're going to get a full toss or a one that just pitches a bit short. So actually you don't have to try and do too much. That's the only thing that I would say Blunder will be sitting in the dressing room going, did I need to play that shot?
Here's Archer. Oh, that's an uppercut. It's cleverly played. It's beautiful, actually, from Glenn Phillips. It's very much a shot born from the shorter formats of the game, or the shortest format, but it's a bouncer. Phillips has finally decided that he's going to stop throwing himself to earth every time Archer bowls him a bouncer. He's kind of, it looked like he might have been expecting that, and he's just leant back and ramped it over the keeper's head.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot, really. You know, Archer again steaming in. Okay, it's pretty obvious where he's going to be bowling the ball with the field that's set. But still, the execution of it, being able to sort of lean back and glance the ball over the keeper's head, away from the waiting men. A very fine third man and a fine leg as well.
Here is Archer once again, bouncer again, well, back of a length anyway, and quick, just outside the off stump, and it's left alone. For a long time, that I think that when played well is my favourite shot. Because it's the least effort required for a boundary. I don't think that, is there a shot that requires less effort, physical effort? I mean, you impart no energy to the ball whatsoever. All you literally, but the skill of the hand-eye coordination, I think, is dramatic. And you know, obviously the faster the ball arrives, the faster it leaves the bat if you get it right. Here's Archer again, bowls. Phillips leaves one alone, aimed at the body, but it is heading down the leg side. 284 for 7.
The other reason I think it's such a skillful shot is actually when you play it off a fast ball, or when a fast bowler is bowling, and actually the skill to it is standing very still. You have to actually stay very, very still, and of course you just sway out the way and leave your bat in position to just let the ball glance off it. So you've got to do very, very little. But when someone's bowling at 90 miles an hour, it's actually very difficult to tell yourself to stand that still and just watch the ball glance off the bat.
In outfield here, I love this silly point short leg, amazing, and men on the boundary. Phillips is floored again. Another bouncer from Jofra Archer. Phillips just flings himself out of the way. You're not going to hit me again. He literally is he just heads for the bomb shelter. You know, if a bouncer from Archer is heading for his body, he doesn't care what he looks like.
No, he doesn't. I have to say, Phillips is playing incredibly well here, because Jofra Archer's bouncer is well known in world cricket and well known to be very, very difficult to play. And he's coming up, Phillips. I don't know if he's had a bit of a run-in with him previously. Maybe Phillips has called him a nasty name, but he's really been absolutely hostile and at him as Jofra Archer. Phillips has played it brilliantly.
It has been a brilliant innings, hasn't it? I mean, counter-attack when possible. Another bouncer from Archer. Phillips ducks underneath this one. He's played it as well as I've seen anybody play a spell of fast bowling like this. Archer's into his 6th over of this spell, by the way. And he's bowling as quickly as he did at 11:30 this morning when he bowled the first over of the day. And Glenn Phillips has moved on to 48 from 72 balls. Carl Jameson's yet to score. Wondered whether Will O'Rourke might come out as the stoic night watchman, but we still had around 15 minutes to go when the 7th wicket fell. So Carl Jameson, who's no mean all-rounder, really bowling all-rounder more and more these days, but fine bat as well. That one has hit Phillips on the hand, on the bottom hand, and he rings it immediately. He's left as many short balls as possible. Oh dear, he knows he's in trouble immediately. Oh, Matt, that's not good signs, is it? He knew, didn't he? He's whipped the glove off and he's called for the physio immediately. You kind of, well, you will know a great deal more about finger injuries than me, but that looked like, sometimes you hope, don't you? You just think like, oh, God, I hope it's just bruised. but that looked worried.
Yeah, it's never nice when you get one on the bottom hand like that. Ball's pitched and rised up, not horribly. Pinches the your finger against the bat handle, and as you say, Manners, sometimes you take your glove off and you're sort of hoping for the best, and you take one look at your finger and it's pointing in the wrong direction or whatever it may be. But yeah, Phillips took his glove off and immediately signalled to the bench, didn't he, to say, right, get the physio on, this needs to be looked at. But hopefully it's not too bad.
Josh Tongue has been lying on his back, stretching his lower back, moving the knees in a raised position from side to side, so he's coming back for, that's just what you want, isn't it? 2 overs right at the end of the day at 7 o'clock. Can we talk about your cap? Is that, are you going to just say something? I have no idea what it means, somebody just gave it to me, or is that?
No, I was going to say, I'm sure the guy at the guys at Ignite Experiences will be very delighted to talk about the cap.
What is that?
It's
like
a bit of merch.
Team building, is it, or?
No, it's one of the there it is, for those that are watching our footage. It's a very, very cool trucker's cap. I do like it. It was given to me in one of the boxes that I visited today. Must have enjoyed my jokes.
You don't know what they do, though?
No, I do know what they do. They put on hospitality experiences. They've just changed up a couple of the suites in the hospitality here at the Oval. Making it more like, well, they said to me, making it more like a private members club, which sounds absolutely delightful. So I think I might head back there after this stint and wear my cap.
The Galladari bar, I've never been up there. Is that? Do you know? Have you been up there? I mean, is that also private? Is that VIP? Is it? Or
I have no. It's hospitality again, right at the top there.
Here is Josh Tongue. Back into the attack, and gee, the ball's moving all over the place at the moment. That's short, and Kyle Jameson left it alone, and again the ball swung dramatically after it passed the batsman. It looks a great laugh up there. The top of the Galladari stand as well looks a bit intimidating to be honest, but the bar area with the glass balcony front,
yeah, it's
super.
It's a fantastic place to watch the cricket from. The Duchy Suites is the second window down, balcony down, that you can see. I'll spend a bit of time in there today.
Here is Josh Tongue again. It's bounces all around at the moment from Archer and from Josh Tongue. Now that he's come on at the Vauxhall end, that one is left alone by Kyle Jameson. It's a magnificent ground. I mean, I know that they're fortunate, if that's the right word, because you make your own fortune, but they've got the money to redevelop, and it's a proper experience, and even for those just who can afford no more than your standard bucket seat, the service stalls and the food options and the drink options, and there are bars everywhere and restaurants and numerous food options, and it's just a really, really good ground. And of course the public transport is fabulous. So there's no issues there. Don't try and drive. Don't ever try and drive or park at the Oval. Short, and it's pulled by Jameson. Got a bit of a top edge, or maybe a splice. It's gone high up into the air. Two fielders were converging on it, hoping to get there. Matt Fisher and Jacob Bethel running in from deep mid-wicket. Neither could, and the ball has fallen safely. Kyle Jameson launched a Hail Mary counter-attack at Lords when New Zealand were 62 for 7 and came out at number 9, and there was never any doubt about his approach. Just swung at everything. It was slightly manic, to be honest, and he top scored with 38 not out. New Zealand would have been bowled out for 80 without him, and he's decided that he'll have a swing as well. 5 minutes to go before the close of play on day 1. 2 men in close. He backs away, he cuts through the offside, or punches off the back foot anyway, not really a cut. The back foot drive, gave himself lots and lots of room, and he smashed it through the offside for 4.
Yeah, brilliant shot this. I mean, gives himself room, a lot of room on the back foot. Obviously the room that he's given himself is freed up his arms, and he's been able to hit it very cleanly in the air, but nowhere near the fielders. No chance for them. I was just about to say, I thought Glenn Phillips, after the last shot, which was a bit manic, lacked a bit of control. Glenn Phillips walked down and said, hey, come on, mate, let's see it through this evening, so we're batting tomorrow morning. But maybe he didn't. Maybe he said, carry on.
There's a silly point and a short leg in. It's really bouncer from Josh Tongue, and Jameson leaves this one alone. Allows it to go through to James Roux. 290 for 7, New Zealand. Losing the toss this morning, being asked to bat first, and for almost no other reason than the fact that they were 107 for 4. I think they will be the happier team as they walk off the ground in 4.5 minutes time, roughly. 290 for 7. It's been a really good fight back. Backs away and has a heave at this one, Jameson. And Tongue actually followed him. That was really good fast bowling. Jameson backed away to the leg side, and Tongue followed him, saw him moving, and he's hit him in the rib cage area. It was again a wild swing from Kyle Jameson, and I must say, I shouldn't criticise, but it doesn't have a right feel to it, really, to me. 1 over to go. You know, Phillips at 48 not out. You scheduled to be 27 degrees tomorrow. Beautiful day, no rain. You know, bat for another hour tomorrow morning. And he can bat. It's not like he's a hopeless tail ender. Doesn't feel quite right. You wouldn't enjoy this if you were in the balcony, I don't think.
No, not at all. That's why I sort of joked, but I was also being serious. If I was out there batting, you know, having fought as hard as Glenn Phillips has as well, taken a couple of blows, fended off Jofra Archer as long as he has, 48 not out, kind of going down to your mate and saying, buddy, just suck it up for a couple of overs here. We can dust ourselves down and come again tomorrow. It's going to, as you say, it's going to be cracking the flags. It's going to be a beautiful day for batting. And more importantly, let's get England out here with us 7 down, not 8 down, because psychologically that also makes a difference.
Jacob Bethel's going to bowl the last over of the day, and it's nudged away by Glenn Phillips. I like that. That's good stuff, that. Okay, you can misbehave if you need to, Kyle, but I'm going to make sure I'm here tomorrow morning. He's straight down the non-striker's end.
Yeah, there's also a bit of a take one. Over to you. You see the rest of the over out.
And there's no reason for him to do anything silly here. Joe Root's, I love this. He's guessing what Jameson's going to do, and he's brought long on up from the boundary to halfway. Mid-off is also halfway. Deep square. In outfield, so there are also 3 catches, a short leg, a leg slip and an orthodox slip. So I think he thinks Jameson's going to see out the over. And he's done that to the second ball. Forward he comes, pushes it up towards mid-on. I like it. I enjoy the fact that you've got to guess what the batsman, especially with a guy like Jameson.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to bring the deep square leg in, up, and make him hit across the line.
Oh, that's a long hop. Does bowl a few of them, does Bethel, but it skids on. It's a quicker one, and Jameson plays defensively. It wasn't a long hop, but it was short, and it skidded on, and he defended it.
And that's exactly why I'd bring that man up, because you want Jameson hitting across the line with Bethel bowling very flat and very skiddy. It's only got to slide on and hit the pad, and it's going to be pretty close. The angles for the left-hander as well is always going to be hitting the stumps.
Ben Duckett's come into catching extra cover as well now. Bethel in once more. Jameson on the back foot, punches it out to Emilio Gay at mid-wicket.
One other thing I'd say, Manners, is if I was out there batting, if you had said one more from Archer or Bethel, I mean, I would want to face Bethel all day long, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a bit odd that he's bowling the last ball.
Yeah, I don't think Archer, he bowled 6 in that spell right at the end of the day. I just don't know whether he had another one in. Bethel in again. That's defended once more by Jameson behind square on the offside. And there's no run. Maybe he did. Maybe Joe Root just thought, hang on, let's change the pace for the last over of the day. Let's see if we can tempt Jameson to do something rash. Mid-off has now come in to save 1. So it's only mid-on and deep square leg now. It's a low full toss from Bethel. Jameson pushes it straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. And Well, Ben Duckett is strolled over to Jacob Bethell, extended his hand and given him a sincere handshake for his 2 wickets at the end of the day. The second one was extremely fortuitous, with maybe a full toss between knee and thigh height. But Bethell finishes the day with 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8. I mean, it's transformed the day. You know, New Zealand were bossing it, really, and those 2 late wickets from Jacob Bethell have left. Well, I still give it to New Zealand, but marginally. I mean, it's like a 55-45 day. Do you think, Matt Pryor?
Yeah, I think. Firstly on Bethell, I think New Zealand will be slightly disappointed with how he got his wickets. A poor shot from Blundell, really. I understand that he wanted to take the attack to Bethell and put pressure on him. Absolutely get that, but probably the wrong shot to choose, particularly in that time. And then, oh my goodness, the second one, a full toss, was an absolute gift. But yes, I agree. 291 for 7 the day finishes, with New Zealand having been put in to bat. I think Joe Root, the captain, would have loved a couple more wickets, or even to have bowled New Zealand out. I think New Zealand, on the other hand, will be very, very happy with their day's work. And they did have to work hard. The batsman at time was very attritional. The pitch was swinging, nipping around, but they built a platform, and Glenn Phillips finishes 49 not out, having faced some hostile attacking bowling from Archer. A lot of short balls, got hit a few times, ended up on the deck a number of times, but he's still there, 49 not out, and I must say it was an outstanding contribution from him.
Well, hello and welcome to Following On. I'm Jon Norman alongside Matt Pryor for the next 10 minutes or so. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand skipper, will be the impact sub to replace Matt. We've had a proper old school day of Test cricket, I think. 291 for 7. Glenn Phillips unbeaten at stumps, 49 not out. There'll be a few rueful Kiwis tonight who will look back at their dismissals, no doubt. But this new look England team, winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, has certainly kept the spectators that packed out the Oval entertained throughout. Matt Pryor alongside me in the commentary box. Brilliant to have Matt as ever. Where shall we start, Matt? I suppose we should start with England and the bowlers. A debutant in Sonny Baker, Matthew Fisher playing, well, it's almost like his second debut, second test in 4 years. Jofra Archer back in the side, and Josh Tongue in there as well. Of the 4 bowlers used by the skipper Joe Root, which ones stood out for you, and how do you assess how the other 3 went today?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, I really enjoyed watching Sonny Baker making his debut. You can tell he's so keen, isn't he? Absolutely loves it. Dale Steyn's his hero, wants to emulate that great champion. I mean, from ball 1, he was running in and no one was even ready. Batsman wasn't ready, the umpire wasn't ready. He was so keen to get going. And he brings something, doesn't he? He thinks something's going to happen. He might go for a lot of runs, or he might take a load of wickets, but something's going to happen, and his enthusiasm is absolutely fantastic. Matt Fisher did a very good job. I think you're looking down here at economy rates. They didn't bowl they didn't play a spinner, so you need someone to hold up an end. You can't have it, all your bowlers being strike bowlers. And Matt Fisher certainly did that, going at under 2.5 an over for his 19 overs. A big stint from him. So I think that gave Joe Root a lot of control. Archer, always wonderful to see him charging in. 1 for 58 from 19 overs. He also put a big shift in for the team. At one point went off, didn't he? We thought, oh no, is that a bit of an injury concern? But I think it was just a bit of cramp. Got some fluids in. He was back out here and he's just bowled. Come off the back of a very, very fast, nasty 6-over spell at the end of the day. So good signs.
You faced Dale Steyn. It's easy to want to bowl like him. It's quite another to actually do so. As a batter yourself, how would you have shaped up against Sonny Baker? I mean, what would you have been fearful of? I mean, what skills would you look at him and think he possesses that you'd need to watch out for at this very, very early stage of his career?
Well, he's got pace, first and foremost. He does get it down there, so I would have been saying, right, okay, if he does go short, just watch taking it on, taking the hook on or pull shot on. And he looks like he's in the battle. That's the other thing. He wants to get in the battle, which sometimes... So Dale Steyn, as an example, was one bowler I never engaged with. Just would always turn around and let him, because firstly, he scared me. You hear his eyes, he didn't want to get you out. It looked like he wanted to kill you. So I never really engaged with him. But you always felt like you were in a battle, and Sonny Baker has that same look about how he's sort of always at the batsman, wanting to make him play the whole time. So that's an interesting one. Huge abundance of talent. With the youthful exuberance and the speed. There's a lot to work with there.
Jacob Bethel also bowled 5 overs at the end of the day, 1 made and 8 runs. Oh, and he picked up 2 wickets with, I would say, 2 of the worst deliveries I've ever seen that went on to take a wicket. Certainly that second. The Nathan Smith one was up there with the worst delivery I've ever seen that has gone on to take a wicket. I can't think of a worse ball.
I can't right now think of a worse ball. It was very, very bad. Blundell wasn't as bad a ball. It was a poorly executed shot. I understand that he wanted to take the attack to Bethel, and particularly in that moment of the day, was a good option to put the spinner under pressure.
Just got it badly wrong.
But he just got it wrong. I think he played the wrong shot. The one, Bethel bowls flat, he bowls quick. The left arm round the angle. You would say to yourself, is the sweep shot the shot to play? Probably not. You're better off coming down and hitting straight would be a better option. It's not spinning. So if you want to put pressure on the bowler, fair enough, absolutely do it, but pick the right shot. And I think Blundell picked the wrong shot. Nathan Smith, I mean, he'll be... I think he'll be lying in a cold bath somewhere, still trying to recover from that dismissal, because it was shocking.
There were a few though, weren't there? I mean, if you look through the New Zealand scorecard, Rashan Ravindra, that was a poor shot to give Sonny Baker his first wicket in Test cricket. Just guided it to Bethel at quite a short gully. Daryl Mitchell, it was the short ball that you used. I asked you the question, what shots would you be a little bit wary of against Bethel? And it was essentially a mistimed pull straight to, just kind of lobbed up to Emilio Gay. Tom Blundell just picked out Joe Root, one fielder at mid-wicket, and he hit it straight to him. It was a half-tracker, really, and then Nathan Smith with the full toss. So of the 7 wickets to fall, you'd have to say 4 of them were almost gifted to England. But saying that, this pitch has provided us with a good contest between bat and ball, and at every point of today it did seem like there was just enough in there for the bowlers, even though they're very inexperienced bowling attack.
Yeah, exactly that. No batsman really looked that set. They weren't timing it very well. I'd suggest Glenn Phillips really was the only one that got a couple of crisp shots away. At the end of the day, he played really. I was really impressed with him. Everyone talks about he's an attacking, 2020 player that's coming in to just give it a bit of the biff at 7. He's a better player than that. The spell there from Jofra Archer, that was proper fast Test match bowling, short stuff, aggressive stuff. Glenn Phillips was diving around, ducking, swaying, but what he didn't do was come out of his game plan. He didn't suddenly try and take Archer on with 2 men out. He bided his time. And the other thing which is really difficult, when the field is set for short pitch bowling, when the bowler then pitches it up or hits a good length, the ability to actually move forward and play the shot that is required for that ball, mentally, that shows he was in a very, very good place, because he did that time and time again. He wasn't affected by what had gone before, by the fact that he got hit a couple of times. He had to sway and fell over a couple of times. The minute Archer went back into a good length, Glenn Phillips was there, met it, good stride forward. Very, very good batting.
There was a really fascinating little spell, wasn't it, between Archer and Glenn Phillips right at the end of the day, and we had quite a lot of those throughout the day. And of course, for England today, the skipper Joe Root. You've played a lot of cricket with him, you know him well. Did you see a difference in the captaincy today? Did you see a difference in the field positions today compared to how Joe Root captained this side for those 4 years? That was, of course, prior to the Bazball evolution.
I think there was a lot more freedom. I think there was a fearlessness in Joe Root's captaincy today. He was happy to have leg slips in. He was happy to be attacking and keep the fields far more attacking for longer, whereas previously I think he went defensive very quickly, very early. But I think also you look at the personnel, the team he's got to captain right now. The bowlers did their job. The captain, I remember Michael Clarke saying after the 2013-14 Ashes, his bowlers made him look like the best captain in the world, because everything he asked them to do, they were able to do, and they executed, and he looked like a genius. But actually, it was the bowlers that have to do it, and the fielding around it as well. There's some good fielding from England. Guys diving around and creating that intensity. But yeah, my takeaway from Joe Root as captain today was he captained with a lot more freedom.
Just before you go, are England ahead of this game? Or is it one of those ones where the ball was doing just enough today? We're going to have to see how both teams bat on this surface before making a prediction.
It's very tight. I think if you're New Zealand, you're thinking you've had a good day there, to be honest. I think if you've been put into bat, the wicket was swinging most of the day. It was tough conditions. They fought through it. England still have to get 3 wickets tomorrow. Again, we come back tomorrow. It's a very, very important first couple of hours, first session. If England can get 3 quick wickets, I think they'll be happy with their work and get into their batting. It's going to be a good batting surface. The weather is set fair. It's going to be hot, but it'll be important to get those 3 wickets very, very quickly tomorrow. Keep New Zealand somewhere around 300, not much more than that, and then get into building a very, very big total. If England can do that, then yeah, absolutely, I think they're in a good position. But if New Zealand come out tomorrow and manage to bat a couple of hours, bat till lunch, I think, yeah, very much honours even, if not New Zealand lead.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Matt will be with us tomorrow. He's going to head off. Big thanks to him for today. And Jeremy Coney will be making his way back into the commentary box. He's worked a shift today as Jeremy. Now that's for sure. New Zealand losing a toss that was a good one for Joe Root to win, you felt at the time. Losing 2 wickets before the lunch break, another 2 before tea, and then 3 of them in the evening session. How big a blow was that, Jeremy, to lose the wickets of Tom Blundell and Nathan Smith late in the day to poor shots? That's just, if New Zealand had got to stumps 5 down, almost would have felt like it was their day. Now Matt's giving it their way. I'm not quite so sure.
No, I think I'd feel it. Overall, New Zealand worked hard to get into a position where Blundell and Phillips were having their partnership. And it was going along quite nicely, and they were looking like perhaps getting close to the target they were today at 290 for maybe 5. And that would have been very handy indeed, a recovery. But when you start looking at each of the actual individual dismissals, John, I think New Zealand overall, there's a lot of looseness and players a little bit out of touch and a wee bit out of form, working hard, some of them, to try and stay in, and just others playing loose, you know, and I'm afraid you can't deny that, I don't think. Latham, I thought, was got out, a ball that was aimed from around, coming around the wicket from Archer, and I thought he swung it back. He thought he could get it away into the leg side, but then it moved, and he was too late to realise that, and it hit the back of the bat, and a very good catch by Bethel in the gully, two-handed. Conway, a ball that was outside his leg stump, was short. He managed just to get a glove to it. Maybe it was kept a little bit low, I'm not sure, but he gloved it through to Ruin, gave him his first catch. Nichols got out, I think, by Tongue coming around the wicket, jagging into him. It was just a wee bit quick for him. He was late with the ball, late with the shot, closed the face a little bit and played it into his stumps. Ravindra got a ball from Baker and just kind of loosely played it and steered it almost into the cordon. So that was a slightly weak dismissal, I thought, and I thought he also looked a bit frustrated that he wasn't able to score faster today. So maybe he's kind of shot a ball stuff, I thought, a wee bit. Mitchell had to work hard. His dismissal surprised me a wee bit because he clothed the pull that was high up on the bat and just found short mid-wicket. You got Blundell, who had batted hard with Mitchell and were developing that partnership we were talking about, and then faced Bethel in his first over, had got a boundary, and then he tried to slog sweep and couldn't get it over mid-wicket. So that was another costly dismissal by New Zealand batsman. Phillips, 49 not out, has worked very hard. Had to handle the majority of the short pitch bowling, decided early, I'm not going to hook. And then we had a really interesting section of play really towards the end of him trying to get out of the way, get underneath. He got in some very awkward positions but stuck with it. Got hit a couple of times and is still there. So well done him. Handled the short ball in the end. Nathan Smith, a really loose, full toss from Bethel. Bethel ends up with 5 overs, 2 for 8. And both of them were gifted to him, I'm afraid. Got a back of the bat, and Cox running back from sort of a close-in catcher on the leg side at leg slip and took the catch to dismiss Nathan Smith. So, and let's forget, extras are very handy. 44 runs in the day's play for New Zealand to get them up to that 291 for 7. I think New Zealand's slightly behind because of all those strokes, and I think tomorrow the pitch is going to be easier.
I'm always a little concerned when I look at a scorecard where I see a batter caught down the leg side, a batter caught a diving gully, a batter caught again at gully, a batter caught at short mid-wicket, 2 of them actually, and then one, the full toss wicket. These weren't wickets which you saw, the one catch behind the stumps was one down the leg side.
Yes,
right?
correct.
There was no one caught at first slip. There was no one caught at second slip.
No.
Nothing went there all day. Now, is this just indication that this pitch is just a little, maybe just a little, today, I'm not saying it's going to be it for 5 days, just a little too pace, maybe just holding in the pitch.
I agree. You think back on the fields that we've watched today, it's been close in men, it's close cover, close mid-wicket, 2 on the leg side, the ball not quite coming on, and batsmen playing it round and not being able to control the amount of bounce, drives going in the air, caught mid-wicket. There's twice, one from a slog sweep, one from a pull stroke. I think you're right. I think the bounce hasn't quite been as true but I think with the sun on this, it might just improve.
Yes, I think that the morning session is going to be vital for New Zealand and also England. But England will have a couple of bites of the cherry, Phil, unless something really, really dramatic happens at the top of their order. But Glenn Phillips, we were here at Lord's, after New Zealand lost 6 wickets early, they were in dire straits, and the feeling was they needed Phillips to come out and play a little cameo. He was out first ball he faced, and it was left to Jamieson, who today is taking on the short pitch bowling. Can New Zealand come out tomorrow? Can they bat 45 minutes or an hour and add another 50, 60? Because they'll bat quickly, because there's no point hanging around anymore. So if they do bat an hour, 350, then they got an hour, fresh bowlers, before the lunch break to make their inroads.
Well, I'm not Nostradamus. I can't look into the future like that. But I would have thought with the new ball, you'd have to say after a night's kip for the English bowlers that they're not going to find it easy against that new ball. They'll rely very much on Phillips. I think Jamieson looks as if he's made his statement. He's going to play aggressively against the faster bowlers. And then, of course, you've got Henry, who can hit, but it's not, I don't think it's a guarantee. What you can guarantee is that O'Rourke will come forward and he'll play little forward defences, and quite well, actually. So there is a chance perhaps a little bit there, but it won't be a big partnership. I think really it rests a lot on Phillips if New Zealand to get through to maybe if they can bat an hour, which is maybe 13 overs, maybe they can get 3s. So let's say another 40 runs with a few extras thrown in. from what we've seen. So we're talking about 340, which will give them a few overs to put pressure on England. And let's not make a judgment before we've seen the 2 first innings. I think that's the way we've got to view this. If this pitch is a little bit more difficult than we think.
Brilliant stuff. Jeremy, thank you for your time today.
Pleasure.
We will be back tomorrow. I'm going to be sitting this one out, but I'll be back for day 3. Melinda Farrell will be in alongside Jeremy, Matt Pryor, Jared Kimber and Neil Manthorp. 3 overs until the second new ball is due. 3 wickets England need to bat, and of course plenty of intrigue and interest into how day 2 will eventuate. But for now, thanks for joining us throughout the day on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and via the podcast feed on Following On. But that is it for now.